Yo, 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 good morning. Welcome to the 5ers live stream. It's Thursday. It's the last day. It is account giveaway day with trivia. My name's Richard. The sick gentleman to my right-hand side is Will Davis. What's up, Will, mate?
Good, man. I'm good. I'm dosing myself up with all sorts of nutrition at the moment to keep myself going for the last 2 hours of today's session. I've got all sorts to keep me going.
You can't say I'm good and then be like, I'm dying of some disease.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. We're battling through.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
So today is trivia day. So those of you uninitiated in chat that don't know what trivia day is us asking you guys in chat a few questions. You know, they range from easy to very, very difficult questions. They are almost all of them either related to trading in general, so Forex trading, futures trading. They are to do with the markets, so bond markets, stock markets, that kind of like questions. They are historic event related, you know, like trading historic events related. All right. And this, for the first time, also, LJ has decided to add some bonus questions, which are more, let's say, mathematically driven, more quantitative questions. So we will be holding the trivia in about an hour. We're just going to wait for LJ to join, and then we're going to have trivia. So what's up for grabs? If you are one of the top 3 today, you will win yourself a 20k bootcamp account. How can you win that? It's very easy. It's very easy. When the question comes up onto the screen, all you have to do is answer the question. And you either need to type A, B, C, or D. It's a multiple choice questionnaire. A, B, C, or D is all you need to type in chat. Your very first answer is the one that will be recorded as your answer. So there's no point in you going, it's A, enter B, enter C, enter D. It's only going to take the very first one that you've typed in chat as your answer. So there's no way for you to try and cheat your way to getting all of the answers correct by going A, B, C, and D. So top 3 will get it. Top 3 will win the account. In the event where we have a tie for the top 4 or 5, as an example, let's say the top 5 people get all 10 correct, the fastest 3 will win. So it will show who is the fastest 3. So the order, if everybody has the exact same amount of answers correct, it'll show in order who was the fastest. So top 3 correct first and foremost, and then fastest. Okay, so if there is people with with the same amount of answers correct, it will be the fastest. All right, that will be in about an hour. In the meantime, myself and Will, we're going to be looking at the market ever so slightly. Yesterday was a good trading day for me. I ended the day up reasonably good. My week so far has been a good week. I have printed, if I can check here, I have printed winning days Monday, Tuesday, and yesterday. So Monday was a almost break-even day, but overall pretty good. How's your week been? Your trading week, mate?
Dude, my trading week's been. It started out a little slow. Obviously, I wasn't here on Monday. So Monday was a no trading day for me. Tuesday, I lost 0.5%, and then yesterday I closed out a 1-to-1. So I'm technically up half and half of the day. The reason I did close yesterday was obviously due to feeling like absolute dog crap. However, if I bring my screen up real quick, like I actually said this.
That's mine. That's yours.
There we go. I actually said this to Rich. Excuse me. I actually said this to Rich Wells yesterday as well. I sent him a nice long voice note. And we were just chatting together, talking about, the psychological side of trading, just trading in general. I was explaining that, I was feeling like absolute rubbish. However, I was looking at 1 to 2 hour on gold, and then all of a sudden, I saw this during New York session. So seeing this during New York session made me feel so much better because I was happy that I took 1%. I took a 1-to-1. I closed out, but I would have held from 8:15 until 1:30, which I believe was news.
Yes. But it wasn't a red folder news movement.
Oh,
It
okay,
was
yeah, it was unexpected.
a tweet. Yeah, it was a tweet.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because
Okay,
the
so
FOMC minutes meetings minutes was much later in the evening.
yeah. So we would have hit that 1 to 2 arc, which is really nice. It's nice based on the fact that my analysis still played out. But I was more than happy that I took 1R. I took 1R for yesterday. That was really, really nice. And then same goes with the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ was a little bit iffy. I actually closed this out at break even. So I closed this around here somewhere. And then price did break and close above. And then we just got consolidation. We started dribbling on back down. I believe we hit stop loss on this. No, we didn't. We actually did hit TP. We were close to stop loss on this. Like this fractionally close. I probably would have been taken out of this. Honestly. Oh, maybe not. Maybe
you were lucky. Maybe.
Maybe I would have been lucky because that is tight, man. That is super close to stop loss.
What is the bottom of that wick? Price wise, the bottom of that that wick. So 17. The low was 18.5. All right, and then so maybe the spread just
maybe I feel like the spread would have taken me out on that, but maybe not. Who knows? So this was on my futures account, and then again,
the futures account spreads are good. They're pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I wouldn't have been taken out then. But I did take out a break even on this because, like I said, guys, I said it in front of you guys. There's a lot of transparency with our trading here on stream. And the biggest part of being transparent on stream is I will tell you guys the good and the bad. The good, the bad, and the ugly, the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin. So I'll tell you when I'm going through that sort of negative side of trading. I'll tell you if I'm not psychologically there. I'll tell you if I'm feeling like euphoric, if I'm feeling depressed, if I'm feeling whatever emotions I'm going through in trading. I will openly expose them to you guys because that's the whole point. That's there's no point in me coming out here and telling you that I'm hitting bloody TP all the time. So and
doesn't always happen.
Yeah, exactly. Or there's no point in me saying, "Oh yeah, I closed out at break even," and then trying to make up some bullshit technological reason why I exited the trade. Yesterday was just I didn't want to be in the trade. I felt like crap. So there was no technological reason telling me to exit other than gold. It was a nice 1-to-1. Where's gold? There. So it was a nice 1-to-1. It was technological, but it wasn't at the same time. Technical. It was technical, but at the same time it was emotional as well. It was the fact that I've hit 1-to-1. I'm happy with that. Screw this. I can't be asked. Same goes on the NASDAQ. It was consolidation. We wicked down, failed, continued higher, wicked up, wicked above, came back down. I thought, screw this. I can't be asked for this. And then, we did eventually just about miss stop loss for a TP. I need a hot toddy for my throat. Yeah, man. I got these lem sips. In a minute, once this lem sip is finished, I'm going to hand over to Rich to do some analysis. I'm going to go get some organic honey down me. But yeah, dude, it's like I said yesterday, I thought I'd do so much better today.
I'm giggling not because it's funny. I'm giggling because I know how it feels when you're trying so hard not to be sick. You just come from holiday, and then the holiday effectively ending caused you to become sick, like whether it's you being in an airplane or you being in a car with aircon or whatever. It just screws your throat up, screws your nasal passages up, and you're just like, I feel like crap. So this me going, it's because I know how it feels. It's like it's a sympathetic. It's a sympathetic.
Yeah, dude. If you don't laugh, you'll cry, man.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I was saying to Rich yesterday, he was saying to me, he's like, Well, I'm not gonna lie. You've been out in the sun. You've been having a couple of beers. You've done over 100,000 steps in 4 days or 3 full days, whatever the hell it
Yeah.
was. I can't remember. He
Yeah,
said,
your immunity is a bit low.
yeah. He was like, "Well, you've come back," and he's like, "When you're pushing your body the way you were out there, it's fine. It's when you come back to normality and to back into the real life side of things, that's when your body's gonna. It's like relaxed and let it all happen." So, dude,
You
it
went
made me
to
like,
Spain, correct?
yeah.
Was there like a massive temperature difference, like weather-wise, between Spain
Yeah,
and
about
Wales?
30 degrees temperature difference. It was like 37 degrees out there.
And then now at home, when you got home?
Probably 18, 19. So
Okay, all right.
there's a close to a 10-degree difference, to be fair. And it's
All right, so
humid out there as well.
I was about to say it's that plus the humidity maybe that
Yeah,
just tanked your immunity.
dude,
Anyway,
100.
I will do some analysis, but I first want to answer this question from Thomasas saying, good morning to you. And by the way, good morning to everybody else that is in chat. If I haven't already said good morning to you, this is a blanket umbrella. Good morning to everybody. Good morning to everybody that's in chat at the moment. But let me answer this question. I have a question regarding the high stakes classic account. I reached the profit goal for stage 1, so the classic one was 8%. Nothing happened so far. Is there a waiting period? Will there be a new separate account? So normally, if you go into your hub, you should see that the original 8% goal account, the original high stakes account, would now say disabled on the right hand side, but it should have a color grading. It should be pink or yellow or gray. All right. So if it is gray, just hover over, or whatever color it is, just hover over it. It will show you it is disabled due to it being terminated. That should be gray. That is if you lost the account, meaning you reached drawdown of 10%. It should be gray. If it is yellow, I believe it is or pink, one of the two. It should be basically it's passed. So just go and have a look above that. You should see another high stakes account active in your hub. It should be the latest one, so it should be the topmost one that popped up. That should be your new account. It has its own details. So it has its own login details. So just go and confirm. Make sure the number, the serial number, the account number that you used, okay, whether it's MetaTrader or CTrader or it doesn't matter, just go and confirm that number is the same one in your hub. And then go and see if it's terminated or if it's active. And then if it's terminated or inactive, why was it made inactive? Is it because you passed, waiting for risk? So it should be waiting for risk, or it should just be passed, should be funded, or it should be terminated. So just going to have a look there and you should see that. If you haven't already received a new account, just reach out to help@the5ers.com and just tell them, look, you passed phase 1 of the high stakes account, the one that you have. Give them the detail of the account, not the password, but just the account number, and say, look, I've passed phase 1. I'm just waiting for the second phase to be active. Can they check what's going on there? That's the fastest way for you to get that information going through. All right, let's go over to my screen. All right, this is NASDAQ. For those of you who do know me, know that I very much like trading NASDAQ. Yesterday, this buy that was happening here, I missed. I got a sell down to here. It hit TP1 and then eventually it hit break even stop loss. So that was a small little win. And then we started to push up over here. I took another trade roughly around here, trying to go up to the top. Where is it? So roughly over there. And this one ended up hitting TP2. It doesn't look like it here, but if I go down to the 1 minute, you'll see it was on the close of this candle over here, roughly around there that I took it. So I ended up taking a bit of profit off of this one. Where are we? There we go. TP2 was hit, TP1 and then break even and then TP2. So I ended up the day a little bit higher than I started the week, which was great. Didn't take any further trades yesterday. This morning, so far on NASDAQ, if you draw a box basically from the low to the high of today, you'll notice that we are in a little bit of a higher end resistance point. And on top of that, the whole of today, so from the daily open, so this whole candle down here, we have not moved outside of this area at all. So we're kind of stuck in a range at the moment. So on NASDAQ, lower time frame, 5 minute, 15 minute, and so on, we are currently stuck in a range. The range is effectively the whole of Tokyo. So the whole of Tokyo, we can take this high section here. This is the range currently, if I just remove that. And from what I checked this morning, it was 101 pip range. And this range has been ongoing for multiple hours. We're already getting close to 7, almost 8 hours. If we take the whole segment of this morning, from rollover to where we are now, that's 9 hours, almost 9.5 hours. And this range is 128 pips or 128 points on NQ. So very tight range comparative to the kind of movements that we've been experiencing recently. So this could be one of those, it's a Thursday, this could be one of those, either we start breaking, oh, you come here, you bugger. We either start breaking up towards the high side, meaning that this whole segment here becomes the bottomed end of this downward stretch that we've had since Monday. So this whole week has been bearish. Maybe this is a turn where we try and come and test back up here to these areas for a little bit of a bullish push towards the end of the day, maybe the end of the week as well. Or this could literally just be a consolidative section to try and come and test down to the lows of the week. I'm almost of the idea that this is potentially going to be more of a flat week, meaning whatever losses we've sustained this week so far, we can potentially try and come back towards like a midpoint of the week. We'll see. And the reason for that is that we had 2 previous weeks that were really, really bullish. And in 1 week, effectively, we took, well, if you exclude this long wick here, we took all of the movements of 1, 2, almost 3 full weeks worth of, let's say, bearish pressure. We've taken up completely. So in my mind, there is a potential that this is just a weekly pullback. Maybe, I don't know, can maybe get as low as this. Which week was this? This was the 20th of July. Maybe to the highs of there, which we were very close, and then potentially close out a little bit, maybe a little bit less bullish than we've closed, or that we're busy closing out on this. That's one scenario. Another scenario is that we just absolutely start tanking down and then sweep these highs. So from where we are right now, we carry on dropping lower to get to this area. That's another option. As of right now, I don't really see any trades. I am a lower time frame intraday trader. I trade reversals, and once a reversal has taken place and there's enough momentum, I will trade the continuation. In this case, there's nothing for me to trade. We are range bound. I don't trade ranges. I don't enter at the top end and then sell down to the bottom. That's not my style. That is a perfectly fine strategy for you to use as a trader. I don't have a problem with it. It's just not my style, so I will not be trading NASDAQ until we get some sort of breakout. What breakout am I referring to? First and foremost, the top end here needs to be broken and closed above with conviction, meaning these kind of candles that we have here, I want to see this as a breakout. So I want to see a full length candle followed by a potential continuation and then maybe a bit of a pullback. But the pullback, this bearish candle here, is not allowed to break through this section at all. So it is a break and retest. And then I want to see a follow-up bullish candle, and then I will get in on that bullish candle to try and push price up. That's what I'm looking for a buy. For a
There's some
sell,
candles.
say again.
Yes, I said there's some perfectly drawn candles.
Yeah, like the wonky ones that you buy at like I don't know, like a
Yeah.
thrift store or something. That's what I would like to see. I want to see some momentum, and when I'm talking about momentum, I'm talking about candles like this that moves convectively in one direction, breaks the channel, breaks the highs or the lows, and then carries on. I want to see that. I want to see strong candles. I don't want to see sequenced bull, bear, bear, bull, bull, bear, bull, bear. You know, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see stuff like this. This does not fill me with conviction. The reason why it doesn't fill me with conviction is the fact that every single time you have an attempt at a bullish push, it barely breaks the previous area. You get a pullback, you try and push up again, it barely breaks the previous high swing. So there's no real breaking of previous high swings. I want to see convective breaking of high swings. That's why this area right here, if we had something like that's the high swing, this is the low, you have a defined higher low, you have a defined higher high, but I want to see this once we've broken through. Or down below, broken through lower. So that's what I want to see. So right now, no trades for me on NASDAQ. On gold, gold is doing something similar, except that it is slightly more bearish over the Tokyo session so far. So we had a very bullish day yesterday, like very bullish, off of that tweet that we had. So it was already a bullish channel, and then we eventually broke with conviction, with a lot of momentum. My wife actually was in this trade.
No way, dude, that's sick. How's she getting on, by the way?
It's looking good.
Yeah?
She is way more comfortable with the idea of swing trading, and the funny thing is, she took a gold trade on Monday, and held it. Well, it was either Monday or Tuesday, but she held it overnight.
So she's braver than you.
Yeah, she's much braver. She sleeps so soundly. She doesn't care.
Dude, that's women for you, man. That's women for you, or certainly partners for you anyway. Because Cece was the same. Like, there's something about women that can just sleep like a log. Like, no matter what the situation is, could be positive or negative.
I mean,
in my experience, anyway. Like, they could be in complete drawdown, and they'll be like, "Nah, I'm just sleep."
Whatever, sleep.
Yeah, cool.
So she held. I think she took it on Tuesday, and she held it over Tuesday, and then she was like, she's considering entering again, and then she's like, no, Wednesdays is triple swaps. I'm not entering again. I was like,
dude, smart girl.
Excellent. You're learning. Great.
I thought we moved our triple swaps to Friday.
She's got it on an Icy Markets.
Fair. Okay. So fair. She's still on.
So,
of course, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's a demo account. Obviously, she's still learning. We're not putting any sort of monetary value on account just yet. This is her just learning. But the fact that she was like, look, I'm not, and I think on Icy Markets, gold is still on a Wednesday triple swap, and then Indices is on a Friday triple swap. So
fair.
Gold commodity still Wednesday. So she was trading gold, and she was like, no. Shows the first trade, I think, she had two. She had one that she held over Tuesday night, and then she had one that she took on Wednesday morning. So she had one as it was breaking out of this. So she caught this whole move. And then the one that she held over from Tuesday, I think she got in somewhere around here. I can't remember exactly where. It could have been towards the end of the night, but she had her stop like way low. It missed her stop. And then eventually took out for a 1-to-1 on the first trade. So the first trade was a 1-to-1. The second trade was a 1-to-2 or something like that, but it was more of an intraday one. She wanted it to carry on running up higher. So, yeah, just
I'm straight up going to say it. She's going to be a better trading than you.
I mean, I want that.
Fair. Yes, that's so fair.
Yeah, come on. Anyway, getting back to the analysis, we had a base area over here that was respected once. So gold moved away from this, creating an even newer high. When price consolidated, tried to come back, it respected this zone and then pushed up again. That zone basically was respected this morning right here but we did nothing with it. We did not sweep previous highs except this one, no follow through. So we pushed up, went into consolidation, and it looks like we were trying to push down again. So first order of business is I think we need to establish a bit of a pullback. So I think there are a few areas where we can come and test. We have an area over here to test, and then we also have an area, misclicked, we also have an area over here to test. So these are bases. That's a base. This is now was a base, is now an established zone, and this is also a base. And then we also have, if you go all the way down, we have this area over here as consolidation, which can potentially be tested. That falls right in the middle of what you would call a fair value gap or an imbalance. And then we also have these highs over here that acted as support. So you had the high of Tokyo. We tried to push lower. We respected the lows. We consolidated a bit. We broke out. We retested. And then we had that volumetric runoff. So off of these two areas. So first and foremost, I think bearish price action down to this initial base area over here. First and foremost, we need to break below the Tokyo session. That goes without saying. We need to break below the Tokyo session in order to have bearish attempts going lower. We need to break through, retest, continue. Then we can start looking at this area and then potentially this area as the day goes on. And if these two areas fail, if these two areas completely fail, then we need to look at that potential consolidation area over here where we had that imbalance. And then on top of that, this last area, which is also an established zone. All right. So this is bearish price action. The areas that I think we can potentially come and test if we break through the low of today's Tokyo session is, so the first area is 4478 to 4471, so only a 7 point range. If we can break through that, the next area is 4460 to 4445. If that area gets broken through, it goes to 442 to 427, and if that gets broken through, we will potentially look at around 4,400 again. That is now assuming that we can continue this downward push that we've had for the whole of the Tokyo session so far. The reason why I'm saying I want to see some sort of pullback is because of how volumetric yesterday's price action was. It was very volumetric. We had a strong bullish day yesterday, and then we immediately went into consolidation. We did try and push higher with rollover. Nothing. Just absolute flat. This is flat price action with rollover. There's your rollover candle. There's your rollover candle. Nothing. Flat price action, and then eventually we started breaking lower, retest, and continue. So for now, there's no incentive in my mind for us to go bullish. We need to have a bit of a retracement and then potentially look at bullish price action. If we go over to the weekly, you'll notice that we had a fair few bearish weeks. We slowed down roughly around this area in line with this base area on this side. So just this last segments before we started pushing up again. We slowed down there. We respected these low swings on the 7th of October of last year, and we're starting to push up again. So I would love to see us try and break these areas again relatively within the next few weeks or so. I can see us potentially pull back a little bit and then pick up again. But for the time being, I think we're looking at potential bullish nature, retrace continuation up higher. If you are a trend or a channel following trader, you would have had this as an example as a channel, and then within that channel you would have had an even smaller channel, basically this top half of the original channel. We've broken this. This channel has been broken. So this is how many weeks? How many weeks of this channel have we had? Let's just do this. So this effective channel, let's say, started here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 weeks, 4 months of downward price action on gold, broken volumetrically in 1 week, and then what we had in 6 weeks, or in 16 weeks, my apologies, we've already taken up half of that in one move. So we're back to the halfway point. This whole 3-week movement took up half of what it took us to move in 16 weeks. So definitely a bit of a recovery potential for us to push up higher. Obviously, there are areas for us to come and test. We have these high swings over here. There we go. That's one. That's another one. These ones need to be broken long before we can even consider get back to that, or even potentially the all-time high. There we go. Let's click. Before we can even remotely get to the all-time high again. So I think we can eventually get to 4,750, maybe even 4,830 in the next coming weeks. But first and foremost, I think we have to have a little bit of a pullback on the weekly and then pick up. We might see that next week, maybe even the week after. But that's gold for me at the moment. Bearish right now. First port of call, Tokyo low. If we end up making a higher low here and we break these consolidative sections, we can then potentially start looking at getting back to the high of the day. So, but I don't know, I'm leaning more towards the idea of a potential drop lower.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to continue to drop a little bit lower on gold. I'm not saying we have to fully mitigate that whole move from yesterday's New York impulse, but I think there's going to be some form of pullback. We've tried to push up a little bit higher, but we're just, we had it. In fact, if we just take a quick look at my chart here, we can see that, we had this little impulse here, which we tried to push up with some bullish momentum. A lot of stagnant price here. Yes, we're channeling to the downside, but you can see it's a very, especially around here, very stagnant price. Okay, I know this is late New York. This is like as the daily crossover, should we say, over the 12 o'clock period. Got a little bit of consolidation here. We did pick up a little bit of volume, a little bit of volume over the beginning of Asia. And then all of a sudden, again, we got some drops here, a nice little drop here. Again, a little bit of stagnant price. Price starts really slowing down as we start to head into New York Open. And then all of a sudden, we get this nice big push up here. You're thinking, right, okay, cool. We're going to anticipate price can start moving higher. And then you jump down to the 5-minute time frame, and again, price just completely fades out. It fades out, starts moving a little bit lower. I'm not seeing absolutely anything to the upside nor the downside right now. So, based on the 15-minute and the hourly, based on what we have seen yesterday through New York, just basic order flow, basic price action, what we know textbookly should happen, I feel like we could get some form of pullback, even if it's just to come back and retest this sort of area here. I think something like that could be nice. If that happens, cool. If not, so be it. I think we're in this sort of range at the moment on the 15. We got these range highs, and then we've got this range low just down here. So anything inside of this, I'm not too interested in. If we get a pullback and break and close under here, it doesn't mean I'm looking at selling. It just means I anticipate further price to move to the downside, come into some form of area that I'm interested in, then start moving to the upside. If we do, however, break and close above, then I'm anticipating some form of bullish momentum for continuation. Now, I would say that's not going to happen, or I doubt it's going to happen, but honestly, the way gold reacts and the way gold's personality is, or characteristics, that could very, very much happen.
Shane Joyce asking, why are the Londoners so pissed off at the FTSE and the DAX? All right, we'll add the FTSE and the DAX. Wow. what happened on the UK 100 this
Oh,
morning?
I haven't actually got UK one. Let me have a look at the
I'll
FTSE.
bring it up. I'll bring it up. Don't worry.
What's the ticker symbol for FTSE? Is it UK
Wow.
100 or FTSE?
Uh,
Oh, dear.
yeah, I don't know. Shane, go and talk to your London friends and ask them what's their problem.
Well, I mean,
This
wow.
is a
Damn.
this is a 59-point drop. When I think overall, okay, I mean we've had this a fair few times
I was
here. We
literally
had
about to say, this isn't
drop
uncommon.
there,
I'm looking back on the 15
drop,
minute. This is not uncommon.
run, drop. Yeah, it seems as though there is a potential.
This is actually super common. Yeah, I'm actually looking
Yeah,
at this. Yeah, this is.
let's see. What is the typical movement for that? So let's say over here,
Looks like one of those. What's the name of the heart things? The beep 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 beep.
like a heartbeat monitor.
Yeah, like a
This was
heart.
a 70-point move. This was a 70-point move off of the open.
I mean, shit, man.
Hey, shit.
I mean, shit, man.
Okay, I mean this is still a crazy one.
It's,
But
yeah, it's still a drop. I mean, look, do you know what? Being a UK guy myself, I've never been remotely interested in like investing in the UK stock market.
it's a 0.5% drop, mate. Like just from
That's like, why would anyone invest in that? I mean, okay,
and
no. To be fair, you could wait for the drop and invest the lows.
the DAX as well, just not doing well at the moment either.
Europe's
DAX not happy. 169. This is a 0.6, so also more than 0.5% drop. NASDAQ at the open 0.3. I mean, stocks overall are not doing well at the moment, I would think.
I'm a little bit worried for what like the NASDAQ and the S&P is going to be doing over the next between now and November. You know, there's going to be a lot of decisions fundamentally. Again, I'm not going to go too much into it because I'm not a fundamentalist. I am doing my research. I'm getting better at it. But I'll let LJ talk about it with you. But truth be told, I feel like there's going to be some form of drop on when it comes to like the indices, stock market in America. You know, we've got a lot going on. You know, especially when it comes to Japan. You know, and them taken out and stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Again, I'm not going to go talking too much into it. It's there's a lot in my head, but I can't put it out with confidence. So I'm not going to dive into it. I'll leave that for LJ. But it could be interesting to see what happens over the next few months. Maybe by the end of this year.
I don't know what Beastly is on about. Like, what is your thoughts around the IP rules? Like, what do you
As
think
in,
is
like IP address, as in like
yeah
trade.
like, what do you think is the IP rule?
So I've been permanently banned from one prop firm because of this. So I'm never allowed to step foot in this particular prop firm because of the IP rule, the IP address rule. So that was a bit annoying. Honestly, pick your firm. You know, pick your firm. And I tried explaining to this firm that, look, you know, yada yada yada, this that and the other. I was actually trading. I was actually trading from a mate's house in the same country. I traded from his house. You know, blah blah blah. Placed a couple of trades. Came home that later that day. Opened up my terminal, closed the trade, and because there was technically two IP addresses, it shut me down. So as long as you can explain it, you know, I've traveled the world with the 5ers accounts, you know, and the IP addresses have been different every time, you know. So honestly, it's not important, but it's not important. Does that make sense? As long as you can justify it and explain it and say, yeah, look, I was here, I was traveling, I was doing this, I was doing that, I'm still trading.
Look,
Then I can't see an issue.
the 5ers is all about the habitual nature of trading. So
Yeah.
when we look at prohibited trading, we're looking at how habitual it is. If you make mistakes, like for argument's sake, you trade the red folder news on the high stakes, that is a prohibited practice, yes, but it is If it happens accidentally, they're like, look, we understand, we like to give second chances.
Mm.
So the IP thing is, it's not what people think. It's not that you are not allowed to trade from multiple IP addresses. It is the fact that they see round-the-clock trading happening from different devices.
Yeah, exactly.
So imagine you take a trade in the morning on your phone and then the afternoon from your PC, which uses, let's say, a VPN and has a different IP address. And then the evening, you're trading from a different IP address yet again. That's not the same as the first two. And then in the early hours of the morning and even the late hours of the morning, you're still trading. It's not the IP address itself. It's the how
yeah.
incessant trading nature around different IP addresses. It signifies that it's not necessarily you that's doing the trading. You may be sharing your contact details with someone else and they're trading while you're asleep, because there's no single person that can be trading 24/7. There's no person.
LJ does give it a good go.
Yeah, he does, but like even LJ needs to sleep.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he plugs himself in.
yeah, just charges as he yes, but the point that I'm trying to make is that the IP rule is not, you're not allowed to trade from a different IP. You are. It is the habitual nature of how often and when this trading is happening.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the thing is, they can clearly see your strategy, when you're entering, what kind of trades you're taking, and they can clearly see if there's differences between your trading and the trading that's taking place at the evening or in the morning hours. Which to them, the next logical thought is then, this person is sharing their contact details. Not only have you a different IP, but it's a completely different trading style. It's completely different trading hours. So the IP rule is not, you're not allowed to not trade from other IP addresses. You are. I can trade from my house, move to an internet cafe, and go and trade there. It's not a problem.
Yeah, exactly. You just use a
But
bit of
there's
common sense.
habitual things.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, it's even like okay, even in some extreme cases of yeah, but I was like if me and Rich traded the exact same strategy, and it was in this exact same session, and I placed the trade in London, and I placed a gold long in London, and then all of a sudden I'm closing that gold long and opening a NASDAQ short in South Africa
Yeah, that's weird.
within an hour.
That's a bit
Last time I
strange.
checked, even the Concorde couldn't get you to South Africa in an hour. You know,
Yeah.
so the stuff like that as well. You know, even if it's like, oh yeah, but it was this, that, and yeah. Use a bit of common sense. You know, if it looks sketchy, or if you feel sketchy doing it, there's a good chance you're gonna break the rules. You know, a little bit of common sense sort of thing.
And I mean, all of the rules is on the website. We don't have hidden rules. All of them are there. Just go
Yeah.
to the5ers.com/FAQs, FAQS, and you can get all of the
Did I tell you
prohibited
that
practices.
story about me and my brother scouring a prop firm's hidden rules?
No.
Oh, dude, it was quite. I'm not going to name the firm. I nearly did a review on it. I nearly did a YouTube review, but I didn't want to be that guy. I couldn't be bothered. I was trading with this firm, and I was a couple of hundred thousand in funding, and they closed my account. They said you breached the rules, and I said where, and they said blah 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 blah.
Oh wait, I think you spoke about. Was that the one where they had a YouTube video?
Uh-huh.
Where?
Yeah.
I remember you talking about
They
this one.
actually had a closed off YouTube video, and me and my brother, he could be a solicitor or a lawyer if he wanted to. You know, he's very meticulous when it comes to information, reading, and numbers.
Scouring for that, yeah.
And he spent probably about 2 hours sitting at this desk scouring. And he actually went and then told the prop firm, he's like, right, this, that, and the other. I ended up sitting down with the CEO, and she ended up apologizing to me, and she was like, yeah, Will, we're so sorry. Here's your account back. I ended up taking a lot of money from one of those accounts because I just hugely risked, got paid out, blew the account, and took the missus to France then.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tabu asking, are they using ICT concepts? No, not an ICT trader. Neither is Will. We're not
Some of the
ICT
stuff that I
traders.
like, mind, but I just we've been over this. I don't want to bore everyone again with the whole ICT is just trading. It's just called ICT, but you know, all strategies have their own sexy little names. I'm still, yeah, I'm going to, guys. I promise you. I promise you one day I am going to come up with my own concept. I don't know what I'm going to call it. I don't know yet, but I'm going to call it something. And I'm not going to brag it up, and I'm not going to say, oh my God, it's like you're going to become profitable in 30 days or less. But I'm going to come up with some form of strategy or concept.
Yeah, do that, please, so we can have the William Davis version. We stream every day, Monday till Thursday, from 7 GMT until 1:30 GMT. That is our stream time. Sheesh. So Monday through to Thursday, 7 GMT until 1:30 GMT.
Oh, guys, I've got a name. TTP strategy.
No, don't do that. We've already got TTP. It's trade the pool. You can't have that.
Ah, damn it! I was gonna say okay, TRP, the real process strategy. Bosh.
Where's the S then?
Strategy.
Yeah, TRPS. You said TRP.
TRP strategy. The real
TRP strategy. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I get it. All right, I get it.
So, guys, that's what we're calling it. So, if anyone wants to jump in we're all gonna brand ourselves. So we're gonna. When I'm in London, I'm gonna go get a hot iron furnace, and then we're all gonna brand ourselves with.
Please don't do that.
TRP. I'm gonna make a whole. I don't know. What else can we do? I'm gonna get a $1 million demo account, and then just I don't
know. Yes, to everybody, please in chat, if you can minimize the spamming. There's a lot of you in today at the moment. There's a lot of messages going through. I want to keep the vibes up and nice and energized, but spamming makes it very difficult for us to scour through questions. If people are continuously spamming either a point or an A or hi, hello to everybody. But yeah, let's try and not overwhelm the stream. Like Naruto Gaming, please, like you are literally sending the same message second after second. Please stop spamming. That is very annoying.
Johnny Boy saying branding before inventing the brand is crazy. It's called confidence in your brand.
Yeah, until somebody throws you with a copyright strike of some sort, where they come to you and they're like, sorry, sir, you can't use those letters. And you're like, ah.
You're just looking at your shoulder. Ah, shit. How am I supposed to cover this up? That's quite funny. Love from Nepal. Big shout out, man. How's it going, guys? Can a VPN violate IP rules? Yes and no. It won't. Again, it's the exact same theory, guys. Is use a little bit of common sense with it. A VPN will not.
What is the IP rule? Like, please explain to me. Write to me and show me where the 5ers has an IP rule.
Yeah, fair.
That's the thing that I don't understand. People are talking about violating an IP rule. What is the IP rule?
Some firms do have a strict IP
What is
rule,
the 5ers? I don't care about the other firms. What is the 5ers IP rule?
Yeah, no, literally that. Yeah, no, literally that. VK and our trader saying, love you, darling. All right, me darling. Oh, you love you too, my lover. What's going on?
Once again, it just remind me of Fable, mate. Barack Obama. Barack Obama. Thank you, Mr. President, for joining us here today. Have you ever used GEX, the GEX levels for trading? I have not. However,
how weird this feels to listen to someone called Barack Obama with a Barack Obama profile picture asking about trading.
Mr. President, no, I have not used the GEX levels for my trading. However, I do know that LJ has used the GEX levels for his trading, and also on our future stream, as well as the TTP stream, one of the hosts there called Steve uses the GEX levels for his trading, predominantly for his stock trading as well as his futures trading. I do not use it at all, but LJ, who should be in soon, he uses GEX levels from time to time, he being a bit more of a, let's say, quantitative, fundamental, technical trader. So he takes everything. So more
have you watched Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs?
very, very long ago. Very long ago.
Just something about the name Steve. I love it. Steve.
You know what I think of when I think of the word Steve, or the name Steve, is those, like, I can't remember what animals they were. Now I've forgotten. The ones that, like, live underground, and then they come up, and the one's going, Alan! Alan!
Yeah.
Alan!
Oh my god, yeah. What animals?
Alan! And then the other one's like, Steve! Steve! Alan! Steve! I can't remember.
They're not meerkats.
I think they may be meerkats, but I just can't remember. I just can't remember. Anyway.
I have to Google.
Yeah.
Should I just put Steve space Alan?
Prairie dogs. There we go. It's
Prairie dogs.
Yeah, it's prairie dogs.
Yeah,
And
prairie dogs.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're about, let's say, 8 to 10 minutes away from us doing the trivia. So trivia is going to be roughly 45 minutes to an hour. There's going to be 10 questions. All you have to do is, when we post the question onto the screen, you'll see it. You'll have the question itself with 4 possible answers, A, B, C, or D. You don't have to type out the whole answer. You just need to answer either A, either B, either C, either D. Whichever one you think is the answer. After the 10 questions have been completed, we will announce the 3 winners. We'll show you who was A, or who A had the most questions correct, and then B, who was the fastest if they were a draw. So those 3 people will then get accounts. So those 3 people, they cannot be the same 3 people that won accounts last time we had trivia. All right. And if I can remember correctly, that was Justin, that was Alicia, or Alice. I have their emails, so I know which ones it is. I have their screen names. But once the winners are selected, you need to send me an email, and in that email must be a photo or a screen grab of your YouTube profile. So the YouTube profile, meaning in this case, if we look at Dia as an example, Dia Mandel -G2S, I want to see that name not in the chat, but from your actual YouTube profile, the one that you use to chat with. I want to see that. You can then email that to me, and that would be proof that you're the person who you say you are, and then you will claim your prize. Going through. Oh yes, speaking about the 100K accounts, the summer accounts. The summer accounts, we have another 11 days before the summer accounts will no longer be available for purchase. You can purchase up to $600,000 in accounts on the summer plan. The summer plan, there is 3 100K accounts, 3 different ones. One step, meaning you can pass it in one phase. And then there's two steps. The one is a 10%, 5%. So phase 1, 10%, phase 2, 5%. And then the second one is a 8% first phase, 2% second phase. You can have 2 of each of them. So you can have a total of 6 100K accounts equaling 600,000. We have two 200K accounts, an 8%, 5%, and a 10%, 5% phase. So they are 2 phases as well. You can have 2 of them if you have 200Ks or 400Ks. You can have one 200K. So your total allocation is allowed to be 600,000 across all of the summer accounts. So you can have one 200 and four 100s. You can have two 200s or two 100s. That's also 600. Or you can have the 600Ks. Insanely good value in my opinion.
Hell yeah.
Johnny Boy asking, does the 5ers have stocks and commodities like softs and grains, like sugar, cocoa, soybeans, etc. in the swing account? I think this is more the futures, like single stocks, which got released, I think, yesterday. You can do single stock. I'm not sure which stocks. And then you can go to TTP, which is Trade the Pool. They are the stocks side of the 5ers family. They are the ones that you can go and have a look at specifically for which stocks. I don't know exactly which ones because I don't trade stocks, but you can go and have a look at Trade the Pool and also the futures, single stock futures section. All of that in the website, tradethepool.com and 5ersfutures.com.
Yes.
Flint Lockwood, yeah. Bishal, how are you? Good morning to you. I think we're good. Yeah, this one. Steve, Alan, Steve. Yes, exactly.
Alan. Steve's dying.
Yeah, Steve's dying. Yeah, the chat is spammy today. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, we're trying to get people to stop spamming, but we'll see whether or not people actually listen to us. Because if you don't listen to me asking you to stop spamming, how are you going to listen to the giveaway and all of that kind of stuff? Are you allowed to use the same strategy when trading these multiple summer accounts? Say I buy 400K account sizes. Yes, you can. You are allowed to copy trade across all 600,000K. That is the maximum allocation. So your maximum allocation is 600,000. So if, let's say hypothetically in your case, you have four 400K accounts, you're allowed to copy trade across all four of them. In the event where you scale them, the first scale is 125. So it's 125, 125, 125, 125. That equals 500,000. You can still copy trade. You can go to 150. So you scale up again, 150, 150, 150, 150. They are all now up to 600. Now you can still copy trade them because it's still $600,000 in allocation. The moment you scale up once more to 175, 175, 175, 175, that becomes a problem because now all of a sudden you are now above that 600K threshold. So you'll have to drop one of the accounts from your trade copier and you can still trade the other three. So just remember that when you are looking at your allocation, 600,000 is the maximum allocation. Purchase power, first and foremost, you can only buy up to 600,000K in allocation when you purchase accounts, and you can only copy trade up to $600,000. Just remember, if you have two 200Ks and two 100Ks, which equals 600K, the moment you scale the 100Ks up, because the 200Ks don't scale, the moment the 100Ks get scaled, you can't copy trade all of them together. You're going to have to drop one of the accounts to allow you to drop below that 600K threshold. I hope that makes sense to you.
There's a good question here as well from Sam saying, Richard and Will. Oh, it's gone. Where's it gone? Let's try again. Richard and Will, what's the number one mistake traders make after getting funded? Do you want to go first?
Yeah. I honestly think the number one mistake that people make is becoming greedy. It's and you can take greedy and you can split it up and you can say it is over leveraging, it's over risking, it's trying to get maximum payout, to trying to make the most amount of money. That I feel like is the biggest problem because that leads to you being controlled by the P&L. So if you over risk, you're going to look at, I don't know, maybe doubling your risk because now you want to get to a payout. So let's say in the past you were risking 1%. Now all of a sudden you're risking 2%. Now, instead of having $1,000 as your initial risk, now it's $2,000, and you going to draw down. You're like, ah, crap, I'm $1,600 down. You decide to close the trade, where it would have maybe turned there and started going up. So that, in my mind, is the biggest, number one psychological reason why people lose their funded accounts is they get greedy. They try and push to get a payout. They try and change the methodology that they followed during the evaluation phase. That in my opinion. And by the way, congratulations on 10 years. We're 10 years old this year.
Say 10, yeah.
Yeah, we're 10 years old this year. So, but great question, Will. What is your answer?
I love this question. Yeah, 100% agree with you, Rich. But I've got a slightly different answer from speaking to people in this industry when they first become funded. I feel like this is like the second thing. I think the number one. Yeah, I think it's like the second mistake. The number one mistake, in my opinion, is feeling they've made it. Like, that's them now. They are now profitable traders.
Okay, I get that.
Do you know what I mean? That like they're now like, fuck yeah, I've made it.
They feel like the journey is over.
Yes, yeah.
When in actual fact, the journey is literally only just beginning now.
Yeah. Literally that. And I feel like a lot of traders identify. So look, I believe in manifestation. I really do. I think manifestation is one of the strongest things that you can do, because it's psychological manipulation into believing that you are something before you actually are, forcing you to become that person. However, I do believe in over identification. So when you over identify, it means it's borderline ego. It's borderline you become like almost narcissistic towards a certain way of life. So what I mean by that is over identifying as a funded trader, as a profitable trader, is the idea where you become narcissistic towards your trading. Like, I am the trader. I'm the best trader. I am. I'm just invincible as a trader. This is me set for life now. I'm never going to lose this account. I'm just forever a profitable trader. Stuff like that. That's the number one mistake I see every single trader come to me with. They're like,
NASDAQ is breaking out right now. If I'm going to take a trade, this is where I'm going to take it.
Yeah,
sorry to interject.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, NASDAQ is looking nice. Yeah, NASDAQ is looking really nice. If we close under as well.
Yeah. I want to see it close below. And I want to see us then try and retrace a little bit and then start going lower again. And then I will get in on a sell.
Back into that sort of like order block area, consolidation area.
Yeah, this is the low of the day. So it's this current.
If we can pull
it's a breakout of the consolidation.
Yeah, if we can like pull back to that sort of like base level, I think that'd be stunning.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, exactly. So
Marvish has even more good questions. So once you're done with answering that one, jump onto this one, because this is also a really good question.
Perfect. So I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of traders come up to me and they're like, "Well, I've blown my account. I'm psychologically sort of deranged with it now." They're like, "Oh, I'm all over the place." I'm like, I ask them why. I question them why. I'm like, "Talk me through your process." Like, well, I thought this was me. I thought I'd made it. I thought this was who I was now. And the biggest thing is, guys, they really do put too much identification, and they make the funded account, they make the funded trader label who they are. If you want me to do a whole sort of how to go through it and how to basically rectify that mistake, then tomorrow I've got a webinar based on trading psychology. So you'll have to come see me tomorrow afternoon on the YouTube live.
Nice. We've had a 5-minute break and close below the low of this consolidative section on NASDAQ. I'm going to wait for a bit of a pullback, and then I'm going to look at getting into a sell, risking 1 to 2. This question from Samarvish is saying, give me one risk management rule from today's session, and I'll follow it for 30 days. I love this. By the way, I love this. That's worth more than any giveaway account. Thanks for the free education. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the questions and for the kind words. Really appreciate. Okay.
Just before you answer, I'm going to give you this. Not often do we get asked a question like this. Everyone wants a free account. The fact that you want this means so much more to us. It's fantastic. So big shout out to you.
Comment of the day. All right. So, what is your one risk management rule that you would want to give out freely?
One risk. So are we going psychological risk management or are we going literal risk management?
We can do literal risk management.
Okay. So when it comes to literal risk management, something I'd challenge you to do is, again, this is completely based on your strategy, so you may have to tailor it a little bit. But if I was you, I would wait for that confirmation. And what I mean is wait for that legitimate break and close confirmation. That the what you're looking at in your trading, people will say, "Oh yeah, but I've got most of everything that I need." Wait for that last little bit, and then I want to challenge you to risk 0.5%. And if you feel psychologically like, I want to close this trade, I'm going to close it now, I'm going to close it now, move your stop to break even. Move your stop loss to break even so you no longer care about the trade. You are now in a risk-free trade. Worst case scenario, you hit break even, the trade never existed. It did in your journal, but it's like, risk-free. I'm not losing anything. If you're that psychologically over it, just move stop loss to break even, and then let your trade run. That would be my little challenge to you. But
Okay.
it's a difficult one. It is a difficult one.
I have a good one. It depends on your strategy specifically.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
But best of 3.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, dude. You know what? Okay, the previous answer, not to this question, but the previous question, I'm gonna say that I had the best answer. You will never get a better answer than this guy's best of 3 strategy for risk management.
So I'm gonna call you Sam because I'm assuming your full name is Samarvish, but I don't know where your surname and your name ends. So I'm just gonna call you Sam. So Sam, depending on what strategy you have in terms of risk management, because this best of 3 strategy that I have has helped me with a lot of issues like over trading, over risking, and also FOMO. All right, so this is how it works, and this one is specifically for you, and I'm going to mark it out for you exactly how you need to do it. All right, so it's like this. You can do a maximum of 3 trades a day. Maximum. All right. So I need to have a text box. All right. Let me move my coffee and my chips. I always have chips that I play with out of the way. All right. Best of 3. So best of 3. All right. Best doesn't have 2 S's. All right. It works like this. Best of 3 is once you get to 2 of a kind, you stop. So you can take maximally 3 trades a day. So you can have 1 of 4 outcomes. You can have 1 win and another win, which gives you 2 winners. The moment you get to 2 of a kind, you stop trading. So this is 1 outcome. You can do 2 trades, 2 winners, you stop trading. It's the best of 3. Okay? Best of 3 outcomes. The next one you can have is you can have 1 winner, 1 loss, and then another loss. Then you stop trading. So if you get to 2 losses, you're done trading for the day. Then after this, you have the tiebreakers. Let's say you have 1 win, you have 1 loss. Now you need a tiebreaker. Your tiebreaker is going to be 1 win, or you can have 1 win, 1 loss, and then your tiebreaker is another loss. So this is the 4 outcomes that you can have. You can only ever have 2 losses in a row, or you can only ever have 2 wins at the end of the day. These are the 4 outcomes that you can have. And then what you do is, with this, you risk either 0.5% or you risk 0.25% per trade, which means that, and then you can go 1 to 2s, 1 to 3s, it doesn't matter. But like the idea being, if I have 1 loss, let's say it's this event, like 1L, 1L. If I have a loss, I've lost 0.5%. And my next one, I lose another half, I'm down 1%. That means that It means that I can maximally lose 1% a day. I cannot lose more than that because I'm only taking the best of 3 strategy going forward. Okay. If I have a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio as an example, which is what I generally follow, this is moving too much. I can't take this trade, so I'm not even going to worry about it.
I'd be like, there's no pullback here.
Yeah. If I trade 0.5% and I have a 1 to 2 RR and I win one trade, I'm up 1%. I can take one more trade for another win. I'm up 2% for the day. All right. So at a 1 to 2, let me add the 1 to 2. Let's say 0.5% at a 1 to 2 RR. Okay, 0.5%. With the 2 wins, that equals 2% gain, so 2% up. With the 2 losses, that equals minus 1% gain. For the 2 wins and a loss, one win is 1%, so that's 2 wins, so that's 2%, and I've lost 0.5%, so it's 1.5% up. So here you have 1.5% positive. So I'm going to put the plus in the front. Plus, and this one is plus. And then the 2 losses and the 1 win is, guess what? It's plus 0%. You'll break even. Because the 1 win covers the 2 losses. So that is the outcomes that you can have on a day. You can either be break even if you have 2 losses on the day. You can be break even with the 1 win. With the 2 losses, it's the only time you're losing money on the day. Now remember, this excludes commissions and it excludes swaps or anything like that. It just excludes all of that stuff. So just a pure 1 to 2, just on the outcome itself. You're winning when you have 2 wins and a loss, and you're up in profit when you have 2 wins. So only one of these scenarios you're losing money, and that is the 2 losses. There you'll be 1% down. Now, the reason why I'm saying if you keep it to 0.5% or even 0.25% is that with this, you will never reach daily drawdown. Never. Because you're never trading more than 3% in total. The maximum amount that you can lose is 1%. All right? So that will never happen. If you are trying to combat FOMO, you know your next trade, by the way, this takes into account that you have a well thought out plan that you're following as well as you can. All right? Mistakes are made, that's fine. But I would use this as a means to try and combat overtrading, FOMOing in on trades, as well as trying to not reach daily drawdown. Now, there's another fourth good thing about this. It teaches you to remain consistent. You're giving yourself a limitation on the day. I don't trade more than this. If I don't trade more than these 3 maximum trades a day, and if I stop after 2 of the same, so 2 wins or 2 losses, you stop. If you have 1 win, 1 loss, and then tiebreaker, you stop after that tiebreaker. All right, because it's going to be either a win or a loss. If you keep to this, I can almost guarantee you that you're going to teach yourself consistency. You're going to teach yourself to stick to your rules, and you're going to prevent yourself from losing an account because of a daily drawdown rule, losing an account because of FOMO and you FOMOing in on trades, or you losing an account because you're over-risking. Follow this if you want for the next 30 days. Follow this and then see how this assists in your trading. Now, that assumes that you're somebody that trades more than 1 trade a day or, that kind of like thing. If you're a swing trader, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for you to follow because you're not going to be necessarily, less opportunities in the day. Don't force yourself to change your strategy to keep to this. But if you're somebody that trades more trades in a day than normal, you're an intraday trader or a scalper, try this.
Dude,
and do this for 30 days and then see.
Like I said, when it comes to risk management of the best of 3 strategy, Rich, dude, it's probably one of the best things I've seen. I'll be with.
We actually have a few people that have adopted a version of
La,
this
la.
after I explained it,
Yeah,
and they said that it helped them. So
dude,
for
yeah,
30
100.
days, try this one, Sam. So in your
Sam,
case, just try this one. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
it was this one. Yeah,
Yeah, nice. Also
try
saying,
this.
uh,
Sorry, I
ah,
think there's a delay.
oh yeah, fair. Okay, okay, right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna bring this comment up now. Sam saying, been watching for 40+ minutes. The trading lessons alone are worth more than the giveaway. Thanks for sharing real experience with us, dude. I
Pleasure, mate.
really, really appreciate that comment. We both really appreciate that comment because, like I said, guys, it's not necessarily about the account giveaways. The value is in what we talk about. I've been trading 8-ish years now. Rich has been trading like,
5.
however, like 5 years. I don't say however many years he's been trading. There's close to 15 years experience between us now. So which is pretty cool. Guys, harvest that, because for someone, or to have someone on with that much experience, you're usually going to be paying thousands. When we have Dirk in, Dirk's been trading, I don't know, like 20 years, something like that.
Yeah,
LJ's
like
been, I mean, I'm sure say 20
yeah,
years. LJ's been trading like 13 years, something like that, 13, 14 years. Guys, the experience and the wealth of knowledge we have is unbelievable. And that's not me bigging myself up. It's not me bigging the boys up. It's just me being honest. It's like, guys, look, me personally, I do a lot of psychological coaching. A lot of people will actually pay me, to work with them psychologically. Same goes, with Richard Wells. Same goes with Rich Butler. We've got a lot of experience in these markets. We're giving away a lot of information for free. And then there's people like Sam who just absorb that and understand that is where the value's at, not necessarily in the account giveaways. So, dude, I
mm.
really appreciate
The
that.
account
So,
giveaways are bonuses. They're just bonuses. Yeah.
exactly that. Also, a question from, again, Sam, absolute legend, man. The questions are amazing. Richard and Will, if you could give a funded trader one rule, if you could give funded traders only one rule to follow, what would it be? Best
Best
of
of
three.
3.
Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. Oh man, one rule to follow for good. Journaling. 100% journaling.
Journaling is a great one as well.
Yeah, 100% journaling. Because you can follow a best of three as me strategy, and you'll find the results are better, or you'll find the results are good. You can follow a lot of There's not just one rule. That's like me saying, if I was, let's say I'm a boxer. If I'm a boxer and I work on my jab, and I master my jab, and I just follow that one rule, is my jabbing. Well, yeah, I'm going to break someone's nose with a jab, but I ain't going to win me the fight. You need a combination. You need to work on your jabs, your hooks, your uppercuts, your slips, your rolls. You need to work on. There's a lot more into. Think about like a car. If you said, right, what's one rule to make this car go fast? Well, it needs bigger pistons. The pistons need to be working as a conglomerate with other parts of the car. So it's a good question, but it's a difficult question to answer. The
Mm.
best rule for me, though, I would say would be journaling, because without journaling, you can't quantify anything. You can't compare and
Yeah.
contrast any results.
One last question, and then we're going to start the trivia, because it seems as though LJ has internet issues, so it's going to be myself and Will. All right, so question here. Does losing multiple 5ers challenge accounts impact your future funded accounts evaluation process from the risk team? No, it does not. The 5ers believes on second chances. They believe that you can go from being a non-funded, non-consistent profitable trader to a funded / consistent profitable trader. So you blew 7 accounts, eventually past the 8th account, it would not be a problem. They take it on an account by account basis. Right.
Yeah, without
So
sounding cringy as well, with Look, it's going to sound biased. I know it's going to sound biased. You're going to go, oh, well, you're going to say that. But genuinely, the fivers, it's a prop for the people. You know, and that's why we're here. You know, that we're here because it's a prop for the people. You know, I met Rich Wells on the Fivers Discord call 4 years ago. It's called Coffee. It was called Coffee with Traders at the time. I'm pretty sure it's still called Coffee with
It's
Traders.
still coffee with
Yeah, it's
traders.
still Coffee with Traders. And dude, I was so excited, man. It was like 4 years ago, just going into full time trading, and I had a meeting with Anna, who used to host Coffee with Traders, and I used to watch Anna a lot every day on the on the Discord calls, and I used to be trading alongside, a bit like you guys in chat. And Rich Wells and I went on to talk about our strategy. We were like, yeah, you know, she was like, do you want to jump on a call with us? We were like, yeah, 100%. So that's the first time I met Rich Wells. And ever since, just getting to know the fivers, getting to know the people, getting to know, you know, the people in the Discord, as well as like people like Anna, people like Rich, you start learning that the fivers genuinely care about the traders. But anyway, trivia.
Trivia. All right. Let's get into trivia. I see there is one more question from Coin. This is actually a good question. It's when I take a loss, I don't accept it. What can I do? The
Tomorrow.
short answer of
Tomorrow. I'm doing
yeah.
a psychological webinar. Get in
I was
it.
about to say go and well, first of all, participate in trivia, and then tomorrow Will is going to have a webinar here on the YouTube live stream. You can go and join that. It's going to be tomorrow. What time? 12 GMT.
12 GMT, yes.
Yes, 12 GMT. All right. Let's get into trivia. I'm ready for that. All right. This is. I think I should like stand my desk up. I want to stand my desk up. I want to stand a little bit. So just
don't
give me a
blame
second.
you. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, no, that's sweet. I've ditched my standing desk. I've now got an oak desk. So I need to go get another standing desk. I miss my standing desk. I will be honest. I love a standing. I'm gonna get myself a standing desk and one of those like desk treadmills. I'll try and find a picture for you guys. It's literally like a, if I just put in desk treadmill. There we go. Right, I'll show you now. I'm looking at getting one of these, and I don't do enough steps during the day when I'm working, because when I work, I hit flow state, and I'll end up sitting in my chair for hours on end. So I'm looking at getting something like this.
Yeah, I also want one. So if you find a good one, send them my way.
Yeah. If
Anyway.
I end up, I will buy one. If I end up buying one, I'll send it your way.
Okay, cool. All right, let's get to trivia. All right, I am standing now. All right, so trivia. It's going to work like this, gentlemen and ladies. Right, first and foremost, please drop us a like, and if you haven't already, drop us a subscribe. That goes a long way for us. It really helps us to get this kind of content out to more people. So, how trivia works? It works like this. Underneath my name and Will's name is going to a question is going to pop up. You're going to have 30 seconds. 30 seconds to answer that question. All right? All you need to do is in chat type A, B, C, or D. The first one that you type and press enter on is the answer that will be recorded. All right? So you only do that, 30 seconds. 30 seconds to answer the question. It's to prevent people from Googling and all that kind of stuff. But I can guarantee you the people that know are going to be the ones that get it. You either A, either B, either C, either D. Only one. The very first one that you answer is going to be the one that's going to be accepted. If you go like this, A, B, C, D, that's not going to work, unfortunately. It has to be like this. If you think the answer is C, then you answer C. All right. Okay. Let's, where's the timer? I forgot the timer.
Oh, you got it. Why does trivia look weird today? There we go.
Okay. Let's just reduce that sound. I'll put that there.
Oh,
Right,
don't be like that. Put it, I know. Okay, fair. I'll let you off. I was gonna say don't be like that. Put it in the middle. But in all fairness, yeah, we got that right.
Yeah.
Not fair. All right, fair. OCD.
I can put it there. All right. So that's the 30-second timer that is ready there. All right. Now, trivia. Are you guys ready? Let's put a 1 in chat if you guys are ready for trivia. Will, if you don't mind, keep an eye on chat while I keep an eye on the trivia. Okay, see, now that's an annoying portion. See? Gonna have to have it there. Or
why don't you put it like... Hang on, why don't you put it here? There.
Maybe people won't see it. I don't know.
They don't need to see it. They'll hear it. It sounds like a fire alarm going off.
All right. First question. You guys will have 30 seconds in which to answer the question. I will start the timer the moment I have done reading the question. First question on your screens right now. What is the standard settlement cycle for most major spot foreign exchange transactions? Is it A, T minus 0, same day? B, T plus 2, 2 business days? Is it C, T plus 1, 1 business day? Or is it D, T plus 3, 3 business days? Your time starts now. 30 seconds. You guys have 30 seconds to answer the question. All you need to do is type the letter A, B, C, or D for whichever one you think is the right answer. It says at the bottom, type A to submit your answer. It just means type the letter. You don't have to write out the whole, I think that the answer is T plus 0 same day, and then you write T plus 0. No, you just need to answer A, B, C, D, or...
Dude, there's a real mix of answers in here. I'd love to see a percentage.
All right, 30 seconds are up. So the result is this. It is B, T plus 2, which means 2 business days. What is the standard settlement cycle for most major spot foreign exchange transactions? It's 2 days, 2 business days in general. All right, next question is on your screen in, let's just reset the timer. The question is this. What does an inverted yield curve historically signal in macroeconomic analysis? Is it A, rapid economic expansion? Is it B, high inflation acceleration? Is it C, stock market boom? Or is it D, impending economic recession? Your time to answer the question starts now. 30 seconds, guys. Come on. Let's get those answers in. Is it A? Is it B? Is it C? Is it D? Answer in chat right now. Oh, dude, NASDAQ is moving without me. I missed it.
You've hit TP as well by now.
I would have.
I know.
But it moved without me, so... What can one do?
Yeah, there's zero pullback in that whatsoever. It just tanked.
Just did nothing. All right, time is up. The answer to the question, what does an inverted yield curve historically signal in macroeconomic analysis? It is, of course, D. Come on. There you go. I clicked the wrong one. It's D. It's impending economic recession. That is traditionally what the inverted yield curve is for. All right, reset the time. I can actually show the results so far. So far, Unique Sampa has had 2 questions correct and the fastest. You can see here so far, Azrael is also there. Antarip and then Praveen as well, also currently the fastest ones so far. Chartron also there. XYZ, DAG, Adhesive, Need Money. You guys are all correct, just a little bit faster. Just a little bit faster. All right, next question on your screen is this. What is the spark spread used to measure in energy markets? Is it A, the difference between the price of electricity and the cost of natural gas required to produce it? Is it B, the price between coal power and nuclear power? Is it C, the profit margin of refining heavy crude into jet fuel? Or is it D, the price spread between WTI and the Brent crude? Time starts now. You have 30 seconds. Dude, I'm almost tempted to get into this trade with smaller risk just to kind of run it, but I think it's
way too overextended now. Like if you said that you were going to get in on a low risk around 29,471, I would have been like, yeah, screw it, go for it, but put like low risk on it. But oh man, yeah, don't FOMO it. Don't FOMO it.
We'll see.
I think it's overextended.
All right. The answer. These 30 seconds are going really quickly.
I know.
The answer.
Sure, you put in 30 seconds, not like 13.
What is the spark spread used to measure in energy markets? It is, of course, A, the difference between the price of electricity and the cost of natural gas required to produce it. That is known as the spark spread. Really good spread of questions that LJ has brought up for us. It's really good.
That's some hefty questions, to be fair. They're good. Yeah. There's some good
questions. All right. Next question is on the table. It is... What event occurs when a company divides its existing shares into multiple shares to boost liquidity? Is it A, a reverse split? Is it B, a share buyback? Is it C, a dividend reinvestment? Or is it D, a stock split? Your time starts now. 30 seconds, guys.
Johnny Boy saying, damn, these are tough.
Yes.
They're not easy, man. They're not easy.
They're not easy. The thing is, our channel, the 5ers live stream channel, is first and foremost an educational platform. So if you don't know, you learn. If you do know, you might win an account. So you win either way. You're either going to win an account if you're really good and really fast, or you're going to potentially learn something that you didn't know. So yeah. The answer to the question, what event occurs when a company divides its existing shares into multiple shares to boost liquidity? It is, of course, a stock split. Come on.
Try again. Oh, no.
I think...
There you go.
There we go. I wonder if my mouse is a bit wonky. It doesn't... It's either that or it doesn't want to show properly. It is a stock split, of course. All right, let's have a little look at the results so far. Unique Sampa is still ahead. Azrael has moved into third place, as well as Praveen up to second place so far. All right. Guys are getting a little bit faster with these answers. 4 correct. These were not easy questions. So let's see. All right, let's reset the timer. Next question is on your screen in 3, 2, 1. What was the exact year and location of the Plaza Accord agreement that led to the coordinated devaluation of the US dollar against major currencies? Is it A, 1971 in Washington, D.C.? Is it B, 1985, New York City? Is it C, 1987, Paris? Or is it D, 1990 in Tokyo? Your time starts now. Oof, dude,
that's hard, man.
I know this one only because of the year.
Fair, okay.
So, but when you think about it, it is, the answer is very, 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 very straightforward.
Yeah, I've got a guess. I don't know this. I got a guess.
Okay, time is up, guys. The answer to the question, what was the exact year and location of the Plaza Accord agreement that led to the coordinated devaluation of the US dollar against major currencies? It was B, 1985. Yeah. The only reason I knew this, because I remembered the date, I did not remember which city. And I was like, well, it's 1985. It's the only 1985 year. It has to be that one. The answer was B. All right. We're halfway through the trivia. Let's have a look at how you guys are stacked up. You can see whether or not you need to either answer faster or whether or not you need to answer more accurately. So as of right now, Unterreap Online is now the fastest. Unique Sampa as well as Antaf Ahmed, top 5. Oh, it seems as though...
No, Azrael got it wrong.
Azrael got it wrong. Oh, no.
God damn it, Azrael, what are you doing?
That's unfortunate. What just happened now?
What is that?
It went back. The question got deleted.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't click on anything and it resetted the last two.
Weird.
That is annoying. All right. We'll move on to the next one. These two questions, it seems as though, is not going to count.
That's annoying.
Yeah, the moment Remy came into the stream, it just backlogged.
Yeah, literally, it just sort of like spazzed out.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll move on. The next. Come on.
There we go.
It seems as though there's a delay here. Which commodity is traditionally referred to as the copper or Dr. Copper in financial markets? Is it A, gold, B, crude oil, C, copper, D, iron ore? Let's start. Dude, that was weird. Like, why the hell did the last two questions...
That was odd, man.
It's the moment Remy came into the live stream at the back, it just jumped back. It's weird. I hope this is not going to be a recurring theme going forward.
Remy, stay in the back end. Don't leave. It's weird, I feel laggy.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know if the stream dropped or what. What happened there? Anyway, the answer to the question, which commodity is traditionally referred to as Dr. Copper, I think I accidentally gave away the answer. It is copper. Copper is Dr. Copper. I mean, this was a very easy question.
That is not going to take a genius.
No. All right, next question. A little bit more of a difficult one is on your screen right now. What does TIPS stand for in the context of US Treasury securities? Is it A, Treasury Inflated Protected Stocks? Is it B, Treasury Inflation Protected Securities? Is it C, Treasury Interest Payment Systems? Or is it D, Total Inflation Indexed Securities? And your time starts now. It's the moment someone joins the stream.
Yeah.
It's the moment someone joins the stream. It freaks out.
Yeah, it's because
it doesn't want to refresh. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
No. The moment.
There you go.
The moment Remy came in, it screwed it up. The moment LJ came in, it screwed it up. Don't change anything, LJ. Don't come onto the stream. If you're going to do that, it's going to screw shit up again, I think. Stay. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything.
No, I think he can come onto the stream. He just can't leave.
All right. Don't go anywhere, dude. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. All right. The answer to this question is... Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. I mean, it was right there. Treasury Securities. What does TIPS stand for? Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. Okay. Let's reset. Let's reset the timer. And then the next question is on your screen. It is this. What is an ADR in the context of US stock trading? Is it A, American Depository Receipts? Is it B, automated dividend reinvestment? Is it C, asset allocation derivative record? Or is it D, arbitrage discount rate? Oh, I should probably start the timer, yeah?
How have the questions been?
Some of them difficult, some of them pretty easy. I mean, the copper one was like a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Would have been funny if Dr. Copper was nickel.
Yeah.
I had to throw in some, some easy bones
Some less
Arizona.
savage
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good questions in there, man. There's some proper thinkers, like some proper tricky ones.
Yeah.
How
So
are people
it
going
seems as
with
though.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to bring up. I'm not going to bring up. Yeah, Remy. Even if everything is frozen on your screen, try not to rejoin. Just kind of like just wait until this is done, because it's. I think it's going to throw out the results a little bit too much.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So the answer to this one is it's American Depository Receipts. So ADR in the context of stock trading. All right, let's refresh the timer. Last two questions. All right, these last two questions are the bonus questions. They're the quantitative, more mathematical questions. I like both of them. I knew both of them immediately because we use this in poker. So I like them, so I brought them in. All right. The first question is this. What is the expected value of rolling a die? You roll a fair six-sided die. You get paid the dollar amount showing on the die. For example, if you rolls a 6, you get $6. So what is the expected payout of the game? Is it A, $3, B, $3.25, C, $3.50, or is it D, $4? Your time starts now.
People are either gonna love or hate these ones. Like,
Yeah, fair.
the sort of math
yeah,
ones,
fair.
right? You know. But it's
The
good
thing
for
is-
trading, like understanding the stuff. So yeah.
Yes, because this is expectancy. This is exactly expectancy. So if you know this, then yeah, good for you. If you don't, time to learn.
Dude, it feels so weird with my camera the other way. I'm so used to it.
I mean, actually, maybe I should be on this side, and then I need to swap my camera.
No, you're actually on my screen. You're perfect. So now you're both looking in on me.
Yeah. Am I still looking in on you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I'm used
All
to
right.
it this way, right?
Yeah.
It just feels
Yeah.
normal.
The answer to the question, expected value of rolling a die, you roll a fair six-sided die, you get paid the dollar amount showing on the die. So, for example, if you roll a 6, it's $6. What is the expected payout of the game? It is $3.50. And the way that you calculate it is you take every outcome. So a 1 is 1, a 2 is 2, a 3 is 3, 4 is 4, 5 is 5, and a 6 is 6. You add them all together and you get 21, and you divide them by the amount of rolls. There's only 6 outcomes. So you divide 21 by 6 and you get 3.5. So the way that it works basically is that it's the expected outcome is equal to the outcomes times the amount of the expected percentage, let's rather say, of that outcome happening. A six-sided die gives you equal odds that any one of those 6 numbers will be rolled because it's a fair six-sided die. So they each have the exact same amount of chance, and it is 100 divided by 6, which gives you 16.6 repeated. So you have a 16.6% chance of any one of them being hit. So that's basically, and you can work it out in what is 16.6% of 21, because that's a total value, gives you $3.50. Love this question because this is also a poker question. It is expected value in poker. All right.
I hope you'd like it.
Yeah. Last question. I love this question as well. Last question, and then we will see who is today's winners. The question is this. The 2-child probability puzzle. A hedge fund manager has 2 children. You learn that at least one of them is a boy. What is the probability that the other children are boys, or that both children are boys? Is it A, 1 and 2, which is 50%? Is it B, 2 and 3, which is 66.7%? Is it 1 and 3, which is 33.3%? Or is it D, 1 and 4, which is a quarter percent? Time starts now. 2-child probability puzzle. I love this because it's.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it now. I'm not going to say it now. But we use this in poker as well. When you count something, and then this is where this comes into play. I love this. These 2 questions had me really hyped this morning. The
That's good. Good.
two-child probability puzzle. It is a probabilistic problem that you need to solve. Dude, I love this question because you're counting combinations. And then based on the combinations, you remove some of the combinations. So the answer for this is 1 in 3. And the way that it's calculated is this. You have 1 of 4 combinations because it's 2 children. So the 2 children can either be 2 boys or 2 girls, or it can be 1 boy and 1 girl. So in this case, it's only 1 in 3.
1 in 3.
1 in 3.
No girl.
Yeah. No girl is available. All right. We can't do a drum roll, can we?
Yeah, we can.
The sound thing is broken.
No, I just did a clap earlier on.
Do the drum roll.
There we go.
Oh, it's working.
Yeah.
Extraordinaire. Is Unique Sampa, Easy QR 9384 and Sierra Romeo 007. Congratulations to you 3 guys. You got it correct and were the fastest. So those of you who are wondering, it goes from fastest to slowest, even though everybody has had it correct. So number 1 at Unique Sampa, Easy QR. Is it Q or G? Easy GR.
I think it's Q.
Easy
Maybe?
GR 9. Yeah.
I don't know.
And Sierra Romeo 007. Congratulations to the 3 of you. You are today's trivia winners. I need to write these names down. Otherwise,
Unique being unique.
You guys did pretty well. You got a lot of high scores there.
Yeah, dude, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
I don't know if some people have like really fast hands, like screenshotting it somehow, putting it into
is it Easy G or Easy Q? Or
yeah, unfair, dude. How is it unfair? You either get it right or you don't. Mr. Foam, the irony in this name. Cooked winner, cooked winner, cooked winner, cooked winner. Dude, like, say congratulations. Stop being so horrible, man. Just because you didn't win, you know.
I think it's a Q.
Don't have FOMO.
Okay, well, congratulations to the 3 winners, Unique Sampa, Easy QR 9384 and Sierra Romeo 007. The 3 of you, what you need to do now is, all you need to do is just send me... Okay, can we just close this? All right, let's go to another screen, and then I don't have to show this no more. Yeah, let's do this. The 3 of you, what you need to do is very simply, I am going to post an email address that you 3 need to email. Just want to see if you are in. Yes, it is Easy QR. Yes, great, man. Awesome. All right, the 3 of you, please email me. So it's Unique Sampa, Easy QR 9384 and Sierra Romeo 007. Please email me at richard.b@the5ers.com. And what I want you to do, there's the email right there. What I want the 3 of you to do is take a screenshot, not of the chat. If it's a screenshot of the chat, I'm not giving you an account. Screenshot your YouTube name in your YouTube profile. If you do that, email me from the email address that you used to register with the 5ers, and then I will make sure that you get your accounts within the next few days. All right. So very simple, just a screenshot of your YouTube account name. So I would have shown you mine, but like you'll know exactly. It's just a screenshot of that, but not in chat. I don't want to see it in chat. I want actual proof that you're the person that you say that you are.
Yeah.
And then if you haven't already, the 3 of you, if you haven't already, registered with the 5ers, go and register with the 5ers. All right, and then use that email to email me, because I'm going to take that email address and I'm going to forward that to our giveaways department, and I will give them your account. All right. So for everybody else, thank you very much for joining us for trivia. Thank you very much to LJ. For now I'm confused. Thank you very much to LJ for setting up the questions. Some very interesting ones there. I like them. They were really cool. If you guys if you didn't win an account, don't worry. Next week we have a 1v1 battle on Tuesday where you can go up against me. You can go up against me, and you can go up against Victor to win a 100k summer account. All right. So stop throwing gang signs. I see there was. Please consider.
You guys did very well. Very well. So congratulations.
Football experience. It's just a time thing. It's like you were just. Maybe we should do a trivia day 110k giveaway, and then we give the top 11 people accounts.
Do a couple questions every hour or something.
Yeah. And then is the first.
Yeah, like maybe like every segment change. So like when me and Rich leave, we do a couple of questions giveaway. Then when LJ and Dirk
4
leave,
segments in a day. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
4 segments.
Yeah.
So we'll have to split it up. 11 divided by 4. So 3, 3, 3, 2, and then, or 2, 3, 3, 3, whichever way. But anyway, so to those ones that won today's accounts, congratulations to all of you. I am going to, once you've sent me that email with the proof that you are who you say you are, I will forward that to our risks team, and then they will get you your account. Congratulations to those guys. All right. And if you can please do that today. If you send it to me today, you can get your account by next week. But if you do it later than today, I can only get it to them next week, and then it will take another few days or whatnot. So how do you participate next time, Moe? It's easy. Once you're in and the question is there, all you need to do is just type the answer as it comes onto the screen. Yeah, very, very easy. So generally we have the trivia in the morning during the London session because it's LJ's segment. And then the 1v1s we split. One battle in the morning, one battle in the afternoon. So next week, Tuesday the 25th, you can battle against me in the morning. There will be a link for you to go to a Google form. And in that Google form, all you need to do is just give in your hub email and whether or not you have a camera. And then you can come and battle me if you're selected live on stream. And then the afternoon segment will go up against Victor. So we'll be swapping out who goes against who every few streams.
Yeah.
Is it every day? No. It's not every day. Sorry, LJ. It's not every day, Moe. We have trivia every, it's like, so bi-monthly, every 2 weeks. So every 1 week and then 2 weeks again after that. And then the week that we're not doing trivia, we're doing 1v1 battles. So 2 times a month. So let's say you start the month with a 1v1 battle. The next week is going to be trivia. Then 1v1 battles the week after that. And then the 4th week, it will be trivia again.
No.
1v1 battle. My apologies.
I'm interested to see you with the 1v1s.
Mail sent, please check. I'll have a look. Thanks, Unique Sampa. Sorry, LJ.
It's like
there's a bit of a delay. I apologize. There's a bit of a delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you with the 1v1s because you just run NASDAQ all day. Is that going to work out for the 1v1, right?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. What I'm going to have to go and look at. I don't know, gold or what's a really volatile pair during that first hour. Yes, Shadow Fights game. I'm ready for an upcoming week 1v1. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week Tuesday 1v1 battle versus me, stream host. Let's see whether or not I can bring one home for the 5ers.
Oh, this is funny as well, actually.
Yeah. Did you show the profile?
I don't think Will's seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
You'll see it at some point.
Is the 1v1 a trivia also, or is it trading 1v1? It's trading 1v1. So you come onto the screen, onto the live stream. So it's going to be myself, and in the place of LJ, it would be you, and then will be our referee. You come onto the stream with us. You have a 100K account. I have a 100K account, and we both trade for half an hour. And then, if you beat me, you win an account. If I beat you, I'm just the best. I don't get an account, unfortunately, but that's how the 1v1s works. They are an actual battle of wits, and battle of trading skill. All right. With that, gentlemen, I am going to hop off. We do have Rich Wells that's going to be joining us very soon for some trading performance, trading psychology session today. I need to be this one. Yeah, I mean, Yellow Bunny, maybe. And then LJ now being in, he's going to close out the first segment along with Rich. After Rich and LJ this hour, there's going to be a 30-minute break, and then after that 30 minutes, we will be back again for the pre-New York session with myself and Buyu and Samir and Victor. All right, guys, I'm going to hop out, and then I'll see you a little bit later. Rich. Those 3 winners, please don't forget to... Oh, no.
Looks like I'll be closing out then. It's fine. Oh, so funny.
Do you want me to stay on, mate?
No, dude, go on, you shoot. Yeah, Rich is pretty punctual. He'd be in pretty soon, I reckon.
All right, cool. All right. CFD or CME? It's going to be CFD.
Yes.
CFD.
Yes.
All right. Browser crashed. All right, so he will be. Sierra Romeo 007 already sent you the mail. Thank you very much. I'm going to go and see whether or not it's exactly who it is, and then I will forward that. All right, gentlemen and ladies, thank you for joining us for trivia so far. Now it is going to be psychology session for the next hour. I'll see you guys in an hour and a half, give or take. All right.
See you later, man. Have a good one, dude. Ciao for now. Yo, what's good, people? So where's this profile picture of me on for LJ? What was that about? LJ just goes, "Oh, you'll see soon enough." What's it on? Where have I got to look for this? Also, yes, for the Unbiased Trader, what's good, man? How you doing, dude? I loved your quote this morning as well. Yeah, so guys, if you think that you've got what it takes to go head-to-head with Richard Butler, then it's going to be a tough comp. It's going to be a real tough comp. But make sure you get yourself in next week. Mr. Foam, I sent mine too. Oh, man. Come on, awesome stuff. Oh, there we go. He is entering the layer, guys. He is nearly here. Should we just give him a drum roll as he comes in? Let's have a bit of a catch up with chat. Won't be easy beating you, Rich, for sure, dude. I think Rich is good. So me and Rich used to do like a weekly Friday competition together, and I'll tell you what, Rich, he's a tough competitor, man. I reckon you guys have got your work cut out. Yo, well, Jay, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
That was a crash.
No worries.
How we doing?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better after. I'm floating in my chair right now, but I'm feeling a lot better for it. Yeah, I'm borderline on the max capacity of dosage. So, I don't think I'm legally allowed to take any more. So,
dude, that's been me as well. Like, I've still been smashing like these things or whatever.
Yeah,
just like the other day. I've still got more. I bought another box. My throat's been just yeah exactly. It's been cooked. It's still a bit bad. I just try to keep drinking water. It's sort of helping.
Yeah, no, literally. I'm gonna go get some organic honey in a minute and just slurp on a teaspoon of organic honey.
Yeah.
No, dude, I'm loving my green tea at the moment.
Yeah.
You change your pick on YouTube, right?
Dude,
right.
You're not meant to tell him yet. It's meant to be a surprise. Now it's not going to be a surprise.
Why have I got to Google LJ? Right, let me.
You'll see me pop up in chat.
Yeah, well, that's right. I didn't. You didn't pop up this morning in chat, did you?
No, my internet went out.
Yeah, I was gonna. I didn't think so. Yeah.
It's really annoying. I was trying to manage trades on like on my phone.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that
Absolute
sucks.
pain.
I hate trying
I
to
hate
do
it.
that.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'll tell you what. I'm not going to Google algae. I'm gonna wait. Someone's saying roids. No, we're not on steroids. Tempted, but no. I'm all organic.
Want some roids?
Do you want some roids, mate? Do you want some? Yo,
Morning, guys.
Richard Wells.
How
Hello
you
there.
doing?
Good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we doing? Bring us up to speed. Let us know what's happening.
Well, we just did the trivia. People did surprisingly well. I put in some hard questions in there, some more difficult sort of brain teasers and such, but people did pretty well. So, very impressed. Very impressed with that. Yeah.
Who was the winner?
I'll have to make it even harder. Maybe. I don't know.
Dude, you know what? I thought you'd stepped your game up a little bit on this. I thought there was some tough questions. People were smashing it, and I thought, oh, fair play. Yeah, fair play.
Yeah. Well done, guys. Well done.
Yellow Bunny saying that Will is almost always sick when I join these streams, and the UK is unusually warm. Yeah, what's happening? The UK is unusually warm at the moment, but I'm never sick. Dude, like, the last time I was sick was I gave myself food poisoning in Hong Kong. I'm always tired.
Yeah.
I'm always tired, I will admit. But dude, I'm like cast iron immune system. I'm never sick.
So there you go, Rich. Will's a bit sick, but he's recovering. Apart from that, I've had terrible internet all day.
Yeah.
Down for like an hour or so just before. But it's back up now. It seems to be fixed.
Yeah.
ISP said they figured out what it was and it's working fine now. So.
Oh, there we go. Happy days. I've had no trades today. We got a drop on the NAS. Nothing I wanted to get in, and we've just had consolidation on consolidation. If we got a break and close above here, there may have been some buying pressure, but I still think that this could potentially sell off. I've got my trading range that I'm interested in. Other than that, I'm not that interested right now. But yeah, it's pretty much it. Rich knows that. I know. Rich had a spluttery voice note from me last night, so.
To be fair, I haven't had a chance to check out catch up entirely, but it's been a morning. It's been a morning. I hear you're slightly under weather, so hopefully the cough medicine that you're taking says do not.
I'll be honest with you. I'm feeling a lot better.
Good.
I'm currently floating in my chair right now. You know, the medicine has kicked in. I am feeling 100 times better. Yeah.
How are you doing, Rich?
Yeah.
What have you got for us today?
So, well, you spoke about the trivia. You spoke about giving away a trading account. We have just announced the Traders React episode 1 winners. So we've got 3 winners inside the Discord that have all won trading accounts as well. So we've now launched the next episode, which is the community manager's video himself. So if you want to see a little bit more of what the community manager is doing behind the scenes at the 5ers, there's a short clip which is actually not that short, and he encourages traders to watch this clip and then react in their own journals with kind of their own thoughts, their own takeaways, stuff like that. And I said to him when he sent it over, I was like, dude, I can't wait to actually react on this and actually spend a little bit of time in that headspace walking through it. So that's something that I'm going to be doing later on, probably this week, maybe early next week. We've got 2 weeks to take 3 winners from that, and then obviously give them the trading accounts for it as well. And the first one was insane. We had so many good takeaways from the video that was created from BU. So it's exciting stuff. And yeah, we're giving away over 30 accounts this month, and the month is coming close to an end. So there is still opportunity for traders to get in, start joining in on the challenges that we're posting in there, and then have an opportunity to take part in the mega raffle, which we kept the original name, the mega raffle. Abe was like, dude, we need a proper name for this. I was like, nah, the mega raffle. Let's stick with that. So that's going to be launched with a special Discord session at end of next week. And that's when we're going to go through and pick out all the winners. And there's some big high stakes accounts up for grabs in there as well. So lots of opportunities for traders to get on board that.
That sounds awesome, man. That sounds exciting. But unfortunately, my excitement has come to an end. I'm going to have to dive off. Just real quick, Gazgiz, Gazgiz saying, will you trade in futures? No, I trade in CFDs, but I do trade my futures account in front of you guys as well. I am learning to use futures, and I'm slowly getting there, man. I'm slowly getting there. But anyway, guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. Just before we had the trivia, you guys were asking some fantastic questions, like seriously awesome questions, which is amazing. So please keep those questions up, because Rich Wells is our performance coach and he will give so much value to you guys. So yeah, guys, just keep being as awesome as you were before the trivia. And yeah, make sure you ask these two fantastic gentlemen some awesome questions. Also, LJ, just before I leave, I'm going to leave you to. I'm going to ask you a question, then I'm going to drop out. I was researching, doing a little bit of reading on the whole America potential crash, potential certainly deep pullback in the stock market regarding certainly when it comes to Japan pulling out, and they're buying up a lot of yen at the moment. There's a lot of stuff going on fundamentally in macro between America, Trump, Japan, and the US dollar. What's your thoughts on some form of, I don't want to call it a crash because that's a big thing, it's a historic event. But what's your thought on some form of deep pullback in the US stock market? Anyway, guys, I'm going to listen to that answer on the YouTube. I'm going to dive out. So, guys, thank you very much. Make sure you ask these guys some fantastic questions. Subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Welcome to the 5ers family, and smash the like button if you haven't. Thank you very much, guys. But for now, peace.
Catch you in a bit.
Cheers, Will. See ya. I can answer that later. I'm pretty sure, Rich, you got something for us today. So, or so I was told.
So you were told. No problem. Yeah,
No.
I have. So I've actually got something which I'm going to just touch on and dance around for a little bit. It's a bit of a triggering topic, but it's something that is very, very present in my own trading. Now, this is actually inspired by a little bit of content I was watching recently, and it was talking about how we fabricate our own realities. So bear with me on this, and I'm going to explain how I connect this to trading. It was talking how a lot of our frustration, a lot of our doubts, a lot of our, if you like, pain is actually caused by how we choose to look at things. And I was sitting there thinking, some stuff happens outside of our control. And when it does, it kind of sucks. And it's okay to be sad about it. It's okay to be mad, frustrated, and angry. But this person was suggesting that actually, you know what? We fabricate our own reality. We were born with a blank slate, and how you choose to look at things, it is whether or not you wind yourself up or whether or not you calm yourself down. And I sat there and I thought, okay, what would this look like in trading? And I thought, well, a lot of the time in trading, what we're trying to do is navigate and work with our emotions. But what about that pressure the moment we go to place a trade? Where does that pressure really come from? What about the frustration when the market doesn't do what you want? Where does that frustration come from? What about the times where the market almost hits your TP and just pulls back and we feel this immense sense of anger? Where does that anger really come from? And is it us projecting what we want onto the market, or is it the market physically doing it to us? And obviously, for me, I know the answer to this. I've done a lot of deep work around this a long, long time ago. And today was the perfect opportunity for me to actually experience that and put that into practice. Now, this is something that I will build into a proper slideshow or a proper webinar that we'll do, I should imagine, exclusively in the Discord. And I want to spend a little bit of time collecting my thoughts on it. But today was the perfect cocktail of this. And I had this moment where the market done me dirty. And I looked at the market and my frustration went to an 8 out of 10. I was well past my trigger point and I was like, okay, you know what? The pain is real. The pain is there. So I stopped and I said, okay, let's look at what happened here. And we're talking about worst case scenario, apart from not placing a stop and maybe getting a glitch on your copier and full porting accounts and losing them. We're talking about like worst case scenario. So I'm in this trade this morning and I'm watching the market and we're coming close to the open, the London Open. We get a lot of volatility around there. Now I'm in my trade and I've ran through my trade protocols. We're in profit. If this goes to stop loss, it's one good loss. This is a trade that goes in my data sheet and I want the same result as whatever happens in this data sheet. Now, I'm watching this trade, and I'm sitting there thinking, in 20 seconds, we've got the open, and I'm half an hour in profit. I'm anticipating a little bit of bullish pressure. We've got 20 seconds left. So I've got my master account open. I'm watching it. I'm ready. I'm waiting. I'm calm. I'm doing my breathing exercises. This is a valid trade, a valid loss. 10 seconds left, no problems. We're still bullish. I'm looking for the market to drive up on the open. 5 seconds left, no problems. I'm in line with a valid trade. So I've ticked my box again and again and again. In the last 5 seconds, the market dived down massively. And I never comprehended that I could adjust my trade from longs to shorts. It's a part of my mechanical rules. It's a part of my entry model. With 3 seconds to go, the market hammered down, gave me a valid short entry, which means I should have closed my long, immediately gone short, and my brain was just thinking, bullish, bullish. I'm in a valid trade. I'm expecting bullish. Within 10 seconds, the trade had dived down to what should have been a partial loss and a full TP. Within 10 seconds, the market had dived down and delivered a full loss. And the gap between my results and my strategy results was 1.8R today. So if we're talking $1,000, the gap was $1,800. Now, as a trader, I don't get out of bed to just mess around on the charts. I get out of bed to be intentional. Now, one of the worst mistakes is a mistake that a trader can control. I was just locked in on bullish price action. I didn't think, what if the market presented this? So I was just so adamant that this was my trade idea. And as a result, the market rolled over, dived down, and I took the loss. And this trigger, this pain just suddenly shot up to an 8 out of 10 because it felt like injustice. It felt like it wasn't fair. It felt like, the market had dived down deliberately with 2 seconds left. And I sat there and I thought, okay, hold on. Pain is in the eye of the beholder. So you're responsible for how you choose to look at this. And I sat there and I looked at this and I thought, you know what? This is going to be one of the building blocks and the lesson you need to learn to never allow this to happen again. So I opened up my terminal, I mock placed the trade, I imagined I had 5 seconds left, and I asked myself, what is the next exact right decision? And I looked at this chart and I was like, you should have been bullish, bearish, you should have been open. And I wasn't. I just got locked into the price action. And I said, you know what? Today this was a spenny old lesson, mate. This was an expensive one. But this is the lesson that will be needed to take me to my next level. And sometimes the lessons we get as traders, they're not always these beautiful lessons that are wrapped up, looking like roses, thinking this is going to help me grow as a trader or develop as a trader. Maybe you're in a coaching session or a Discord session or a YouTube stream and you get something that clicks and you think, that's my next level. I'm going to apply this thing. Very often, it's at the moment we are most triggered that we will get these opportunities to go, something didn't work here. What is it? How do I adjust? What lesson do I take from this? Now, one of the very things that separates me from the trader I was 5 years ago is I took this loss, I took this mistake, and I genuinely sat there for 5 minutes and I just breathed it out. I said, there is nothing for me to do. I'm going to accept that this is a good, this was a trade that I made a mistake on and it was a bad loss. I shouldn't have taken it. But I need to extract the value from it. And me going into my trading account right now is not going to help. Me going in and trying to revenge trade and make that money back, I'm going to push my accounts further away from where I wanted them to be. So I took what we taught in the course and I applied the pause. And I sat there and I said, look, what do I need to do right now? I need to go to my spreadsheet. I need to log the trade. Sadly, I've got to record it a red trade because it was within my control. I didn't follow my plan. And I'm going to take the lesson from this. And this is the building blocks that builds us into the traders we need to be over time. And what we want to do is we want to take these lessons ideally and learn them as cheaply as possible. When you get a little later on in your journey and you make mistakes like this, it can cost you thousands of dollars. It can cost you tens of thousands of dollars. And this is where I'm fortunate today that it's cost me a little bit relative to what I believe I will be trading in 2 years from now. But today I'm trading the biggest size I've ever traded. So it feels like the most expensive lesson I've ever had. But when I look back, how many times have I had this blueprint where I've traded at the biggest size I've ever traded? And then looking back, you go, there's only $20, $30, $50, because you're now at your next level. And so for me to hit that next level, and this is where I really want to dial into this, for us as traders to hit that next level, we have to take these learning opportunities, and sometimes they smell like crap. I'll be honest, sometimes they're not the lessons you want, but they're the lessons you need. They're the lessons that mold you and shape you as a trader. But if you can't manage to catch yourself in the moment and you go to your charts and you start revenge trading, you're stuck in that loop. You're compounding. So one of the things I'm super pleased with myself today, yes, I made a mistake. It was on me. But I didn't double down on that mistake. I stopped that mistake. I reconciled it in my mind. I waited for the market to present my next opportunity. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to trade my next trade. And the next trade sets up. And LJ, you wouldn't believe, the market sells down, does exactly what I'm looking for within my system. It touches the TP, it goes past the TP, and by the spreads, it does not close that trade, and the trade reverses all the way back. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, here comes that pain again. I can feel that frustration again. It's there again. And I'm like, hang on, Rich. Is this a good valid loss? Has anything changed? And I was like, no. This is still a valid trade until my TP or my stop loss or my management rule. This is a valid trade, and I'm going to sit in this. And we even a trader of 8 years, it's very easy to find yourself getting caught in outcome-based results. And then what we do is we pin our emotions into those outcome-based results. The outcome typically as traders is not in our control. The outcome is we've got to place the trade, follow our valid plan, and the market is going to tell you over time whether that plan works or not. And our job as a trader is to say, what can I control in this? What the trader can control is the ability to be consistent, manage themselves when they make a mistake or when they get lucky or when they get emotional, and then just have processes in place to reset. And all this happened 20 minutes before the stream today. And in my head, my chimp brain's like, I just want to scream about this. And I'm like, hold on. Remember what we said about threat? So it feels like a threat. And this is something that I'm genuinely working through myself. I'm actually going to do a big session on it. And we're going to break down kind of what are the things that cause threats, what are the kind of threats that we feel. And the general theme here is if you can reduce the feeling of threat, you can follow your plan much closer with almost no friction. And this is the majority of traders are going to be trying to trade their plan. They've got a lot of fear, a lot of greed, a lot of FOMO, and the emotions typically just creates like a sandpaper on sandpaper reaction. It just has a lot of friction around it. And if you want to hit that flow state, this is why traders in demo can do so incredibly well, because there's no risk. There's no feeling of threat. It's just the trader putting on an analysis and recording results. But when we come to the live markets, dude, if I can just hit 3R, you start thinking about what that can do financially. And then when you make a mistake that produces such a big gap between your results, you realize just how much ground you've now got to make up. And so it just comes back to that idea of reduce the feeling of threat. And if you can do that, then typically we can follow our trading plan much, much easier. So that's kind of what I've been working through personally, and I absolutely love these experiences that I get to feel this personally, because what it does is it helps me to connect with how do I coach around not just a problem I'm having, but a problem traders are having. And I would call it a problem when you start choosing red after getting an unsatisfactory result. So for me, it's not necessarily a problem. It's more of like an awareness thing. But how do I coach around it? Because for me, today, it would be very easy to turn this into a huge problem. It snowballs, right? You only need a little snowball to start creating a big old avalanche. And today, all the ingredients were there. And the market was like, or should I say, I was like, go on, get in this. Just have a little bit back. Just put a little trade on. And market is going to hundreds of times come down, touch your TP, not close out your trade, and it's going to reverse, and it's going to go break even, or it's going to go stop loss. And if you want to be a trader of years and years and years and build a career, your goal is to look at these events and reduce the feeling of threat. Is it still a valid loss? And for me, it's nothing changed. And what I realized is watching that trade go down, and my master account set to $25 risk, so it's a 5K account, 0.5%. And I'm watching that, and it's at 23.85, and it blips to 24, 24.50, and it just doesn't close the trade. And when it retraces, that feeling of threat is like, I'm going to lose the amount of money I was up. And the amount of money could go and do something in the real world. And this is another part of trading that is super important to be aware of. When you trade $10, $20, $30, in the real world, that doesn't transact into too much. When you start trading 30, 40, 50 or bigger, depending on where you're from, but if you start trading money that makes a difference, then it's very easy to start attaching excitement and pain to the outcome of these kind of trades. And the process stays the same, but we humanize the experience of trading, and which kind of brings us full circle back to the idea of when you take a loss, where does the pain come from? Is it us having an expectation? And it takes a lot of doing, but if you can catch yourself when you notice you've got an expectation, like this Euro USD trade that LJ is showing on the charts. Imagine this trade just dives down straight, immediately just drops from here. If you have an expectation of this is going to hit my TP, and when it does, it's going to pass my funding account, or I'm going to finish phase one, or I'm going to get a juicy payout, or I'm going to get out of drawdown because I've been in drawdown for ages, or I'll get to show this to my friend and tell them, hey, look, I can actually trade. Like, there'll be loads of things that will attach to this and be like, I can't wait for this trade to hit TP. But when it dives down and reverses, we're now met with this. Not only do we lose the P&L, which sucks, we lose everything that we're going to attach to that in the idea of winning. So what I do is I ground myself and I say, all I expect is that I can execute on my trade. And anything that happens in between is just noise. So when the market dives down to the TP and reverses, I just execute on my trade. I couldn't care less about the results on a trade by trade by trade basis. Now, obviously, if I go 20, 30-yard drawdown, my strategy is starting to underperform. It's not delivering what it is. And in the real world, that's not going to pay your bills. But we've got to tell ourselves as a trader a story that allows us to objectively hold the plan and hold the thought. And I'd just be curious, LJ, what's the kind of narrative that goes on in your mind when you've got a trade like this and it's rallying, it's up maybe 3.5, 4 hour, it's close to the TP, you get these little twinges where you feel that emotion inside, and it's like, oh man, maybe I should just peel a bit out of this. But you're like, what do you tell yourself in that moment to say, I'm a trader who focuses on my process. If I keep partialing out early and breaking my plan, I won't have an edge. What do you tell yourself to reconcile that?
I normally tell myself, like, when that normally happens, it's normally because I've been sitting in a trade a lot longer than I initially expected, or potentially it's been a bit more whippy, a bit more janky through that process of it actually coming to my desired outcome, right? We might have dipped down, I might have had to hedge, jump in, jump out, or take a couple of attempts at the same trade. I always think to myself, well, like, I already took the full risk being in this trade, and now I have actually got the result kicking on, and now I want to take it early because of that a sort of bias from that experience before. And then I go, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, I already suffered so much, I might as well get a return on my suffering, right? Because otherwise you're like, it feels good to just get out of the trade, especially when it's been very painful or annoying or just not gone 100% to plan. You want to just jump out of it. That feels good. That's like a return emotionally. But unfortunately, you don't get paid in emotions. You get paid in dollars. Right? So you gotta sit in the trade. Normally you exchange that discomfort and poor emotional feeling for dollars, so I just go, look, I've sat in this, I've gone through it all, I need to hold it through. And I do agree with what you were saying before. Yeah, the other thing I always think about is just in life in general with anything that happens, It's a Shakespeare quote. So nothing is neither good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. Right. So that same thing, you can choose something to be like a negative experience, or you can choose for it to be positive. Even something that is objectively terrible and was a terrible time and bad, you can choose to maybe not reinvent the actual experience itself, but what you take from it going forward from there. So you can be like, okay, this really terrible thing happened, but I went through it, I survived, I'm still here, I'm still kicking on, and now I'm progressing up. So therefore, I'm clearly battle hardened, strengthened, I've got experience, scars, battle wounds, but that builds you up, that builds character, makes you better going forward. So that's how I try and reframe those kind of things going through. And then that helps you the next time when you do experience that kind of stuff as well. Because this is just another one of those feathers in the cap to add to the long list that you're going to encounter your entire both life and trading career.
Okay, so give us a real example. You're in this trade. Let's say that orange line, that's the I'm going to pass this, it's going to become a funded account. We're going to say that you've never been funded, you're at your highest score, you're just so close to getting funded for the very first time, and that trade just reverses from now. Like, how are you dealing with that? Because obviously, this is going to suck for a trader who's looking at, if I just get funded, I'm going to start making a return, paying back the blown challenge accounts. Maybe I can pay my bills this month. But the trade pulls back. As we see on the chart, the wick starts to form, and then we get a bearish engulfing candle. And maybe your rule is TP or stop loss. And you've got to hold this trade, but you start really feeling it. And it dives down and it hits break even or stop loss. How do you reconcile that in your mind? Like, if this trade did it right now?
I'd be annoyed at myself that I would allow this to run all the way to stop loss, for instance. That if I see this clearly starting to falter and then we're still going down, we've broken down through this area, these lows, come down here, and somehow we're at this point, I've still not exited. Or maybe that might be the last standpoint that I'd hold. And then we go down, I would be annoyed that there's clearly within that, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decision points throughout that progression that I could have acted or done something. So I'd be annoyed that I didn't act with that. And I'd try and take that learning and understand why I didn't act. Was I like frozen? Am I focusing too much on making this trade win? Because yes, if I just get to here, it's exactly the amount of profit I need to pass my account or something, or potentially to reach the max just below the payout line to get my payout, and I get a full payout, that kind of thing. But I always remember in the moment as well, if this doesn't work, I can take another day. Like, I always think about when people want to make money in like 2 seconds, I'm like, why? Like, do you need to buy a Rolex tomorrow? That's what I always tell people, right? Like, yeah, that'd be cool. Everyone would love that, but where's the rush, really? Because normally people trying to rush and do that stuff quick and getting attached to those kind of things, even if you're not trying to do it quick, maybe you've been slogging this out for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Same thing still applies. If it's been that long, yes, you want that breath of fresh air. You've finally gotten to the top of the hill just about, and you're almost there to plant the flag. You just got to reach your arm out and put it there, and you've done it. But maybe it just takes an extra day or 2 days or 3 days or the rest of the week. You will eventually get there. There's always another bus coming along. So if you do miss something, that's okay. The main thing is protecting what you have so that you can still survive to come back to the bus stop the next day and find a new bus, right? If you don't protect what you have and, I don't know, you got washed down the river on the way to the bus stop and, you got no chance. Terrible analogy, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. So looking at the bigger picture and saying, look, you know what? This is one mark in thousands of marks. Some are going to be green, some are going to be red, some are going to be good, some are going to cut a little bit deeper than others. But ultimately, I'm going to take that stone that I'm marking on, I'm going to flip it on its side, and I'm going to stand on it as my foundation. and I need to get familiar with these kind of experiences, and they're going to happen. And they don't stop happening when you become a trader of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. If anything, they happen at a bigger level. So the trader can't just grow their capital, they have to grow their mental allocation as well. They have to be able to look at, how do I feel about a $10,000 trade floating and pulling back and going to maybe a $3,000 trade? How do I feel about, being a trader that's risking, and I talk about this, $25,000 a trade. Now, I don't risk $25,000 a trade, but I build the mindset, and this is one of the things that really helped me this morning. When I made that mistake, I said, okay, the trader who trades $25,000 a trade, how do they respond to this? Because I can tell you what they're not doing. They're not sitting there on a chair beating themselves up, feeling crappy about themselves because they just made some random dumb mistake. What are they doing? They're looking at this objectively, and they're saying, okay, there's an opportunity for growth here. There's an opportunity where I can see that, there's a gap now that's formed between my analysis and my ability to execute on it. Now, this is good because this is within my control, but it's shown me there's an area that, as a trader, I needed to improve on. And this is a blind spot. This is why I caught you out today. Not all lessons are going to be $50 winners. Today, this lesson it's penny. And what we're going to do is we're going to spend a bit of time reflecting on that and internalizing it. Because if you don't learn that lesson on this one occasion, I can tell you that lesson's going to get way more expensive. And if you revenge trade on the back of it, that lesson is just going to end up costing you so much more. So these are the kind of things that I put a pause, and it's not just how long did you go without revenge trading, it's what did you do in the moments when you're challenged. Because trading will always press your buttons. It's always going to be the standing on your toes and breathing bad breath in your face. It's always going to be that hostile environment where it feels like, if this just went a little bit more, or that wouldn't happen, and sadly, we're always going to have a bias attached to it as well. And it's to catch that bias, neutralize it. And I love what you said from Shakespeare, that, what was it? It was, nothing is neither good or bad, but the thought we attach to it.
But thinking makes it so.
But thinking makes it so. How relevant is that to trading? You go from being an observer in the market to suddenly, you know what, it's not good, not bad. The moment you're in, going up is good. It's got to go up. If it doesn't go up, like, I'm cooked. I've bust my account. I've blown my account. I've got margin call. Like the language traders use sometimes, like, I got my ass handed to me today. Like the language traders choose to use, sometimes I feel like compounds the problem. And we see this in the Trader's Journey in the 5ers Discord. There was one channel which is called, what was it? Do I blow this account, or can I stop revenge? There's something that I can't remember what it was, but there was something that I looked at and I was like, the words we use tell a story. And I often find it's kinder on yourself to say, you know what, I'm not going to bust this account. I'm going to allow the account to reach its max drawdown, and I'm going to learn the lessons I can within the price of my challenge fee. Does that mean that I'm just trying to cycle challenge accounts? No, this is my investment. This is my practice environment. And like 8 years in, I'm still practicing. Like today clearly showed me that I'm still practicing. There was a room for improvement. LJ, to some extent, will still be practicing his craft. And in 3 years, I'd like to think LJ would be better than he is today. How does he get better? By continuing to practice the things he knows and closing the gap on the things that he recognizes holds him back. Sorry, I see you had a comment which you pulled up on the chat.
Oh, it's just basically people echoing same trade, same EU trade. So nothing too disruptive. Don't worry.
Okay. What do you think to this? What if you enjoy revenge trading and feel that it's extremely rewarding? Like, doesn't this come back to what you said earlier, that, trading your emotions to make yourself feel safe or excited typically just doesn't make money? You got to sit through that.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. I mean, that's what people do, like gambling, obviously. People have some fun gambling, they make some money, whatever. Yeah, it can be interesting having some stakes on the line when you watch something, but then, people lose money when they didn't expect to because they thought they knew the outcome of something, and then so they want to double it up, putting into something else to win back the previous losses, and then they lose that as well, and now they're tripled down, and you keep going through it. If you enjoy revenge trading, Just open up like a demo account with like $10 million or something in simulated, demo money with a broker or something, and then just belt absolutely massive trades into the market where you just make like 5, 10, 15, $20 million just to prove the market that you were right?
Yeah.
Even though you got killed, you're like, yeah, I told you, I just made $15 million in fake money.
So to be fair, when I was working through this myself as a trader, I used to have this little account on the side, and I'll be honest, that account at times used to take an absolute hiding. I used to go into that account, and there were times that I was like, okay, let's get the belt out. You're going to get a big old lash in today, and it was just a way of recognizing that actually, if I followed through on these intentions, it didn't produce anything. And I needed to build evidence on that, because if not, what do? We have this bias of, if I would have taken that, I would have made this money. If I would have just done this, I would have made this money. What is it? 75% of drivers believe they're above average when it comes to their driving skill.
Yeah.
And so it's the same with trading. So build evidence, get a little demo account, go full clip. Like, see how many times you can double it up relative to margin call it. And the proof will be in the pudding. And if you find that over time, maybe a year of going into this account and leaning into your intuition, then maybe see what that looks like from a risk management point of view. But most of the time, revenge trades aren't managed risk around. Most of the time, I think this is going to go up, get stopped out. I now need to make back $300. And then it's the trader trying to make $300, not trying to manage risk. And there's a big, big, big difference when it comes to actually going, look, my trade is still valid, not my emotions tell me I want to make back this money. And it's what you said earlier. Often we have to sit through certain levels of discomfort to allow the market to pay us. I mean, right now, I didn't mean to say it. Take it back. Yeah, what if EU pulls back from this point right now? Sorry, dude.
You've cursed it. What's going on, Rich?
But
if we don't pick up from here, I will actually exit it. 117.10 is sort of a round traditional number that we've often tapped into for the past several years overall. So the Dixie still looks like we got a bit more in it, like just a touch after breaking this structure, but we could just peter out here. I mean, we've had a pretty nice drop already. I need to check the bond market and such again, but I have to do that soon. But yeah, you cursed it though, Rich. It's all your fault.
This is the moment where I told you I actually shorted it. The moment I spoke. No, of course not. Of course not. I'm not trading. I'm not trading Euro USD. In fact, I could see multiple reasons into this to scale and go long on the back of this kind of drive. So to me, this would still be a bullish price movement. I would be reading into 1 minute charts and just looking for microstructures to hold. If they start breaking, you've got signs. Okay, market's now starting to push. You've got this beautiful consolidation area, which price is starting to hit towards the top of at the moment on the 1 minute chart. If you zoomed right into the current trade, and you see that you've got this kind of consolidation area, probably a few pips below where price currently is. For me, that would be like, it would be like this stand. It would be like, right, we had a break, and I'd be looking for a retest of this area. We start failing off that, there's no retest. Sellers are starting to drive price lower. We can already see that we've put in a higher low on the 1 minute chart. So again, this could be noise, but this could also be a signal that sellers are starting to lead price a little bit lower. And if sellers start leading price lower, you might have buyers saying, oh, I need to get out of this. That could add selling pressure, and then obviously we can see the market start moving a little bit lower. But I would be, my cut level would be right on the bottom of that consolidation. But then you've got another consolidation just under it, and it's like, well, do you then put it on there? And this is the thing with traders, is we want to lean into our analysis, not our emotions. So I would be clearly looking to build an analysis from this, having a line where I'm wrong and saying, I need to cut this trade at that line. But this looks, for me, I would be stopped up. I would be adding into this on a pullback, looking to continue with the bullish movement. But that's based on how I read price and how I trade.
Yeah, I think so as well. I still want to keep in this. I think we had this kind of thing form through here like a little wedge sort of thing. Popped out to the upside of it. We've now come back into it. So normally that's like a bit of a overextension of the sort of relative ATR the past hour or so type thing. So yeah, I'd like to see this bounce, and I think we do get to the tops. So I'll probably still sit in it. Just considering what I want to do, because I'm in a gold trade here as well, which is dipped back into negative now. Touch. I think we should still pick up through here as well.
So this is why I like rules-based systems, because I know what I should do, and I don't have to try and make it up on the spot. Not make it up, but I don't have to really lean into that intuition and say, okay, what's price telling me? It's like, look, here's my entry model. My stop goes here. My TP goes here. There is no management rule. Your TP or stop loss, or depending on what rules I'm using. And spent a little bit of time yesterday building out the data on like an AI model, and actually showing an equity curve of like all my tested data and how does it actually look. And I find, like, for me, I'm quite a visual person. So when I see a representation of that, it gives me a lot of confidence when you go through a drawdown to say, just hold. Like, this system has gone through so many of them pullbacks. Just hold, allow the trade to, breathe or do what it needs to do. And I'm excited to, my data set has got 550 trades in it. So I'm excited to see what the next 550 can do, because now I'm trading intentionally on it. And if the expectancy holds up, and it's hard not to attach a dollar value to that and be like, oh, dude, in 500 trades from now, this is where you could be. And it is where you could be if you could execute on those 500 trades and the edge continues to perform. January this year was a 35-hour month. Now, I wasn't trading in January, but for traders that are trading at 1% risk, that's a 35% month. Now, there's not been another month anywhere close to that, not even remotely close to that, this entire year that I've been trading this system. But I know it's capable of it. And if I'm a trader that can't execute on it when it does break-even month, negative 3-hour months, negative 10-hour months, then I won't get it at its best. And this is where being able to execute on it shows me the system will drop. It's a reference to Atomic Habits. You don't raise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. So if my goal is to make 100R this year, I'm not going to raise to that level of 100R. I'm not going to make that 100R unless my systems support it. So rather than looking at how do I make this huge return, the question becomes, how do I become the trader that can execute relentlessly every time I get my entry model set up? And that means that I need to not revenge trade. I need to not FOMO. I need to not jump in, unvalid trades. I need to not overtrade, as Unbiased Trader said, overtrading and revenge trading. Therefore, don't make rewards, make correct execution the reward. Exactly that. Is building this, if this goes to stop loss, it's a good loss. If I want any chance of replicating that equity curve and the strategy produces it moving forward, I need to be the trader that takes that result and puts it straight into my trading account. And that means that every time there's a stop loss, every time the market almost touches the TP and then goes to stop loss, that's the result I need in the trading account. The result I don't need is when the market goes past my TP and I wasn't in the trade. Or maybe I closed the trade early because of fear. And over time, and this is something that I would always encourage traders to do, build evidence and data that supports you have a working framework. Because if you don't have that evidence and that framework, then how do you know what to aim for? If you don't know what your drawdown periods look like, if you have a losing month, but you don't know whether or not that was your system delivering a normal, good losing month, or whether or not you mis-executed on your strategy. So in the performance coaching course, we actually speak through how to build a system out that shows you you can log your system and then log your results next to it. And it has that workflow built into it. It pretty much shows you as a trader whether your system has a problem or whether you have a problem. And it helps the trader recognize, okay, my system isn't working. I need to adjust my entry model, my framework, whatever the case might be. But 80, 90% of the time, the trader's not working. The trader's not following their system. And they get emotional. when they don't get the results. And I always say this, often traders inconsistently execute on an edge they don't know if it works, expecting repeatable profits, and then get emotional when it doesn't happen. That's the normal playbook of an average trader. So if you want to be above average, it's looking at how do I break that mold. So repeatedly execute on an edge that you know works, manage your expectations and your emotions for when it doesn't play through the way you hope, and allow yourself to get the same result the strategy is going to produce. The rest of it's out of your control. If the strategy just doesn't work through 6 months, you shouldn't expect to make money. Your job is to say, well, I followed it and I'm break even. And for an example, my system had a 12-hour drawdown. And I'll be honest, it was incredibly difficult to make money through that period because the strategy wasn't making money through that period. So I shouldn't have been making money. Now, I was drawing down through that period on my accounts going, well, sucks. But the strategy was delivering the result it should. Natural ups, natural downs. From there, it went on a 25-hour burner. And off it went, off to the races. Now, I did nothing different. But through that period, making money was easy. So when the system works, when the strategy works, the money you make becomes relatively straightforward. When the system doesn't, this is often where traders need the most work. How do you deal with a loss? How do you deal with the emotions when the trade touches TP and goes to stop loss? And as Unbiased Trader said, make correct execution the reward. This is why in my spreadsheet it's got green columns. Every time I take a trade that goes to stop loss and it was a good trade, it is marked as green. And I pride myself on getting as many green trades as I can, and that means that I take the strategy's result and I put it into my trading account. And this morning I got a big fat red in there. Why? Because I didn't take the result the strategy produced and I didn't put it into my trading account. And that could be a red trade because I missed a loss or a red trade because I missed a win. Sucks even more when you miss a win, but that's a part of trading. And if you can rep that out to become your new normal, then you're starting to rewire those neuro pathways that perceive threat and danger from a trade that goes to stop loss. And that's it. You have a number, line in the sand, you say, right, 30 losses. If I go on a 30 trade losing streak, that's me done. That's me cooked. Let me share my screen in here 1 second. LJ has done a quick disappearing act. And I was enjoying watching his screen. There we go. Let me pop this one up on the screen. But if you've got any questions or anything in chat and you want to have a chat about it, I'm going to be on for about another 15 minutes. And like I say, I don't mind sharing with you the insights or the stuff that I've been walking through as a trader and see what comes up. Let's just do this one. There we go. We should have a screen to be able to pull up on here so we can watch the gold trade at the moment. Remy, if you could just pull that up when you're ready. But yeah, want to come back to this comment here. Make correct execution the reward. And I know it sounds illogical when you've just taken maybe a 5-trade losing streak. I mean, I did 7 trades, lost 6.6R throughout my last 7 trades. And the winner, I missed the winner. And it's where we've got to look at, look, the result isn't what I want, but I'm able to execute and follow my plan accordingly. And this is something that takes a little bit of time for traders to start dialing in. And one thing I would encourage traders is if what you're doing now isn't working, then you've got to start thinking, well, what would work? And I spent 3 years before I became a profitable trader. And I use that term loosely because I'm a profitable trader because I know how to follow an edge relentlessly and build processes around consistently getting feedback on that. But the edge can still drop in and out of flavor. You're back. I took the... hang on, you've lost your audio, mate.
I'm back. Yeah, the browser just crashed again. Sorry about that.
No problems. I whipped up my chart right quick just to have a look at this gold trade that's starting to pull back slightly.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want to just flip short now. Thinking about it.
Do you always have to be in one direction, or do you ever get these times where you just say, look, I'm just going to step out of one position and be flat?
Yeah, no, if I see, like, originally I was short, through here. So earlier in the day, I had another short from up here. I was looking for a pullback to 61. Stop was up through here. So just crunching through that, the lows here, a bit of like a snap down, but not quite obviously all the way to the previous highs from, what was that, Tuesday. So that's around the pivot point. There's another on like the high time frame. There was something else, I think. It might have been, I've got another indicator. I think it was on my C trader I was looking at. There's like a level down there I was interested in. Yeah, I think it was here where these the wicks, where we had that big waterfall come from. I don't know, forget. It was something I was looking at. But either way. So originally I was short, but then we sort of stalled out here. Found some support, started picking up. And it was starting to look like we might actually get a push higher. This 50 moving average now on the 15 minute, you can see it's starting to round out. Before it was starting to lift back up once again. And then we had Euro going higher, Aussie higher, everything else moving back up. So, but yeah, if this breaks through here, they'll be flipping short. But yeah, no, I'm happy to flip both ways. I don't have to be one directional.
Some traders will struggle to flip from long to short, and I think they get attached to the trade idea. I want to be long here. I want to be long. It caught me out this morning. I don't have a problem flipping from one bias to the other, but it caught me out because I wasn't thinking openly. I got myself locked into just, this is going to go up. And I guess I told myself in my mind, this is going to go up. And that's what I was seeing. So I closed myself off to the possibilities of anything else. And that's not being in the flow state of trading. And, you know, this is where there's a lot of opportunity to improve on that. I just want to put one of these comments up, or a couple of these as we catch up on chat. Ivory Rich has a very therapeutic voice, especially when you've just revenge traded and FOMO'd your account into the abyss and now have $10 left to save it. So I want to challenge this, because remember what we said about the words that we use? FOMO'd the account into the abyss, $10 left to save it. What's to save? And the reason I say what's to save is, as traders, we get really connected to these accounts. I need to save this account. This account's going to be the comeback queen. It's going to go from $10 left to like all the way to 4 million, right? But I've been in this position. I've done exactly this. I've drawn an account down literally to the last 1%. And then what I do is I come to my senses and I say, Rich, make a promise to yourself. You're going to use good risk management, relatively, and you are only allowed to let this account reach its maximum objectivity through good, valid losses. So I want you to take that $10 and I want you to divide it by 5 and trade with $2 risk. Now, 5 losing trades it gives you. It's not a huge breathing room, but it gives you the chance to start repping out high quality trading decisions. And I want you to start building that process, because there probably will be another account. When you get that account, you want to go into that account with a renewed sense of behavior. So if you do find yourself right now with an account with a plaster on it, and it's drawn down pretty heavy and it needs a bit of love and attention, consider what it would look like to build the skill sets on that account to be the trader you want to be, rather than just trying to save an account. Because if you revenge trade it and get it back up to break even, all those behavior patterns that drew the account down, they're still there. But if you can say sayonara to that account on 5 good losses, what did you do? You start to build the behavior patterns of a trader that's managing risk, being more responsible, understanding their emotions, not getting caught in that sort of FOMO state anymore. And when that next opportunity or next account comes along, you can go back to having your full drawdown range and trading with a sensible level of risk that makes it worthwhile, but with a new set of skills that you've developed as well. So, yeah, it's just something I wanted to touch on, because Usman, maybe it's not exactly where your account is, but I know there'll be a lot of traders that'll be in that stage. We had a coaching workshop, I think last week, and kind of everyone was being a little bit quiet. I said, come on, let's be honest. Who's busting an account this week? and chat started to open up, and we didn't just see one trader or two traders or three or five. There was a lot of traders that were like kind of had a rough week, made some bad decisions, allowed them to compound. And if you're not the only person with an account that's stuck in drawdown, right? There'll be hundreds of thousands of us in exactly that environment. Focus on the process. Focus on the skills that you need to build. Focus on learning how to be the trader who behaves like they're operating a $100,000 account. And that's the opportunity in that is going to help you recognize that, okay, I can trust myself to manage risk. And then over time, we can start making bigger investments on ourselves once the evidence starts to show. I have this rule. I don't buy challenge accounts. I don't buy them. I can't buy them. I've spent too much in the past on challenge accounts. My rule is I only reinvest payouts and I expand my portfolio. So if I got to a stage where all my accounts drew back and I got to a stage where I wasn't making anything on them, well, I shouldn't be reinvesting in me as a trader at that moment. There's something that's happening within my execution or within my strategy. Now, this is just my rule. But if I'm executing well and I'm making money over time and I'm taking payouts and I'm using those payouts, I will expand my portfolio. I will expand it into personal capital. I will expand it into more allocation. And then I just keep reinvesting. Like as a business that grows and makes, like say 10, 20, 30% return a year, for me, I wouldn't cut it off at the knees and say, I need to get rid of this. I'd look to say, how can I make that 20, 30, 40% next year, but on bigger allocation? But if the business is going through a teething issue, there's only so many times that I will say, I'm just investing in myself, because it could be a bad investment. You might be stuck in a revenge trading loop and you're like, yeah, I'm just learning. I'm just investing in myself. But if a business had the same problem and you kept bailing it $1,000, $1,000, and it was washing through this money and it wasn't fixing the problem, logically, there would be a point where you say, that business model isn't working, or maybe there's an employee in there that isn't behaving. Well, typically we act as the employees in our trading account. And if you're misbehaving, then we want to focus on how do we fix that for cheap? Because keep throwing $1,000 at it doesn't work. Ask me how I know. Ask the guy who was down several bunches of thousands of dollars through just keep chucking money at it thinking it worked.
You just didn't put enough. You should put 10 or 100. 100K.
Problem is, I put too many.
Too small, right?
It brought a tear to my eye. I put too many to it. And it was only when it brought a tear to my eye, I was like, okay, I can't see the charts anymore because my eyes are watering, so I've got to do something different. How do I stop my eyes from watering? And then I realised, look, the problem was me. The problem was me. And 8 years later, I realised that I still bring and invite my own frustration into the market. Is it a good valid trade? If it goes to stop loss, is it a valid trade? Yeah, then it's a good loss. And your job, Rich, is to execute on those good losses and stack them up until the number just says it doesn't make sense anymore. And if it keeps delivering as it has in the past, then I have a model to just keep compounding that. So nothing about it is emotional or humanizing it or trying to get lucky on a whim or just picking an account that's way too big for what my mental allocation can handle and then just giving it a big old send. Nothing about my trading represents that. And if you're in that chapter, just realize it's very easy to go round and round and round and round and get caught in the emotional loops of this is fun, this is frustration, this is exciting. I didn't get into trading to be entertained. I got into trading to get a return on my time. And I think after a few years, I realized I probably can't have both. If I'm totally honest, if I want excitement, I will go to the casino. I don't go to my trading account. My trading account is there as my business to get a return on my time, return on my investment, and build my allocation. And making that distinguished difference then started to change the way that I was behaving within the account, because my expectation was not to be entertained. My expectation was that I'm going to be bored some of the time. So yeah, that's all I wanted to share on it. What other juicy comments we got in chat? If you've got anything, you might just catch us quickly on the way out. What do we got here?
Sorry. I was just going to bring this up. If we're talking about the competition accounts, Yeah, I think like how people, if we're talking about like the weekly competition, how people do it is like they kind of come up there every single week and just pretty much full port the accounts, right?
Yeah.
And then some people get cleaned out. Some people are very lucky. Obviously, last night we had some pretty big moves. For instance, on gold, we're up like 4% at the peak, like 4.5%. Euro dollar, absolute ripper. Unfortunately, I didn't hold this trade the entire way through. I hit TP. I was watching a TV show with my partner. Otherwise, I would have let this just run, sadly. But, can't complain. But yeah, people do it that way. You'll notice it's never the same people on the leaderboards the next week, right? It's just a luck of the draw type thing. I don't know what else to say. Like, if you can't beat them, join them. Sadly, people are going to do that with a competition account. So
I remember trying to compete with them as a trader, full port on every trade, and I remember just even running well. I wasn't even getting close. So just conscious we're going to be taking a break in a sec. Before we do, I want to give you a bit of a heads up. So later on today, in 4.5 hours, we have a coaching workshop within the 5ers Discord. We're going to be giving away a trading account in there as well. We've got the Trader's Journey stuff. We're going to be connecting and talking about some of that stuff. So you are more than welcome to join us if you are a 5ers trader. Anything you need to touch on quickly before we shoot?
I think that's about it. Hopefully you guys did pretty well last night. With everything, obviously we covered. I was talking about the whole bond thing, telling you guys, yeah, you got to watch bonds, that kind of stuff. Obviously last night it popped off. We actually saw that come right through with the announcement from Scott Bessent and the Treasury and that sort of thing. So I can maybe cover that later on. Maybe I'll jump back in the stream after the break just for a bit to break down some of that, because I've had a few of you guys like messaging in Discord and that kind of thing, asking about it. So we'll see there. But apart from that, thank you once again, Rich. Beautiful as ever. And also your calming, soothing voice. Everyone loves. No, it's amazing. Unlike mine, my terrible Australian accent,
I read in chat earlier that apparently my voice made your internet dry. I was like, what? How do I build this? I don't know. Moving on.
But yeah, anyway, thank you, Rich. I will see you guys later on, perhaps. And if not, you'll have Richard Butler, and Boo jumping in very shortly. We're going to go for a half an hour break now. So see you guys later. Also, well done on the trivia to everyone that won. Also, the rest of you guys, there were a lot of you that scored really high. So very good job. I did put in some difficult ones today. So well done to everyone. And we will see you in half an hour.
Catch you in a bit.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Peace. I don't know, Remy, if you've got the timer. Not sure how to start it myself.
Yo,
Welcome back, guys.
welcome
Hey.
back, everybody. We've got myself, Richard Butler, and we've got Buyu. It is the last day of the stream for this week, Thursday's last day. We are getting ready for the New York session. Buyu, how are you, my friend?
I am happy. I'm singing to myself. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. You know why?
That's a copyright
why?
strike. Can you stop that? Stop being happy.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I think it was that since 15 seconds.
Yeah, happiness gets copyright struck, mate. Come on. No, I'm joking.
Okay. Yeah, we have to address the elephant in the room. It's a pretty big
What
one.
elephant? Which elephant?
It's got something to do with a rainbow.
It does.
And a fitted model that we were discussing yesterday.
Do you not want to talk about this next week Tuesday? Can we talk about this next week Tuesday? Come on, mate.
I feel like we should talk about this now because things have happened.
No. I refuse to have the discussion with you right now. I want witnesses. The witness will be Griff. Griff can gloat.
Griff can
much
gloat.
as he wants. For those who don't know what's going on, please tell them, Buyu, what is this all about?
So, Bitcoin has jumped nearly 10K overnight. So, something like a 15% increase around those regions. And a certain someone didn't believe in the stock to flow model, despite being told by Griff, by Dirk, by everyone that, hey, it's about time that we see a bounce in Bitcoin. That certain someone being that gentleman up there.
Well, if I had to defend myself from these absolute lies, these unfounded accusations, it's just that I said, well, I don't invest in Bitcoin, so that's the only thing that I said. I never claimed that it was horse, crap.
You were unsure about the rainbow. I remember very specifically being unsure about the power of the rainbow.
Okay, so I'm going to gaslight you right now. My words were something to the line of, I don't really know the efficacy of a rainbow being some sort of driving force behind Bitcoin moving up. But maybe the fact that this person that goes ahead and continuously adjusts their algorithm basically for that rainbow, that itself leads to people being like, well, he's curb fitting it, ergo it's going to start picking up, because the previous times that it happened when he curb fitted it, it did have a push up higher. So is it the fact that the rainbow metric is something that really works, or is it the fact that he curb fitted it that is making people think, oh, because of past events, future events are going to be the same? That's what my thinking was. So that's
okay. But the thing is, though, you'd have to be like, this person must have huge sway over the community to be able to move Bitcoin by 15% just by the action of him curving it.
Well, it's a very easy thing. Remember. Like, I can right now, if I can prove historic accuracy, people start seeing it as like, this guy's got the golden, he's got the golden egg here. This guy knows what he's talking about. And then one or two people just need to start talking about it, and then all of a sudden, one or two people becomes 50, becomes 100, becomes 1,000, and then at some point, these drivers start buying and investing. I mean, they got Griff to invest. They got Dirk to invest. They got you, the literal next, like 2 days later, to also sing his praises. I mean, you're proving my point on my behalf. You don't need hundreds of people. You just need 3, and there you go.
Well, you heard it here first. We move the markets here on this stream. Just saying. Not investment advice or anything. Just purely entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, this is all entertainment purposes only, guys. Seriously, it's yes. I was speaking English, maybe a bit broken, but still English, I think.
And
Anyway, please walk us through, before you go ahead with anything else. Please walk us through the gloat that you're absolutely going to have now from your Bitcoin trade. Please keep on gloating.
I am going to say that this rally was fabulous. Just to shout out MGN. And let's get into the trade, because I've been in this for a while, or what feels like ages. For those who don't know, I trade rejections from the equal lows and the equal highs. Right now, we actually don't have an established equal high up until 77,800 level. Though that being said, we may experience a bit of resistance around, and I'm looking for this. This is not an established one. It's only if it wicks off of these levels that I'll then move my stop loss even further. But we may see some resistance around the 74,100 level. If it wicks off of that level, then I will be moving my stop loss on the 4-hour time frame. So, established level, I'm aiming for 77,800, and other level, I'm aiming for 74,100, just to see if something happens around there. Either way, I reckon we're going higher. No, this is not me saying you should immediately get into the Bitcoin trade. The time to get into the Bitcoin trade was yesterday. To talk you through how I got into this trade in particular, it was off of these equal lows here. So I'm just going to quickly draw that on chart. And the invalidation, so I'm going to bring this back a little bit. So for those who don't know, I trade the rejection from the equal low. So if this blue line is the equal low here, I then look for the last obvious swing high before that equal low. Swing high being the high, low. I keep doing that. High, lower, low. So at that point, around there, we got invalidated. I believe I was a bit late to the entry, which is why when it retraced, I actually got in a little bit cheaper than expected. Good for me. But at that point, I then went long with targets. Initial targets were at this level up here. That got blasted straight through, as you can see. And now we are hopefully heading towards the other end, all the way up here. I'm particularly happy about this trade because I don't usually trade high RR trades. So this will be a bit of a standout one for me, although I don't really keep track of how many high RR trades I have because I'm not a risk to reward trader. I trade with a trading stop loss. But if it hits my target or goes towards that region, that's a 13.5 R trade, which will be decent. I mean, good for what? I got in 16th of August, so good for a week's work if it gets there by the end of the week. At this point now, I'm already up. Yeah.
Almost 8R. Wow. Be careful. If you say high, low one more time, a bunch of tools need to start singing. What was your initial risk going into this percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, so I risk 1 R for me is 0.5%.
Okay, so 0.5%. So you're already up 4% on this one trade as it stands.
Yes.
Okay. When is enough?
When it reverses me out and takes me out. I don't have a stop
Where's your stop
on
loss
trade.
currently?
My stop loss is currently here because we did have a 66,500 because we did
Was a bit
have
of
a
a
little bit of a
resistance
bounce.
point. Yeah.
So
can see
here we have a high. It's a bit harder to see. We have a high of 70,000, and we can go back and we see here we also had a high of around 70,000. So around that level, 70,020. So around that level, I was like, okay, just to be cautious, I'm gonna match that wick that I did off the 70,000 level with the previous one from back here, because those two lined up. Let me see if I could just quickly draw a line out just so you guys all know what I'm talking about. So that line there.
Sharon
thin,
Bai asking for please explain the point of interest. First of all, please stop spamming, and then secondly, this isn't cool, sir. Stop loafing. Only explain point of interest. Now I think on purpose we're gonna take our time to explain.
Yes. Okay.
Have patience, Sharon.
That is where, that is where I have I moved my 15-minute stop loss on from. So looking for the last swing low before that point, we have a high, low, higher high, and I move it to the bottom of the FVG. The FVG was quite wide, so that's why it's all the way down there at 66,500.
Okay. I can see why you would put it there. Not being a swing trader, I'll give you my very, very professional opinion about where you should be putting your stop loss as a non-swing trader. The last swing point, in my mind, makes awesome sense. So even higher than yours, I probably would have put it around 68 or slightly lower. I can't. Yeah, that swing point right there. So 67.7 something. So that's probably no, I think it was 67 or 6.
Yeah, we've got this one here.
67.8.
Yeah, we've got this one here. But would you also count this as your swing low as well?
I would say that those are a channel, and a channel is a version of consolidation. So if we break through that channel, obviously there's a chance that we're going to go lower. So I would want to have it like reasonably a bit lower than that channel, effectively, because the channel is just a slower upward moving consolidation in my mind. So that's where I would put that. So if it were to break through that, there's a much stronger chance that it's in any way going to come lower. So, like I said, my professional opinion as a very established swing trader. For everybody else, that's a joke. I'm not a swing trader at all. So my opinion in this is take it with a whole sack of salt if you want to. But if I had to go on the idea of where likely is price to invalidate my long, it would be there. Because you have to break lower than the top end of the channel where there was some consolidation. You have what I can see 2 swing points, one just before 12 and one just before 6 this morning, that it needs to break through. You have a fair few areas of interest there, like that previous one. A little bit to the right.
That's to the right.
A little bit that one. If that one in of itself is an area of interest, because that is the bounce off of the zone, where towards the left where you had that high wick on your vertical line going up. So just in line with that. On the left-hand side is an area of resistance. So if it breaks through all of this, I would say breaking all of that, it's probably going to want to try and go lower. In which case, I'm just invalidated, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, fair. I'm playing it safe a little bit. So, yeah, I will move it up, but I'm hoping the price of Bitcoin will go significantly higher As mentioned, 74,000 level is the first one around that area that I'm going to be watching out for, and the next one all the way up here at the 77,800. So we are getting it. At first I thought it was just going to be a few, but we are now getting several people asking about giveaways, funding accounts, and that sort of stuff.
All right, let's answer those questions all at once. First and foremost, the giveaway was this morning. It was a trivia giveaway. We've already given away 3 accounts for that. There's no other giveaways today. We do have a 1v1 battle giveaway next week, Tuesday, where 2 participants, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, will battle up against the hosts to try and win an account. So there's no other giveaways for today, so that answers that. So no giveaways for the rest of the day. We've already had one. For people asking for us to give them money or to fund their accounts, unfortunately, that's not what we do here. That's not the purpose of this live stream. So as much as I would love to, I'm not going to give you money. It's not how it works. So I would suggest that you pitch up, learn from what it is that we're doing, and start off your journey by trading some demo accounts. Pitch up on the days where we have giveaways, try and get a giveaway, or save up some money to try and purchase a small account. With the 5ers, the 2.5K high stakes account is the cheapest one we have at $19, I believe.
Give me a second.
Go to the 2-step. Yeah, that one. 2.5K I think is $19. 2.5K.
Yes.
Scroll down, $19, and if you use any affiliate code, you can get 10% off, which is going to bring that down by another $1.90, which will bring it down to $17.10. So you can get a 2.5K. So that's what my suggestion would be to do that. Unfortunately, we do not give free accounts other than the giveaways that we have once a week, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, in regards to giveaways, for those who don't know, and I saw someone asking about the Discord link, if you sign up to the 5ers and then purchase an account, you will then get access to our Discord, where we actually do have a lot more giveaways on there. Just talk about this week's giveaways. We have a daily Discord. Just bear with me a second.
You're on the wrong Discord there, mate.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong Discord.
That's prop firm match. We're the 5ers. Where's your allegiances, Buyu? Where's your allegiances?
Well, the prop firm match, they do sponsor the 5ers. Well, we have a deal with them where if you use code MATCH, you can get a discount. So that's one discount code you can use. And also, feel free to leave us a review on prop firm match if you like what we're doing. So we have a daily Discord call. Today's Discord call is with Rich, who you saw in our morning session. He'll be giving away 10 hub credits at least. In recent Discord calls, there have also been accounts given away. They were sorry, got distracted by a comment.
Yeah, I do know. I giggled as well.
Yeah, I don't. By the way, just a side note, I don't work with 20 prop firms. I just basically, because I'm a massive weirdo, decided to join the Discord of every single firm that's listed on Prop Firm Match, just so I can have eyes on the market. But that's just me being an absolute weirdo. So back to what I was saying. On recent Discord calls, they've also been giving away accounts. We also are doing our traders journey this month, where this week's challenge is to take a photo of food. So challenge this week is to prepare, order, or pick up a meal that you genuinely enjoy and consider worthy of fueling the trader behind the screens. Could be your favorite home cooked meal, your go-to comfort food, something healthy and performance focused, or something slightly less disciplined, but that simply makes you happy. If you do that, you can be in with a chance to win a 20k bootcamp account, and there's going to be 3 winners selected. And we've been doing that each week for the past for this month. Basically, a random task where you can win a free account just literally for following the challenge. And the challenge has been fairly easy. The one last week was to go outside and touch grass, and before that, I believe
clean
it
your
was
desk.
clean your desk.
Yeah.
So there are various chances to get giveaways. We are trying to push people towards our Discord for more giveaways if you aren't satisfied with the ones we give away on stream. But yeah, I believe on rotation now on stream we've got our weekly trivia and our 1v1s. So we had our weekly trivia this morning. Next week we have a 1v1. Following week we'll have another trivia. Following week we have another 1v1, for example, as your chance to win a giveaway. We have Discord where you get hub credits with a Discord call each day. So you can get, hub credits, which you can use towards buying an account like that. You can take part in our Traders Journey month, where you can also win giveaways. So there's giveaways galore. You just have to know where to look and join our Discord, on stream or in Discord. Hey, that's how you can get a giveaway. And as mentioned, we aren't just going to give away an account in the chat because you said giveaway now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Jeff saying, "What strategy do you use to swing, Richard?" I don't. I am a intraday trader. I don't swing trade. Buyu and Griff are the resident swing traders. They have a little, I don't know, like swing party between the two of them.
Swingers.
I don't.
Swingers Club.
Yeah, Swingers Club. That's why I was being very facetious there for a second when I was like, my strategy. I don't have a swing strategy, unfortunately. And then Esther Skosana is saying, can we see your NASDAQ analysis and explain? Buyu, if you don't mind, because you are in a trade already.
I jumped into it. Yeah. So I jumped into a NASDAQ trade yesterday. It's going comme ci, comme ça at the moment. Not really doing much. And I think you'll actually have another chance to jump into the longs if it presents itself. But let me talk about what I'd be looking for. So this blue line is the equal low, I believe. I was a bit overzealous, over eager, because I jumped in on the rejection from this wick, which is just above the blue line. So this wick at the bottom here. The wick at the bottom of there, which was a low of 29,362.1. The blue line was down here. I said, that's fairly close. Let me jump in. So what I did on the 15-minute chart was I saw, I believe the blue line, the bottom of the wick was here. I saw a high, a low. Why do I keep doing that? Last swing high. So the low, high, lower low. When that got invalidated, I jumped in to a long position with a stop loss on the 4-hour chart just at the bottom of the fair value gap, which is this whole area here. Obviously, I was a bit eager. It did come back and test my blue line. And now that it's tested the blue line, what you may want to look for is the last swing high before that blue line was tested. In other words, this low, high, lower low. So just above there, that's where if you wanted to get in, I would be getting into longs on a swing basis for the NASDAQ. So I'm long at the moment already, but if you want your chance to get in long, I would wait for it to break through this line here. And then you can put your stop loss at the bottom of the FVG, or at least that's where I've put mine. Now, I have sometimes in the past tried to move it a bit, try to not choose the FVG where the FVG has been particularly big, but that's when I'm more in a risk-on mood. Forgive me, got hiccups. Where I'm more in a risk-on mood. So if I was, for instance, wanting to be a bit more risk-on, I might move it to here. So instead of 29090, I put it at 29290. By the way, you may see a slight difference between the figures on my screen and the figures on the 5ers. I believe 5ers is 20 points lower, and that's because I'm using a different price feed. I'm using their Wanda price feed instead of IC markets. So they may be on your Fibers feed, you might see 29070, where I've got 29090. There'll be a 20-point difference. But yeah, that's what I'd be waiting for if you were getting into NASDAQ longs. I'm not looking for shorts, I'm looking for longs, and that would be my analysis for the NASDAQ.
Nice.
Your thoughts?
I'll give mine in a second. Jeff is asking, any active affiliate code? I would like to get more summer accounts. The right person to ask is Booyoo. Booyoo being a hunter of discounts. Dude, I'm gonna make your stream handle Booyoo hunter of discounts or discount hunter.
So, as we can see on the screen, if you want 10% off, as Rich mentioned earlier, you can use code ICT. That will get you 10% off your account, and 100% of those affiliate commissions are going to be donated to St. Jude Children's Hospital. That aside, for those who were eagle-eyed enough to spot ours on Prop Firm Match, you can also, and I'm not sure if this applies to the summer accounts as well, but in general, you can also use code MATCH for a discount on the 5ers accounts. If you go over to the 5ers here, you can see that code MATCH is available. If you click on the offers,
10% off.
Come on. Well, that's it.
There we go.
There we go. So on the first order only, you get a 10% off and credits equivalent to the free account of the same size if you reach payout. That's for that one. And if you're buying a 100K stakes account, that's 10% off. So code match or code ICT, I think they work one time only. So it's first order only. This one is particularly exciting if you've never had a 5ers account before, because if you can pass first time, you get a chance to get a free account upon passing. The codes, I'm not sure if they apply to the summer plans as well, but these are for the regular accounts. So if you're doing a summer plan, what I would personally say, use code ICT. And then you maybe, once the summer plan is over, which it's not long now, I think at the end of next week.
Yeah.
End of next week, summer plans are gone. So get in quick. But after that, you might want to use code match. So if you're looking for a discount, ICT or code match. And then I believe we have various other affiliates.
You can use any affiliate of the 5ers and their code, and it should work.
Yeah.
So
those are the two main discount codes that I know of.
Yeah. There was another question here. So Mo, I will get to gold as well. So I'll give my thoughts on NASDAQ because I only trade NASDAQ, and then we'll give you our thoughts on gold as well. So just hang around for that. There was another question here. Sorry, I think I accidentally. Oh, here it is. From Talbo also saying, good day, guys. I never thought of prop firms until today. My live account was growing slow. Kindly summarize prop firm funding with the 5ers and how long it will take for me to get funded. Honestly, that is a very loaded question because every person has their own journey within trading. I don't know what is your risk parameters. I don't know what is your current risk appetite. I don't know what is your strategy or anything like that. But there's some generalizations around trading. So generally, when you're looking at what you're doing slowly on your personal account, take that and assume that the risk that you're taking is a percentage of your account balance. So let's say hypothetically you have a $1,000 account and you're making $10 or you're risking $10 per trade to make $20. You're putting in 0.1% risk because $100 would be 10%. Sorry, it's 1%. Sorry, not it's 1%. So you're putting in 1% risk to make 2%. Now, for a prop firm account, you're looking at majority of accounts you need to make 10% to pass a phase, And then generally the next fave is 5%. So in total, you need to make 15%. If you are risking $10 with your regular account, which is 1% of your account, if you risked that same 1% with any prop account, look at how long it takes you to make 15% as an example. If you just followed the same strategy that you're normally going with when taking your regular account, your personal account, look how long it takes you to pass that or to reach that goal, let's say, of 15%. That will give you a similar idea of how long it's going to take you to pass a prop account. All right. So you can use that metric, your own metric, to determine how long it's going to take you. Now, obviously, there's a lot of caveats to that as well. There's a lot of psychological impacts. There is availability, all of these things. There's so many factors that come into play for that. But a general one-to-one comparison is you look at what you're currently doing and your current results, and then you look as a percentage of your current account, how you do general. In general, I make 0.5% a day, or I make 2% a week. And then you just go and say, well, in this case, this is a 2.5K two-step account where the first step you need to make 10%, the second step you need to make 5% for a total of 15% across the two accounts, and then you can compare that. So there's some people that can pass accounts within a few days. There's people that take years to pass accounts. Don't compare yourself to any of them. Compare yourself to yourself. Look at your current journey and where you know, how is that going to play for you with your prop account? The difference between a prop account and a personal account is the access to the amount of leverage that you basically have, the buying power, the equity, the account balance. If you're trading a $100,000 account, you have, in effect, a $10,000 account because you have 10% profit available for you to make and 10% maximum loss. So 10% of 100,000 is 10,000. So technically, you have a $10,000 account when you buy a 100K account. The thing is, not everybody has $10,000 laying around for you to have a personal account. So you're going to put much smaller amounts, 1,000, 500, 300, that kind of like level to try and build your personal account. But you have to put up $10,000 to have the same buying power as a equivalent 100 to 1 leveraged personal broker. Where with the 5ers, as an example, you can get a summer account, a 100K summer account. The cheapest one is $149, which is going to give you that same $10,000. So your risk input is a lot lower with a prop account. But the difference is prop accounts have a lot of rules that you need to abide by. Not necessarily the same as, for argument's sake, a personal brokerage, where some personal brokerages have rules that if you don't abide to them, then they will close your account and stuff like that. But in general, a lot less rules when compared to a prop account. My opinion, the 5ers, this is probably going to be a little bit biased. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe in the 5ers. I wouldn't be a streamer and stream manager for them if I didn't believe in them. I have accounts with them. I've been with them for a long time. I love their accounts. I love their support. I love the team. I love everything about the 5ers. So my opinion is a little bit biased. Buyu as well. His opinion might be a little bit biased, but his opinion, he wants all. He's with all of the prop firms. He wants the best. So it's really going to depend on you as an individual, what it is that you're looking for, and then you go and find a prop firm that aligns with what it is that you're looking for. If you're the gambling sort of person that wants to make, I don't know, risk 10% of your account every trade, and you trade, I don't know, like 100 trades a day, the 5ers isn't for you because they are not going to enjoy your style of trading. Let's just put it like that. So the 5ers in general is looking for actual traders. We're looking for people with good risk management. We're looking for people with consistent results. And we're also looking for people that have a long-standing partnership potential with the 5ers. That's what we're looking for. We're also looking to teach people. We're also looking to educate them in trading. We're trying to be a force of good in the prop firm sphere. Because yes, there are a lot of prop firms out there. There's thousands of prop firms. Not all of them are going to be in it with the same willingness, let's put it like this, to be a force of good. Some of them are in it only to take your money. So there's a lot. But the 5ers is trying to be that force of good. I would always advocate for the 5ers. Go for a summer account. They're so good.
There is a reason why we are celebrating our 10-year anniversary when a lot of other firms have been and gone in significantly less time. We're one of the oldest firms in the industry, and that's, for a reason, right? We make sure we build a firm that can be long-lasting. It's got longevity, and it's sustainable.
Yeah, there's a reason we've been around for more than 10 years now. We were established in 2016. This is our 10-year anniversary month, and I think it started in February. So we're already like a fair few, like 10 years and a half into existence. And we're still growing and we're still expanding. So take that information as you will. But I'm a little bit biased. I love the 5ers.
And for those who are new here, welcome. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. Leave us a like on the video. And get involved in our Discord. It's very easy to join the Discord. All you have to do is once you can sign up to the 5ers for free. But to actually get the access to Discord, you need to get an account with us. So, if you buy an account, or you can win an account in one of our regular competitions that we have weekly, or, win an account by beating us.
Yeah, so let me just reiterate what and correct what Buyu is saying. It's only through purchase that you can get access to the Discord. You're not going to get access if you've won an account, be it through competition or a 1v1. It's literally you have to purchase. But the size of the account that you purchase doesn't matter. You can literally get the cheapest account. You can buy a $19 2.5K high stakes account, which is the cheapest account that we have, and that will gain you access to the Discord. So if you've won an account, congratulations, you have an account, but you won't gain access to the Discord unless you've purchased one. Just to
okay.
Don't want to give away the incorrect information on the live stream.
Yeah.
Something that I have never done, ever.
Right.
Yeah. Gold.
Wait, you were going to touch on NASDAQ.
Yes.
You're going to switch your screens. Yeah.
Yes. So let's bring my screen up. So, as opposed to Buyu, I am a lower time frame trader. So I trade the 5-minute, the 15, and so on. I'm an intraday trader. I look at intraday price action. I am predominantly a reversal trader. So I look for smaller, lower time frame, let's call them legs. And I'm looking for those legs to prove that they no longer want to be in that direction. So I'm looking for reversal opportunities on the lower time frame. So if I were to look at this week's price action that we've had, if I go to the weekly side, you'll notice that on the current week that we have, misclick, we are quite bearish. We started out the week, pushed up a little bit, and since then started dropping down. If I go down to the daily, you'll notice that we are here currently. Yesterday was a bit of we don't quite know where we're going. We closed very close to where we opened the day. But Tuesday, very, very bearish day. And Monday, also more bearish than it was initially. So we're having this newly found downward trend on the weekly, just the last 4 days alone. We're completely disregarding any of this information here. We're just looking currently at what we're seeing this week. This week so far has been bearish. If I go over to the 4-hour, you will notice that we had an area of consolidation over here, which was on the 6th of August. We tested that area once over here, which was on the 11th, and now we come back to it. We tipped it. We just swept below it yesterday, and today we've really struggled to break away, and we're still in that zone. So technically, we are in a new area of consolidation from yesterday and today. If I go on to the lower time frame, even lower, like the 5-minute as an example, you can see that consolidation. You can see it from yesterday. The whole of yesterday, the low of yesterday is down here. And the high of yesterday is over here. So we effectively came into this area all the way back on Tuesday during the New York session, and we have not left it. So the whole time we've been bouncing between these 2 points for the last day and a half, effectively. Or almost 2 days now, because we're getting closer to the New York session now. So for the last, like, almost, let's say, 40 hours, we have been stuck in this range. So we're currently range bound. All right. So now the question is, if we're range bound, what are we looking to do? This morning we had a lower time frame range as well. We were consolidating right here. So this was consolidation. This was the Tokyo session this morning. We had a breakout. I was looking for a breakout this morning. If for those of you who were in this morning when we were doing the analysis on NASDAQ this morning, I was looking for a break of this either top end or lower end. So the lower end being over here, I wanted a break and retest and then continue lower. Or on the top end, I wanted to have a break and retest of the top. So either a break above, retest and continue higher, or a break below, retest and continue lower. What we did have was a break, no retest. So I couldn't participate in this at all. So what happens? We've just had the retest now, as you can see. So we've just had the retest of that zone, and we've had quite a volumetric candle. I don't know if this was news related, so I'm going to go and check if there was any news event that came out. So this was 1 o'clock exactly my time, and then this candle was the 1 o'clock candle. So any news that came out 12 minutes ago, nothing on Forex Factory, Financial Juice, anything. It could have been the Walmart earnings that could have caused this to drop lower. This was 1 minute after 1. It could have been this Meta has quietly become one of Microsoft's largest AI consumers. I don't know. But the idea that I can see here is it's regardless of the news, we've had a break and retest and now continue lower. So with that being said, we still have this lower area which we've been stuck in as well, which we've bounced off of the whole week. From Tuesday, when Tuesdays would roll over into Wednesday, from Wednesday, 1 test, 2 tests, 3 tests. Now, all 3 tests, conversely, are lower than the previous retest. The same point, we had the high tests here that were each higher. So you almost have this expanding channel. It's expanding initially. But what happened is after this test here and this test here, we just went into flat price action yet again. All right, so now the question is, are we going to continue with this reaction off of this zone over here to try and break lower, to try and push lower than this area and then maybe retest and push lower? That's the question that I have right now. I'm not too bothered about this upper end being tested anytime soon because when we had the opportunity, we failed. So this area over here is now a higher confluenced area of interest. It's acted as an area of support previously with all of these tests. It broke through and it acted now as an area of support. So to me, this area has become an established zone. And an established zone in my eyes is an area that acted as both support and resistance. It can be a high. It's an area where we struggle to break through. But the important point is that we've had a reaction off of it. And the reaction that we've had right now is a bearish reaction. So as it stands right now, I'm looking more at lower time frame bearish price action. If I go back to the 5 minute. So I'm looking to see whether or not this established area down here is going to be tested and broken through. I'm more concerned with sells on the lower time frame for NASDAQ, as opposed to Buyus looking for buys on NASDAQ on the higher time frame. So there's a bit of a juxtaposition here where we're kind of like at odds. But in my mind, if we break past this established area and I go over to the daily, I'm going to look for another area where price potentially can come and test. And to me, it's this over here. So it's the highs of the 21st of July and the lows of the 6th of August, because these two areas here have acted as a little bit of resistance and support. So this is the first area. If we break through yesterday's lows and start pushing lower, this is the area where we're going to potentially see some resistance, because previously we already had resistance, well, in this case, support, and it acted as resistance previously. If we break through this, I would see us continue going lower, potentially come and retest these lows, or, where's my drawing tool, or this area of resistance and support that we had previously. So this is what I'm looking for to see happen on the downside. Now, the inverse is also plausible, where we can have potentially aligning more with the higher time frame, where if price were to reject off of this zone over here, reject the lows of yesterday, meaning we bounce off of it and we start picking up, then we're going to start looking at the weekly high. We're going to start looking at these potential swing points all the way over here back to the highs of, the all-time highs, which is all the way up over here. So I can see it go both ways. Lower time frame, definitely bearish. Higher time frame, to me, is looking like there's a potential for it to come and react here, which also aligns with the 50 EMA as well. If that fails, it will move down to this point over here. That's what I'm seeing right now. So in my mind, NASDAQ, lower time frame, bearish. We're getting closer to the New York session, which is in an hour and 15 or 13 minutes or so. So we'll see whether or not this area here holds with that. And if that fails, yesterday's lows are in play. That's my analysis on NASDAQ.
And further to Rich's analysis, he mentioned if we break through this zone, there's another zone. My stop loss is just below that other zone that he marked out on his chart. So yeah, just below that zone, that is where my stop loss is.
Yeah, so even though I'm an intraday trader and Buyu is a swing trader, there can be alignment in the higher time frame view and even the lower time frame view. It's where you put emphasis. I don't care about the higher time frame all that much because I'm not trading there. So I will look at it because it helps confluence what I'm seeing. It helps add color to the picture that I'm trying to draw up. But I trade the lower time frame, so I'm way more concerned with the lower time frame. Buyu is more of a higher time frame. He's a swing trader, so he can look at the lower time frame and be like, look, I can see it's pulling back, but in the grander scheme of things, it aligns with my higher time frame confluence. Higher time frame bias, what I'm seeing, what I want to see happen. So same information, different opinions on it, different trading styles, ultimately leads to different views. Even though we're completely unaligned with what we're seeing on the lower time frame and higher time frame, we're going to try and make the best of what it is that we're seeing.
Yeah. I think we also had a request for gold as well. And someone asked, hey, Richard, any YouTube channel suggestion for learning trading? Guys, you're in the right place. We do have a couple of other videos on our channel in regards to trading, interviews with successful traders who've got payouts. We've got our daily live streams where we go over trade analysis, what we're looking at, have a bit of entertainment, also do giveaways for people who are still asking for giveaways in the chat. So we're now at the moment doing one giveaway a week. It'll either be the 1v1 or the trivia we had earlier this morning. So sorry, Rahman, you just missed out on that. Sorry. But if you're here for the education and you actually want to focus on passing accounts, whether you get them from a giveaway or you buy them yourself, stick right here. You're in the right place. Meanwhile,
sorry, I'm just replying to a message.
That's okay. Meanwhile, let's have a hop over to gold. Just gonna say how it is. From a higher time frame point, I'm not in gold at the moment. it did not come down to the level I wanted it to, which is this blue line here, which is where all the previous equal lows were. It was a bit premature in going up, so I am not looking at it at all until it either touches this red line up here, the equal highs, or this blue line down here, equal lows. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't have a bias. Just going off the chart, I reckon we're going to go up, but I'm not jumping into any trades. I'm not taking any positions. I'm not saying, hey, you should jump into a gold long or short, because I'm not in it. I'm not interested in it at the moment.
Gold, I'll have a look at as well. It's still that idea of the established zone. I can see us potentially still come back down here, even though I feel as though we're a little bit consolidative. This is the 5 minute. So you can see this area over here has had multiple reactions acting as either support or resistance, multiple reversals around that area. Reversal trader myself, and looking at the idea of support and resistance. So support and resistance and reversals around support and resistance. I can see a lot of that, but right now we're consolidating here. We're kind of stuck in this. Yes, it's a larger zone in general, but right now you can see this area down here. So if I just move that, yeah, it's still fine. You can see this area over here as a order block. So what is an order block? It is, as per Victor's description, it is a area where you've had a stronger than normal or larger volume, let's rather say, of reaction, and it's usually categorized by a outside bar engulfing candle, which is what this is. So this whole candle engulfs the previous attempt, and on top of this, it closes outside the boundaries of the previous one. So not only does the candle body engulf it, the highs and lows swings are completely outside of the previous bar. So this is an area where price tends to come back to react in a similar fashion. So in this case, we had a strong push up, which just barely swept these high swings over here. Obviously, consider we're still in a range on the lower time frame. But when price came back to it the second time, it had a similar reaction, reaching almost a similar high point as the previous time. We just came back to it now, just tapped it yet again, and it seems as though we're having some sort of reaction as well. But bear in mind that this is consolidative. We don't have lower lows and higher low swings that follow each other. We have a low swing, a higher low, a lower low, an equal low. We have a high swing, a higher swing, a lower swing, a lower equal swing. So this is consolidative price action. I agree with Buyu. I don't really have a direction right now. What I will say is we are stuck between established zones. We're stuck between this top one, we're stuck between this bottom one. Right now we're in consolidation. We need a break, and we need a break with conviction. We need strong convictive reaction. Generally, after a day of really strong bullish or bearish price action, you tend to follow it up with a bit of consolidation. Market is digesting what happened the previous day. People that are, and I'm saying people can be industries, banks, hedge funds, doesn't matter. It can be even individual people as well. Those that were in sells right up here or right over here, they're holding their trade, hoping that price can go lower. People that, and all of the other above mentioned groups of entities that are in buys right now are looking for areas where they can start taking off some of their buys, to start taking a little bit of profit. So you get these consolidative days where the buyers and sellers are on equal terms, effectively. And that's what we're seeing today. We have no directional bias for today on the lower time frame. Higher time frame, different story. But lower time frame, for me, we need a break. We need a break and continuation. We need volume. We need to see follow-ups of higher price action or inversely lower price action. We need to see follow-up. So for me, gold, I don't trade between 2 points. I don't buy the high, sell the sell the high, buy the low, that kind of like thing. I don't trade consolidation at all. I trade the breakout. I trade the reversal after testing an area. Not during consolidation, though, because at any point in time, this reaction can lead to a breakout, and then I'm on the wrong side of it. So consolidation, I don't trade it. I leave it alone whatsoever. There's a question here from MA Gamers. MA Gamers Vines. Oh man, I remember Vines. Richard, if I'm risking only 1% per trade and passing the phase in only 10 trades, what's your take on that? That's fine. The idea is, are you comfortable with that 1%? Are you comfortable risking the amount that you have? It's about you. It's about your comfort. All right? Personally, I don't trade more than 1%. I will range between 0.5% and 1% in evaluations. When I pass an account and I get to the funded stage, I drop my risk. I go to 0.25%. I give myself as much time to be wrong.
Yeah.
Which, at some point, you're going to go through a losing streak. It's bound to happen. That's a typical reaction. I want to make sure that me going through a losing streak doesn't kill my account. So I immediately drop the risk. So it depends on you. It depends on what you're comfortable with.
All right, and just want to give a quick shout out to Kawish. Sorry if I butcher your name. I know you're a regular, and we want to thank you for being here. You are indeed alive, and we can see you. But I can't see any other comments except for you saying hi at the very start of the stream. So hi.
Sorry, I didn't see you saying hi, Kavish. Yes, happy to see you in.
Okay.
Wesley. Sorry, I wanted to bring Wesley's one up. Always heard the saying, big range days lead to small range days. Yeah, it's true. Oh.
Ooh. Okay, you just read the losing streak? Or
Gold is going to eat Asia low, and it will make us feel that gold will go down to the previous day low, but instead it will take Asia low, then it will eat the previous day high, then go up. Gold equal drama queen. I mean, is it? Are you in a losing streak? Is that what you were looking to do? Take the low and continue lower. But in actuality, this is what you're like. I'm in a losing streak, and I think I lost my mental balance. I'm talking with a wall. Okay.
Two things about being in a mental balance. I'm going to take this back. Actually, I saw a comment from Unbiased Trader, so I want to say thank you for that. It was about 15, 20 minutes ago, where he mentioned our psychology channel. And I'm quickly going to look for that. Mentioned 10 rules, and I am not sure how to find the 10 rules listed. Do you know the 10 rules that he mentioned? But either way, we do have a psychology channel, and want to say thank you to Unbiased Trader for pointing that out. As mentioned earlier, we do have our scheduled call taking place in about 3 hours with Rich on the Discord. So if you are struggling with trading, the other Rich, if you are struggling with trading, feel free to post in the psychology chat, or Rich has been known to take questions and provide responses in those Discord calls. They aren't one way. Discord allows us to be a lot more interactive than YouTube, where we even have open mic sessions where we let you jump on the mic and have a talk. And yeah, if you are struggling, feel free to bring it up in that Discord call, and we can provide some advice or what we would do, how we would handle things, and come together as a community to help support each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know that there is a Discord psychology channel where they do share these rules and stuff like that. But I think I'll have to go and search for it as well, because I can't, off of the top of my head, remember the exact 10 rules. I just want to answer this question here from Divine Favored. Hey, Richard, what's your max stop loss in NAS in pips? When I take a NAS trade, I use static take profit and stop loss points. So if I, for argument's sake, take this trade right here, I will have a 40-point stop loss and an 80-point take profit as an example. So if you're using MetaTrader, it will be 4,000 points. Because remember, MetaTrader, they use the decimal points as points as well. So with MetaTrader, it will be 4,000 points, which equates to 40 points. But to give you an example, if the exact price entry is, let's say, 29,400 on the dot, my stop loss would be 29,440. Okay, just to explain that. And then, my apologies, my take profit will be 80 points, which would then be 29,320. So 80 points away. I used to have a strategy which I used the other day, a while ago. I can't use it anymore because it's considered bulk trading. So I'm looking for an alternative. But what I used to do is I used to have multiple take profit points. Let's say hypothetically, this was an entry. It's not. I'm just using it as an example. I would have multiple take profit points. Each one of them would be exactly 1 RR of the previous one. So it would be 160 points for TP4. TP3 would be 3R, 1 to 3. TP2 would be a 1 to 2. So each one of them is a combination of my risk times which TP zone I'm going to have. So this would be TP1. This would be a 1 to 1 of my risk. TP2 would be a 1 to 2. TP3 would be a 1 to 3. And TP4 would be a 1 to 4. The reason why this was considered bulk trading was not because of the strategy itself, but because of the position size calculator that I use and how it enters trades and takes partials. The way that the position size calculator works, is which is what I was using for quite a while, is when it enters a trade and you want it to have partials. Let's say in this case, I want 4 partials, each one of them taking off 0.25% of the risk. It enters 4 trades. Anything more than 2 trades taken simultaneously is considered bulk trading. So I have to find an alternative way to do this. And remember, you can see down here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 accounts down here. All 6 of them are with the 5ers, which means that I have to manually go and do this now. And it takes a lot of time. And the more stuff that you have to do, the more prone you can be to making mistakes. So I'm currently working with my brother to write me a new position size calculator that does not take multiple entry points, but instead takes a single entry and places 4 TP points for that one entry, which would then just be typical partials, an automated partial take profits. So as of right now, I'm not using that one. I prefer to use that one because it's peace of mind is a lot better. But this one is the one that I'm currently using, where I have a 1 to 2 straight from that entry point, 40 points, stop loss, 80 points, and this will never be more than 1%. So if it is a 100K account, this 40 points will not be more than $1,000 in risk, meaning it would not be more than 25 lots for NAS. 0.5% is 12.5 lots for 40, giving me $500. So $500 divided by 40 gives you 12.5. So that's how you can work that one out. So in this case, I'm always risking at least less than 1,000 to try and make double that. Simple.
Yeah. So it looks like this hour has flown by.
It's by so quickly.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask though, did you ever manage to check out CTrader with the different take profits it has?
I did, and I'm probably not going to go with that because I think having MetaTrader accounts and CTrader accounts and then having to jump between them to try and get my copies going through, I'm going to have to get an alternative copier and all of that kind of like stuff. I just decided, screw it, I'm going to stay with MetaTrader, and then I am just going to have my brother write me let's say, an EA that takes partials, places the partials automatically. I'll rather just do that.
Yeah.
So we're currently working on that in the background.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say we have someone tagging in for me because sadly I have to go. My time is up. Before I leave, just wanted to plug one more time. Discord call in 3 hours time. So if you can, please join us for that. Um, response to a comment that I saw about no giveaway today. Sadly, the giveaway has already taken place today. That was a trivia earlier. Kawish, I also want to say good luck in next week's 1v1 on the Futures channel. And congratulations on winning the slot. So sad to hear that you weren't able to do it because of internet issues. For those who are interested in futures, don't forget we also have our futures channels, and they also do their own 1v1s, so you can win giveaways on the futures side as well if you're keen on that. We do automatically switch over to the futures stream at the end of this one. So if you've never seen the future stream or don't know which channels to look for, just stay on after this stream ends and you'll automatically be redirected there. And hey, you can sign up to our futures channel and also see if you can take part of the 1v1s there. On that note, hello, Lewis, and bye, bye to everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this segment of the stream, and I will see you next week. Peace.
I will see you next week as well, Boo. Cheers.
It's great energy. Thank you, Buyu. Richard, everyone
Hello.
watching, hi, hello. You were talking about copying, having different accounts, different platform, partials, position sizer. All of those are right up my lane.
Are they? Really? I would never have guessed. Tell me, what's your fascination with it?
Perhaps everyone who, has multiple accounts and, is trying to expand will have the same issues, right? Whether you stick with the same account, with the same platform, the copier and so on. So I understand that you stick with the with MT5 and you kept the position sizer. You're just going to add an EA for each individual account to have the partials executed. Is that correct?
So what we're busy doing, my brother and I, we are currently looking at creating an alternative to the position size calculator. I personally love the position size calculator. I think it does everything that I want it to do. It does it very, very, very well. The only issue is the fact that with multiple take profit points, unfortunately, it enters multiple trades. That's just part of its code. So if I want 4 take profit points, it's going to put in 4 individual trades, and it's going to see each trade as an individual take profit and stop loss. So same stop loss, different TP. And that's the only thing about it that I don't like.
What is the issue about that concretely?
Okay, so the issue is that if you have more than 2 trades that are entered simultaneously on a account on the same asset, that is considered bulk trading, whether manually done or via an EA. So unfortunately, the strategy that I had, where I had the multiple take profit points and taking partials as it's going down, that unfortunately is considered bulk trading. So I was given a printout of my trading and was told, look, this is bulk trading. So I immediately stopped that. So I immediately said, okay, great, thank you very much for the feedback, because I reached out to the 5ers and I asked them, look, will this be considered bulk trading? I got my answer, and I immediately stopped. So every other trade that I've been taking since then has either been a strict 1 to 2, just straight up single entry 1 to 2, which can be done with any copier, no problem, and the position sizer can do that as well. But because I have 6 accounts, and then I also have other accounts that I trade as well, personal accounts and stuff like that as well, it becomes a bit of a mess when you have to jump between all of them to ensure that they all really worked as they were supposed to, and all of that kind of like stuff. And entries are going in when they're supposed to. You're not getting slippage. It becomes a bit of it becomes more work, especially if you're a lower time frame trader like myself that relies on very specific entry points. Having too many slipped accounts, or maybe an account that doesn't enter the trade when it's supposed to, that delay becomes a problem. And then the more barriers there are, more decision points there are, the more chances there are for me to make mistakes. And I think we've spoken about this before. It's one of the reasons why I like the position sizes so much, was about the fact that it's so intuitive, it's fast, it's less decision points to make mistakes. And I made a mistake the other day with the 2 new 100K accounts that I purchased on Monday, and that mistake almost cost me 2%. Because I was ready to take a trade, and I was like, okay, Shift T is my take trade. So I click on the one account, I say Shift T, Shift T, Shift T, Shift T, Shift T, Shift T, and I did that. And what I did was I did it twice on the one account. Instead of, so that is a mistake that I made with all of this stuff. Then I said, okay, no, I'm going to go and get the copier, but then the copier itself had its own issues like around that as well. It doesn't always copy all of it. It was a whole thing. So to try and simplify, we've decided to take the position size calculator, the earnforex.com position size calculator, and rewrite the code in a way that it does not enter 4 trades for 4 take profit points, but instead take 1 trade and provide you with 4 take profit points, and then with all of the other functionality that it has. So that's the reason. That's the whole big reason for it.
And because what I do is, and this works on the 5ers, the copier, I think the copier, that's where the solution is. Which one did you try out?
Which copier?
Yes.
It's the FX Blue personal copier.
Okay, that's the one I've been using for over 10 years. And that's the one I still use. It's a local copier. It's not cloud-based. And the delay is, super, super low.
It works really well.
Yeah, it works really well. So what I do is I have one for each strategy. I have one master account, right?
Yeah.
And
same.
that account, either it is an EA or it is a manual input of the entry. And not on my, I could have it on my local, but I have it on VPSs. The same account open, and FX Blue, since it's a local copier, on that VPS account, VPS machine, it copies to all of the slaves or the receivers.
Yeah, the receivers. And can't call them slaves anymore. It's senders and receivers, guys. It's not masters and slaves. Come on. I'm joking.
That's the actual terminology, and I think it is master and slave. But anyways, which is more contemporaneous, receiver,
sender and receiver.
And sender. Anyways, senders and receiver. So it has all the savers, the receivers, not the savers, the receivers on the same machine, getting all the signals, and what I do is for the partials, I have a separate empty EA on each particular terminal that will adjust the trade. And if I want, I can either apply it to apply it for each individual account, and I do that. But I also have it on the master account itself. So I get in either with using the position sizer or an EA or myself manually, and the EA will be monitoring that account constantly, and it will by itself have everything lined up. If I haven't put it in, I will have to go in and put it in. I have templates for that, so I go in. My trades take hours. Those trades take hours. So I go in at the end of the day and apply the template, even though that could be automated as well. But I don't have that part automated yet, and it will take care of it completely. So the copier, the best, in my opinion, best local copier is the one you tried out. So that part is fixed, and you only enter one for compliance with the rules, and you have a second completely independent mechanism for the partials, and it already exists and it's free. It's on the market. I don't know exactly.
Can you send a link to that?
Sure.
Or the name.
yeah, I have to check. I've figured it out. That workflow years ago, and I never even go back to look at them. But yeah, so I have the same issue, and I think many people have the same, right? If you're trading multiple, I have on each VPS, I have over between 10 and 15 accounts, including receivers and senders. And I have about 7 VPSs running on. So I cannot afford to go in each VPS and go, it does not work. I mean, it does not
Timely
compute.
thing, yeah, it's a very timely thing.
So the only thing I have is I only enter the masters and that's it. And I have another system to monitor all the other accounts, which is, are in total masters and receivers, senders and receivers over 50. So you gotta have to automate that. There's no other way.
Yeah. So hopefully, this is something that we can sort out between myself and my brother. Looking forward to getting that to work out. It would be nice. It really would be nice. I just hope that it's not going to be such of an in-depth thing that I need to have it in servers, all of that. So if I can have it play out, let's put it like this, in that fashion, that would be great. Because for me, it's about the idea that when you sorry, I'm just marking something up here. When you take a trade, there should be no barrier between your entry and your entry time. So as fast as you can have it, there should be no struggle. Oh, I'm supposed to do this, then I'm supposed to do that, and then I can do this, then I do that, and then I can take a trade. So it should be very intuitive. It should be very fast. So if you can send that one to me, I would be very interested to see exactly how it works, how does it play out, and what steps I need to take in order to have it work, to the way that I want it to work. So I would be very interested and very thankful if you can forward that to me. I would really love to see that.
No problem. Friction. You definitely want less friction with everything you do. I mean, trading is has its difficulty on its own and its challenges. You don't want to be adding more friction, more barriers, as you say it, to the process. Yes. I'll look it up and send it to you.
Yeah, as I say, the barrier of entry for you should be minimal. They should, when you take a trade, you should have the confidence that when I take this trade, there's going to be as little like hoops that you need to jump through in order to, to get that entry. Because one of the worst things, especially I know from your sake, that you have very small risk zone. So your stop loss itself is quite tight. You generally have very, very precise entries. If you can get slipped, it's going to completely change your
profitability.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. I even a delay of a couple of seconds I've noticed can be impactful.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Hey,
Hello.
Samir, yes we can, and we are glad about
Hello. That's awesome. Actually, I installed a new Windows yesterday, so I think the driver was not installed. So
For your camera.
I just figured that out now. I think it's fine. So yeah,
it's very smooth. It seems
Yeah,
like
very.
you're crisp. It looks like what is
Thank you,
that?
thank you.
8K?
no. Here I'm sharing it in the 4K, but on the YouTube, I don't know why
It reduces it to 1080p.
it reduced the quality.
Yeah, but that's because of the streaming platform.
Yeah,
that we're
yeah.
using. Not because of your camera or anything. Your camera is perfect. God, Samir, you're an attractive man.
Thank you.
That was so.
These two guys, more attractive. By the way, I caught you guys in between. What you guys was talking about?
I started the conversation talking about how I was using the position size calculator and the FX Blue trade copier to manage my trades, and the difficulties that I've gone through regarding a specific way that I was trading, where I had the 4 multiple take profit points, and the way that the
Okay.
position size calculator enters them, unfortunately that being considered bulk trading. And Victor then shared his way of approaching that, and he's going to send me a potential trade manager that does the partial profit taking automatically, free to use. So that's basically where we were. And then
Okay.
we ended the discussion effectively on the idea that barriers for entry into a trade should be as minimal as possible. You should feel like you don't have to jump through hoops to take your trade. That kind of like thing. Rich simping. Yeah, very much.
Makes sense.
I think the EA is TM, Trade Manager. Not to mention it, it's TM. I'll send it to you. No worries. But it's for free on the market, in the marketplace. TM, and you can use, it links with the copier, because and in the position size in PSC you can set, of course, magic numbers, or you can set as well descriptions. And
Yeah.
it will hook on those description or those magic numbers to pick them up and modify them as you wish. So it'll manage them, break.
Each
You can do
individually.
all kinds of, do all kinds of modifications to them in terms of time, distance, you name it.
Awesome. Well, with Samir here and Victor, I am going to hop off and leave you two very fine gentlemen to your devices, jump scaring Mr. Private Parts. So I'm going to hop off. To everybody that has joined us this morning for the 1v1, not the 1v1, the trivia. We will have trivia again in 2 weeks' time. Next week, you will get to battle in the morning London session against myself, and then the pre-New York session, you'll get to battle against Victor. So now would be the perfect time for you all to really pay attention to what Victor is doing so that you can formulate a strategy to beat him. Because next week, Tuesday, myself and Victor are going to be your competitors to try and win a 100K summer account. If you beat us in the time frame with the rules set, on Tuesday, you win a 100K account, and that forum is going to go live on Tuesday. So you have to be here on Tuesday in order to participate potentially. And then if you haven't already, guys, please drop us a like and drop us a subscribe. Consider sharing this video with anybody else that you think this content might be good for. And I will see you all next week, Monday, again. As always, end of the stream, you will be redirected to the Futures channel, where we will carry on with the New York session. This is the pre-New York portion. Gentlemen, and the jury, all of our viewers, thank you very much for joining me. I will see you all next week, Monday. Cheers.
Adios.
Take care, Rich.
Bye, Rich. All right, Samir. I'm not too sure what was the scare about. I mean, you came in smooth and jazzy.
I was quiet. I don't know what scared you.
I'm
I
not
was a
sure
very
either.
yeah.
And it's not like your looks is scary at all. I mean, there's nothing scary about you. All right.
All right. Yeah. Did you took any trade today? It is Thursday.
Yep, I did. That's the
All
one
right,
that I'm
that's
showing
awesome.
here on the chart. It is pound dollar. I was looking in both EU because I trade both, but only pound dollar. Look at that on the H4. The pound dollar was the only one. And I will actually, let's start with the higher time frames before we go to the trade that I took today. Compared to EU, pound is a little bit more not as attractive because the structures are overlapping. There's no in between, so the profit potential is limited, at least on this time frame. But it's doesn't really matter as much because most of the trades are intraday anyways. But from the higher time frame, from the monthly, in any case, it is not a great position or setup or a situation where you can, when the market is the levels are overlapping, and if you zoom out, you'll see that it overlaps because of that this consolidation. It's going to be obvious, right? The structures on top and below on the same consolidation will be so close because it's been ranging for some time. So that's still tradable, of course it is, but it just is less attractive compared to EU. So we are in a still in a supply zone. This was the creation. Let me check it. Yes, the creation was actually here, and all the other times. Let me check if that's actually correct. Actually, so this one has to be taken out because it's that supply zone no longer is fresh. But what we do have is a fresh order block that was on the monthly that got retested, which is this little wick right there. And on the weekly time frame, we had a retest as well, right? This one has been overtaken lately, but we had a retest before, and this would be the area to be looking for a long. I didn't get a signal there. But this is the higher time frame. This is what we're dealing with from those time frames. And if you go to measure the freshness of these levels, I don't consider this level to be fresh anymore. It is just a supply zone, but it is not fresh to be taken trades off, at least use as a signal. On the daily time frame, this starts being more interesting to our viewers. We do have a reversal pattern, right? Right there, it's actually there, but I misclicked. So you have the established uptrend, and then that leaves us with a couple of areas. One I already took out because it has been taken out, and the other one, it never created a new one here, so I didn't have anything. So we only have two entry order block on that area. So basically, this is what textbook expectations you would have for the market, right? That we are getting into one of those entry order blocks on the daily time frames based on the quasi, which is quite elaborate. But as we had an example yesterday, you want to be taking these trades only after the market signals it is on a lower time frame making a reversal. It's not just because the level is there you want to take the short. Take the reversal trade. Market has to actually convince you, confirm, and make those movements before you get in. So we are getting into that daily supply zone. This is something you want to be in G. You want to be mindful of, but we don't see anything on this time frame yet. So there's nothing to do. And if you go to lower time frames, the only thing we had was in our way getting to the level. Right, in the time on our way getting to the level, we had a fresh order block that was created, came retested in this candle. On the 2 hour as well, it came back to retested, and on the 1 hour, and having chosen the level that has most refinement, you can see that the market came back to retested while being fresh. And that was the idea, or that was the trigger to start looking on the lower time frame. This happened earlier in this morning. If you go to lower time frames, you will see that the quasi, the ever present area and pattern that I use, the established downtrend goes to the highest point, and you use the fib to indicate the 50% retracement, and you identify the areas on the particular time frame. Let me get it to the 2. In this case, the 2 was the most, most beautiful one, and comes back into the order block and reverses. Picture perfect, right? It's a wide area. Typically, it's not that wide, but this was what it is. What it is, and price comes back, and it is no coincidence that that's the area that was used as well. As it touched the area of interest, I mean, how more beautiful do you want price action to be? Comes back in an entry area, touches the H1 with a surgical precision. Let's go on to marvel at that area. I mean, that's order blocks at work. Look at that. I mean, if that does not convince you, this is the area of, right? This is the area of interest between those lines. And as soon as the market hits it, see the reaction? I mean, that's not coincidence. It also, is at a specific time, but a reaction in price on its own, you can see how price changes completely and goes in the opposite direction. So that was the trade, and we didn't have a lot to target except for the daily structure above, and that's the next level that I targeted. Because it was at the beginning of London. So it had basically the whole day to expand, and this being an entry order block short, which on the higher time frame you don't want to be targeting beyond that. So that's exactly where I target, right before the level. Let me see if I can see it. Okay, all right, here it is. So I target that same level and I got out, and it continued to go higher, but whenever it is in that supply zone, it becomes tricky to understand where exactly, and I don't want to babysit it, so I just put it at the very first level, which is that lower border of the entry order block, and it was a nice 1 to 7.5 trade to begin the day with. So I'm glad about that. That was GU. Let's take a look on EU. EU doesn't have anything. I showed it at the beginning. Market has been very, very, very powerful going up. Yesterday was such it broke multiple levels that we had. I mentioned it. If you want to look back, you will see that I mentioned that these levels, yes, they are unmitigated. Well, one of them was unmitigated. Yes, they are supply areas. Yes, the market can react to them. But because they're not fresh and they're not part of a quasi, I wasn't too interested. I wasn't too impressed, and I was not going to trade them. And today, I know this happened because of the news, but regardless, these levels did not do that. Not today, yesterday, they didn't do anything. That's simple rules based on data will simplify your trading. That's what I believe, what I know. All right, so on the EU, price went through it, actually broke through broke out of that upwards channel we had, and has now coming back to the area, to the order block that we left behind. But this is quite extended, so you'll have to watch out a little bit. There is a little area there. You might want to look for entries, but I would be cautious about it because of the extension, right? So there is something here that we can, perhaps during this stream, even take a live trade with our viewers. But let's mark this for your consumption and for my usage. All right, so let's see. We have on the 5 minute. There we go. Let's take a look. Someone said EU had a similar trade like pound. Yes, however, on the 4 hour, it did not form the same. Before the push up this morning, there wasn't on the 4 hour. In any case, there wasn't a structure that I could use. So, but I do understand what you mean. The market, market did have that push out, that breakout. And at some level, perhaps it was visible, but it wasn't to me since I used the H4. Awesome KV Pip Chain. Thank you for that comment. Let's see what we have. So on the 5 minute, do we have a structure? Let me break this down. Where would we be interested? Let's see. All right, so the neckline on the 5 minute would be here. There, and let's put in the fib, and we do have a couple of areas of interest. One, but because it is not touching the area on the hourlies, that's not the one you want to be trading. So it is an area, but I'm not interested in that. And we only have areas at the bottom, right? Which these are within the area of interest. So those are this is the area. There's only one. That's the only area that I'm interested for price to come back. And when it gets there, I want to see. Let's put a marker on that. Let me put it for some time. I'm only interested for price when it gets to that area, and only if it actually has some kind of reaction, confirmation that constitutes to me a trigger. And if not, then I'm happy to just see it go through it. Also, if it bounces before it and makes a lower high, that's an indication of weakness. That could also be a reason not to trade that. So it depends on how it gets to the level as well as what the trigger is. That's on EU. We can be pending for that trade or possible trade if it comes out or gets triggered. On GU, we already discussed. Maybe you can check Samir on NQ to see what is happening on your side before the market opens in about 1 hour and 24 to 23 minutes. I'll be right back, actually. Your mic is muted. Okay.
Now I think it's good.
Yes, it
So
is.
I'll be checking NQ today. It seems that NQ wants to go lower. Maybe Remy can share my screen so that. Okay, so NQ, we are forming a beautiful structure. This was a lower high. Now this is a lower low. What I want to see in New York Stock Exchange session, pullback and then continuation of the move. That can be the very simple trade idea. But if that didn't happen, can we take a buy? For that, I think I have this area here. Actually, it is already tested. So I don't know if we are going to get a rejection from here or not. So I need 1 or 2 areas more, because if price decided to go even lower, then I know why price is doing this. Let's go to the daily time frame actually, because I want to see if we have any area or not. Yes, this is a good area. As you can see, price have a reaction from here. So let me delete this area and let me put this area on. And if I use the Fibonacci tool, let's see where the 50% is. Okay, 50% is here. So it means we can have a deeper pullback for the 50% area. And this weekly is also having so much momentum. Going to the hourly, as we know that this is the 50% area of the daily, which means it is a healthy retracement on the daily time frame. So I think we can look for shorts. This can be the shorting area. Very simple. Can be the shorting area. I don't want to enter longs here. Definitely there is a decent level. I have to draw some trend lines also so that I can see if we have any other confluence. And to be honest, I cannot really draw any trend line because this is the trend line I see. This is another trend line. But now as price is falling, so buying is very risky right here. I'll try to buy around this 50% area. So let's keep it that way. For NQ, I would like to play continuation today. So that can be the trade idea for me. Let's talk about US30. Okay, US30 is also falling very aggressively. Very aggressive fall I'm seeing. And this is a level where I would like to take some buys. Do we have any trend line? We have, but price is way too away right now from the trend line. So I think this trend line will be of no use in today's session. But I do like this area. So what I will like, price fall, and here I will like to enter some kind of buying opportunity. Going to the 15-minute time frame. Very simple analysis. I think 200 something point stop loss for 1 to 1.5. So that will be the trade idea for me today. NAS 100 selling trade idea makes sense. We do have actually we have a very small order block here. So we'll see if price decide to reject from this area, and I can eye on some buys also around this area, because I feel price will be overextended. I focus on the 15-minute EMA, which is the 200 EMA, and I do like to take those trades also where the price is overextended. So let me mark maybe a trend line also. Yes, this trend line makes sense. So I want price to maybe come towards this trend line, something like this, you know. Let me delete these arrows. It's creating some kind of a distraction. So price pullback, NYSE opens. Where is, I think NYSE open is right here. Right here. This is the NYSE open candle. So I want price to give me the volume, maybe even slightly break this trend line. Once it's touched this area, that will be the buying opportunity for me. Going to the 4-hour once again to confirm. Let me delete. Yes, this trade idea makes sense. I can mark this area as my demand area. Going to the 2-hour time frame. Yes, on 2-hour also, this is a decent demand area. Going to the 1-hour time frame. 1 hour is a little bit choppy, but still fine because we are taking reference from the 4-hour. So yes, buying idea on NAS, US30, also buying idea right here. But if we did a retest, maybe retesting these supply areas, then I would like to short at least to this 4-hour area that we have. I can also mark this area, which is a decent area actually. So retest of this is also a trade for me. So I have only 2 trade ideas. Let me make it very simple. On that day, on Dave's stream, I did this. So I'm gonna do it here also. I'm planning for shorts around this area, and I will plan for longs around this area. And we can make it favorite so that I will add it in the NQ also. Okay, let me delete this. So here I will be planning for shorts. And here I will be planning for longs. Very simple analysis, and I will not be aiming for more than 1:1.5. But if I get the continuation move, then of course 1 to 2 can be achieved. But if I trade reversals, then I think I should not go past 1 to 1.5 risk to reward, or even 1 to 1 is fine. So that is the trade idea for me. One trade idea. That's it. And yesterday US30, if you remember, I was on the 15-minute time frame, and you remember when we was ending the stream, I was like, expect me to be in this trade. Stop loss was here, and this was a beautiful trade I captured. And with this, the competition account that I was having, I passed that account. I just need $500 to complete one profitable day. I'm already over, I think, 5 point something. I can share that here also. For that, I have to switch to the other screen. Okay, I think here, yeah. So as you can see, this was the competition account. I was down like 4-ish%. On that day, I took 2 trades. Both of the trades was loss. So I think, as I mentioned, one trading day or one trading setup, if that is a loss, it doesn't really define you if you're a good trader or not. Here I'm following the system 1 to 1, maybe 1 to 1.5 sometimes. I'm already above the balance, and I made this on purpose because if today's trade is a loss, I still will be having margin to trade tomorrow to cover that $500 because I need one profitable day to complete this phase 2. And I'm planning to actually, I think I will not be able to trade live because 7 p.m. is my session time. In 7 p.m. we are closing the stream. So I will share the what do we call that? The progress of this account with you guys on a day-to-day basis. So you will know if I'm going, whatever I'm going through can be, equity wise, can be in profits, can be in loss. I will like to share it here. So
Beautiful.
yeah. And now you can take over. Somebody's asking about gold. I can touch gold also. I don't know if you covered that or not.
No, I haven't, but I can for sure. I wanted to bring the attention to Bitcoin. We have been talking about Bitcoin this week before it started jumping like crazy. But it is, it's making, this is the second day that we're getting, huge advances in Bitcoin. And we actually, if you look at from the higher time frame, we already had some indications before, because it is on a weekly structure. It didn't happen exactly there, but this was the first indication on that higher time frame. And you ask yourself, why do I have that that area there indicated as possible entry W? Well, it is because of the, what else could it be? Because of the quasi to the left. We have a quasi on the weekly, and you can see the reactions. This being the, there, that being the quasi pattern, established downtrend, breaking the neckline. It goes all the way up, and then it leaves three areas, 1, 2, and 3. And on each one of them, it has a reaction. That's the first order block, price reacting to the first order block. Eventually, it goes through it, and then this one, it comes to it. It has another reaction after squeezing it for some time. And this is the third order block, and this is the reaction. So far, it's only a reaction. It doesn't mean that the market will go, all the way up, but it is because it's the weekly time frame. It's you don't need a lot to profit from these reactions on the weekly time frame, or even the daily. So we had the first reaction here, the first indication that price could be coming in, buyers could be coming in and pushing, and the second was the fresh order block that price created there last week. We came in and had the, let me zoom in for those who are interested. Right, so you have the creation of the order block. That's the creation, and this is the retest. Right, the third move, the first two is what creates the order block. The third move is the retest, and this is the follow-through, actually, the follow-through movement, and that's the one you want to be catching. And if you measure it on, you can see it on other time frames. I was still waiting for price to catch, to come back to the order block on the H4. It never happened, but this is the quasi on the lower time frame that never came back to the areas that I would be interested in getting in, so I didn't. I got in for different reasons for higher time frames, but that was more because of the structures we had here, not because of a lower time frame structure. Quasi, I mean, price is going almost ballistic, vertically up, and the only thing we have is a same thing as with EU. Not fresh, not part of a quasi, not quite interesting or impressive as a structure. It is that daily structure right there. To me, that's the logical place where price could be going to but eventually going through it, because it's not a big thing. It's not a big level. It's not anything in particular. So that's that. And actually, what is perhaps even more interesting is that on the daily time frame, we have now created a new quasi. So this is something for later on. I don't think, this is the bottom of Bitcoin, and it's gonna, forever, this would be the low. I mean, it could be, but we don't know that, right? So we do have a reversal pattern here that has been, it didn't give us the levels before, but if it ever, I don't know, goes even higher, but eventually has some kind of reversal back to the level that I'm talking about, in the future, right? That's where I would be interested in going to get in for the, the next leg up, which could be much, much higher. Right, so you have a reversal based on the weekly. You have some levels here that is actually an unvalidated weekly level, right? It's a bullish level that has been invalidated, but it can still work as as the opposite, right? So not as a demand, but as a supply zone. So I expect price to have some kind of reaction, perhaps going back to the weekly, since it's a monthly, going back to the weekly, and that will fit in with the daily quasi. Hopefully that makes sense to all of you. I sometimes explain these because, I talk about it all the time and explain it as if everyone understands it, completely. And I understand that, it might be a little bit foreign, not familiar to you. So let me know in the chat if I should, discuss any of this. But so we have on multiple time frames things getting into synchronization to tell us what we what could happen, just what could happen. A supply zone above, that could be reason for price to come back lower, perhaps get into that weekly area that it created left behind, fresh one I mean, which also is in sync with a daily quasi, and then perhaps we will be going for a higher. This doesn't have to be that high. That could be even lower. Doesn't have to be exactly like that. Just a general perspective on Bitcoin. Actually, let me leave them in. Next time we get to this chart, we'll see how it moves. On gold, you wanted to do gold, Samir, or shall I?
Yeah, as you are on the screen already, so maybe
Okay.
you can touch few points.
Let's take
Gold
a look
is interesting.
on. We have before we go to gold, someone said something about news in 10 minutes. And if we check the news, the calendar, today is the 20th. And we do have in about an hour and 39 minutes, we do have some news. But actually this is the news, the orange news in 8 minutes. The US dollars unemployment claims. So we do have news in about a little less than 10 minutes. Not red folder news, but still news. On gold, let's take a look. Let me check. We have nothing on the week, on the monthly, some huge level of supply above, but that's not something we should really care about right now. On the weekly time frame, we have a weekly that was already reacting on something from the left, even though it's not fresh, not part of a quasi. It came back and created another order block right there. That could be something we could be using in the near future. I'm talking about this level on the weekly time frame. If it does come back within a certain number of candles, that's it. We do have supplies areas above, and these are, let's measure. I don't think they are fresh anymore. I think we already checked that out yesterday. They're not fresh, so I'm not interested in them. They're not part of quasi. So they're just ordinary area that I would use as target, but not much more than that. Maybe as scalps to scalp their boundaries. Okay, so we have, that's on the daily. We have levels here that are not interesting because of not having any particular characteristic that is of interest to me. On the daily time frame, we have a fresh order block. So if price comes back, in the next couple of days, that could be an idea for price to push higher. So you could be looking for areas right there. Maybe even today, that price could come back. We have the structure from before that has been completely broken, so they need to be completely taken out of the charts. Those are no longer valid, no longer relevant. The market is completely on its, there's no quasi here because this is a higher point. No quasi here. I'm just showing you guys that's not a quasi because it is higher. See that? That doesn't make sense. So that's not a quasi. So we do have on the 4-hour an area here that if and when we get back, we can consider for something, not an entry, but just a regular one. And let's break that down to see what else we have. Basically, so we have a 4-hour here, and we could be checking on for quasis because this is actually a quasi on a lower time frame, so we can see if there's any overlap to be used by us. And the answer is nothing there. There's something here. It's only a little area here. So I guess there will be nothing on the H2. Let me check here. All right, so that means that I'm only going to be interested in that little slither of a area. And that's it. Very tiny, tiny area. But it is what it is. That's the area that I would be interested in trading. So you can see how selective that is. And I'm only interested to look at price after it reaches it, not before. And only if the H4 is still valid by the time we get there. Okay, and if we go to the H1, maybe that will give us some other areas that I could be certainly interested in. Actually, the level is a little bit higher because we can use the H1 in this case. Let's check it. Let's move it like so. So I'm going to expand it to a little bit of an area which is a little bit bigger. And actually, it's even more because we have overlap. All right, so the area is not that small as I indicated before. That's the area of interest to me. That's it, and that's the only area because this area doesn't have any overlap on the H4. So basically that is it. That's the area that I would be interested in. So we can expand this line to, to indicate that from that moment I'm interested, and it's very personal. I say I'm interested, and not exactly that you should be interested in that level, but I mean, I think you should look at the market and consider your positions whenever we get this area, because the idea is that the whole idea is that the market after creates the daily order block, right? This is the creation of that order block. It comes down, right? Not always. It comes down, and whenever it gets these levels that have confluences on the H4, 2, 1, etc., certain combinations, nothing magical about the combinations, but when you have multiple combinations, then it sometimes, does something like that. Maybe not as much, maybe only to that level, maybe even lower, who knows, but you get some kind of reaction. And by the size, you can see that it doesn't matter. We're talking about multiple, from this area to halfway here, we're talking about over $100 in gold price potential. Even if without considering that it could continue to go higher, because of the impulse we have had so far, this huge moves, right? It's only logical that you could have some kind of continuation later on. So I'm not even considering that. I'm just considering the completion by some degree of the quasi, not the trend following entry. Hi, how are you doing? All right, so that's
hello.
Let's check. We have Sam Baija. Yes, indeed. Indeed, Sam Baija. All right.
Okay.
I know exactly what that means. On dollar yen, let's take a look at anything on your side, because the market is going to open on, maybe we should look at the NQ. It's going to open in minutes.
It's 5, 6. It's just 1 hour and 2 minutes left for the New York Stock Exchange to open. And let's see. I am planning for actually both ideas are making sense, longs and short. So as you can see here, our trend line here, 200 EMA will be way too away if I try to take longs from here, which makes sense, and it is a part of the strategy that I use. And we will also be breaching this low, which is an added confluence, can be a liquidity concept here. Long here, 200 points can be the stop loss, and target can be maybe that VWAP. This can be the trade idea, or we retest and then we continue. I think with that retest trade, the risk to reward can be better, as you can target this area. You can easily squeeze like 1 to 2. So both trade ideas make sense. I'm just eyeing on the 15-minute, and I used 1 hour and 4 hour areas to as my point of interest, where I will like to react. This area is the demand area on the 4 hour time frame. So I will be eyeing on longs around this area, and this will be treated as a liquidity. So yes, very simple. I think today is a very simple trading session. because ranges are good, and trend lines are good, price is making sense, EMAs are also making sense. So now the outcome is in not my favor, but the plan, the way I'm trying to make a plan here, it makes sense, and it is an easy session today, I feel, in terms of price action, or in terms of analysis, in terms of execution. I can even make it like this, the trend line, to give it a little bit room. Ideally, I want to enter right at the demand area, if that is good. So that will be a better entry. US 30, similar kind of trade ideas. Shorting around this retest, and this is also the 1 hour and 4 hour area. So this is not a what do we call that? This is a very important area, because this is from where price rejected and fell heavily. So I will like to short from here, but if I try to enter longs around this area, then definitely I can keep my stop loss like 200 points, and I can aim for the VWAP retest. So very simple trade analysis. Now I'm gonna wait and see what price does, and yeah, let's take a look at gold also. Gold is doing a break and retest scenario, but I don't trust gold on any of my technicals. So yeah, I can give you my point of view, but I have a very low win rate on gold using the concepts that I use on indices. So if I go to the 4 hour time frame, or maybe daily time frame, we can look at the daily time frame. Okay, this candle is having literally very less wick, and this is a retest, yes, but as this candle is having no wick, so I think we can come lower. If you go to the 15 minute, 15 minute has already shifted its structure. So if we shifted this structure, then only I will plan for buys in this scenario, because it will be liquidity push, breakout, and then the pullback, and then I will try to enter in that pullback for that continuation. But if we didn't break that, and if we break this also, so I think that we can, this will be a change of character in my opinion on the 15 minute, and then I will take shorts in that structure, whatever structure I'm gonna see. So this is a very crucial point. From here, either the structure will be shifted or it will be broken, and both of the trade ideas are making sense, shorts and longs. So let's see what we get today on gold also. I will wait for this area to be broken, because after that this will be a change of character. And how I can see that, I am considering this as a liquidity push, and this can be a breakoff structure, and maybe price pulling back to some kind of fair value gap, some kind of order block, whatever you trade, some kind of retest areas, and more continuation to the downside. And then who knows, we can catch up with this trend. Maybe this trend line we can test, and after that we can catch up with the trend. But this is the trade idea. If that happened, it means that breakoff structure happened. But if we broke this area, then definitely I will try to take longs, potential continuation to the upside, and even seeing more areas to be tested. Maybe this area, this area. I can even mark any psychological area, which is, I think, 4545. That can be the area. If the structure will be broken, I will be eyeing on. It's a very simple analysis on gold also actually today. So now we just have to wait patiently and see how price is behaving. That is it. Just take one trade, stick on one trade idea, whatever information you are getting from the market. I think that's it. As a trader, just focus on this thing, execution, and just let the maths or probability take care of you. So don't use too much of your brain, because if you use too much brain, that can cause negative performance. So in trading, just stick to the simple thing. And here I can see if price breaks, okay, it is a simple thing. We are just breaking out. It means price wants to go up. Okay, so we will take a buy. If that works out, good. If that didn't, it's also good, because these type of scenarios do work out over the time. Even if you're winning like 50%, 1 to 2, you are winning. But I'm really interested on NAS and US30. Do we have any trend line on US30? We are already on the trend line, but I don't want to use it. I want to use this demand as a or this support area as my reference point, so that I can plan some longs around this area. If I draw my trend line like this, then it will be aligned. So I will use this trend line instead of that one. So yes, something like here, trend line will also be tested. I will take a long here. Aggressive long can also be good. 60, 170 point stop loss for 1:1.5 maybe, or 1:2. Again, I'm saying this is a very clean session. Let's see now. I'm just gonna stick to the probability factor. And my job is to just execute on whatever is making sense to me. So this is making sense. So I will try to take longs around this area. And we are just, yeah.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, you mentioned something. You said, do not think too much. Do not use too much brain, you said in your words. And it sounds weird. It sounds funny, but it's actually very, very true. Abradol, a flinker here, says can cause some damage. That resonates with him, apparently. What you're saying is, a lot of the times, we as traders, we are our biggest enemy. Yes. Look yourself in the mirror by overthinking, by being in doubt, by not managing your expectations, by overcomplicating things. We tend to be our biggest enemy. Do not overthink things. Have a plan, stick to it, and stop, looking for the fifth leg on the cat, so to speak. It is so true. I mean, the way you said it was actually quite funny. I liked it, but it's not a funny matter, because it's a lot of traders are having issues constantly, and the error isn't in their strategy. Sometimes it is, but a lot of times it isn't. It's not in their ideas or concepts about risk management, or not even about how they think about discipline and hard work and grit and all that, but how they themselves execute their plan and how they manage their own emotions. It is there is no fifth leg. Yes, there is none. That's the whole point. So it is very important. I think we can joke about it, and we should, so it sticks around on your perception. But it lingers, it sticks. But it is very, very true. Look yourself in the mirror. We are a lot of the times the culprit of a big portion of the errors and the losses that the failures that we have sometimes. All right, we are taking that swing low. I switched very quickly without telling you, Samir, but I assumed you were kind of ready. We do have a fresh order block here on the NASDAQ after we hit the weekly supply zone above. I'm on the higher time frames, I know. I'll get to those minutes. I know you guys want the lower time frames. We already had a fresh order block that was mitigated right here. So that means that the probabilities of this order block holding, even though it's not fresh anymore, even though it's only a couple of order blocks old, to me, it's already not useful. That means that I expect this to be broken. I expect price to be going lower. That's one thing. So that's on the daily time frame. And if you look at the weekly, we are below that level. That's the line we drew yesterday, or maybe it was Monday, I'm not sure. If the market breaks down, look at that candlestick combination. What do you see? What does it look like? It's only Thursday, it's not Friday yet, but it's already looking as a bearish outside bar. And it's not at a random place. It is at a place where this is a fresh order block. Why? Because this is an immediate retest. So this one is actually to be considered, something you would expect price to be pushing lower. So the weekly time frame, it is acting towards a fresh order block. It is creating, or it is in the process of creating, a bearish outside bar, which could be the confirmation of the reaction that you would expect on this weekly. So the weekly time frame makes sense for price to go lower and continue to go lower. The daily time frame, the only level we have, this is not an immediate retest. You see there's that space in between. So this is the first retest, right? It is not the immediate retest. So I'm a fan of Samir as well, Nguyen. I'm a fan of him as well.
Who is
If you
my
see him
fan?
around, if you see him around,
NG.
let him know. Um,
I'm also your fan because I actually I am I can't even I don't know how to say this statement. I am a fan of all of you because you are here and it really means a lot to me and to us. I say this almost every day, but it really does, guys. You are taking your time out to watch us. And yeah, if you have any point of view which can be, good to others, or if you want to ask anything, don't be shy. Just drop that in the comment. Maybe we can share our point of view, and for some people that can be a game changer thing also. Maybe one
Sure.
thing clicking you, even if we can help like 20-30% of you guys, I think that is a success for us. So make sure
I
you can, yeah.
yeah, sometimes I fall into the mistake of thinking, I said something maybe 3 months ago or 6 months ago, and I shouldn't repeat it. And yes, I should, watch out not to repeat things every day. But the fact is that, the people who were in the audience 6 months ago or 3 months ago or even 3 weeks ago might not be the same composition of people who are watching right now. And so even though to me it is a repetition, for the majority of people, or maybe a great deal of people, it is not a repetition. So if something is true, if an explanation is helpful, through the time that I'm, streaming, I have come to the realization or to the conclusion that I should just repeat it, often, because the composition of people are watching. And so if I don't do that, some people might miss the explanation or miss whatever truth or whatever lesson that I could be able, or you could be able to share, Samir. And just on the repetition thing, right? Being one person, I tend to think, I used to think, well, I shouldn't say that, I shouldn't talk about this because I've already talked about it in the past. But doesn't matter, because today maybe there is someone that wasn't there present at that time in the past. So anyways, but what I wanted to say here, no problem. No problem, Abradolf. So we have on the daily time frame, right? We have the order block that is no longer fresh. So, and we have reasons on the weekly time frame to expect weakness because we are below that level. Given all that, the level on the swing low, we are just reacting off of it. That swing low right there, of that, the lower order block of that on that daily, and we did have a tiny reaction, which is no coincidence. That's the reaction on that lower order block, and you can expect some kind of a reversal pattern for some time. I don't think it's going to last long, but you have still a lot of space before the market can continue lower. So that's something you want to be looking for. Let's see, on the 15-minute, this is the 15-minute. So the yes, that is the 15-minute. Let me check here. All right. So we can continue to check this as we are getting more into the session of the NQ. Let me, there was another, I believe there was something else I wanted to share besides that swing low. No, for now, I think that's enough. Let me check. Yeah, for now, that's okay. So on the, let's see, we didn't get to the area on EU. We changed direction before that happened. So I wasn't triggered. We weren't triggered to get in. This is the level that we were interested in. But did you guys see which level it used to reverse? Any of you saw that on EU? Let me know in the chat. Any of you checked that level where it changed direction? Not coincidence, right? This is something we discussed. I wasn't going to use it because my rules tell me to use this level because it has hourly. Because if there is a reaction from here, you can expect that reaction to have a bigger follow through, and a reaction from just the 5-minute without the backing of the hourlies. It's likely to have a smaller kind of a reversal, but still, as you can see, it does work from time to time. If you only get an idea, one idea is, for example, you can see it created a new fresh order block and comes back and takes out. Well, that could be parts or components that you could use for your trigger. Wait for price to create some structure, come back, and you get your entry when it does. All right, let's see what else we have. This worked nicely. I no longer am in that trade. Nothing here. Gold. We're still waiting for price to come to the level. Let's check. Actually, there is actually another asset that I would like to share with you guys. There are many. No financial advice at all. Do your own diligence and things like that. But I mean, for traders, there has been an asset that I've been trading from time to time, and that I wanted to talk to you guys about, which is this, right? It's Kronos, and if you probably see it in the news, it's one of those smaller coins. Right, and if you go to the higher time frame, you can see that we actually broke a level, right, on the weekly time frame. I know it broke the level, and on the higher time frame, the hole on the higher time frame, it looks, does not look beautiful at all. But you can see how we are on the, we have a outside bar on the monthly that we just had a reaction of. It's the extreme. It's the kind of setup that I like to be looking for. It is at the extreme. We had that reaction on the weekly time frame. You can also see that we are CRO against the dollar, that is, and you can also see it broke the level on the weekly time frame. So this order block is no longer there. But if market were to hold the level and come back, reclaim it, even though it's already broken, and start using this as a demand area, that could be, a nice base to work from, right? After taking liquidity from that swing low, and then there is so much upside. I know the sentiment is not very at all conducive for bullishness in the market, in the crypto market, but if Bitcoin and everything else, the whole market goes up, this one will also profit from it. So just something I wanted to share with you guys, in case you're interested in something else besides, Forex and the equities. We have been talking about Bitcoin as well, which I think it is, changing direction. If Bitcoin basis, creates a basis here, even if it comes back later on, doesn't matter. If it creates a bigger base and then start going up, where do you think this one would go? It has its own dynamics, right? It has to do with campaigns and deals they had actually with Trump. That's why it's been, so harshly treated by the market, because some deals were just canceled by Trump media consortium. But Kronos, I'm not affiliated with them or anything, but they have a lot of good deals. I mean, in the pipeline. If you read the news, they are very active in the ETF, section. They have different licensees all around the world, and the high jurisdictions like in EU and the US, highly regulated jurisdictions. So they're very on the avant-garde level for these aspects, but also they are, they have some deals that could be that could work out quite well for them. And even if they don't reach, previous high in any time soon, there is plenty, plenty of room for price to come back if the crypto market goes, into better sentiment in the next couple of, I don't know, a year, half a year, or even a little bit longer. And we're talking about this right now at 5 cents. And if the market changes, I can see price coming back and holding this line as support later on, meaning something like this, just visually on using the analysis, that as a ceiling, that could be something for the next couple of, not couple, but I mean a year or maybe two down the line, who knows. And this could be the beginning of that move. So something I want to share with those who are interested. Since we are seeing some bullish reactions on Bitcoin. All right, let's. Any other pairs? Let's check the chat.
What kind of news it was? It was unemployment claim, right?
Yes.
It was orange folder, so it should not create that big of an impact. But still, we are seeing a lot of huge momentum coming in indices. I'm not really a fundamental guy, but I think there is something which is causing this. If anybody know that, maybe you can let us know in the chat. I can do the research also in the background, maybe.
The market still had that reaction on that previous swing low that we talked about. I don't think it's necessarily going to hold for very long. Because the market on the hourlies, it looks very, very weak. It looks like it's just a matter of time that eventually it will go lower, I think. But we'll have to see if it starts creating bullish order blocks and keep using them as something like that and keeps building a case. Then I can see it reverse. But actually, this looks like it's going to go lower, at least from right now looking at it. There was nothing on the news, nothing on financial juice that I can see in the last couple of, it's only the jobless claim that came out like 22 minutes ago. But other than that, there wasn't anything else.
Yeah, I think this is just the volume. Price is picking up. And I have a question for you. Are you trading futures nowadays, or you are just into CFDs?
I am trading futures, yes, but not as active. I have everything optimized in terms of infrastructure on my MT5s and C traders. So I did start a couple of months ago trading futures, actually. Expressing the same signals, nothing new, expressing the same trades, not all of them, but some of them on the future channels, on the future accounts. And I kept doing that, but I'm not actively expanding, adding more strategies or things like that. So it's only a small part of all my trades currently. So, but I am trading, yes.
All right.
There was some questions, I think, in the chat. Someone looking for the fifth leg. Didn't find it. Let me check. Someone asking, how can I get a free giveaway account? Well, that's a little bit redundant. A giveaway account is free, and it's already free. But Rishi, thank you for that question. Stick around, and we will have on Tuesday, we will have a 1v1, 1-versus-1 battle. You can get an account. Well, that's not actually completely free because you have to do a performance. You have to win against Richard or myself. But it's easy.
You have to beat. You have to beat the host.
You have to beat me. That's easy, right? It's only 30 minutes, and no strategy. I mean, there is a huge amount of degree of luck involved because in 30 minutes, you basically can only make a couple of decisions, and the probability will play out however they will. And what I try to say is that you can win easily if you just apply common sense. Not too long ago, they battled against Samir, and Samir was beaten by a good friend of ours on the chat, and we love to see that because
I don't know
we
if
want
he's
you guys to
watching it
win.
now.
He might be. He's a regular in our YouTube, so he might be. If you are watching, let us know, and we will.
Vinny, it was right.
Yes, it was Vinny. Yes.
Vinny. So Vinny, if you're watching the stream, let us know and let people know also. You won the account, and the second thing I wanted to say, I haven't seen you in the competition, so I am also I'm maybe excited than you seeing you competing.
Yeah. I
So
will be on Tuesday. So
Tuesday.
we one of our viewers will be selected randomly. You will have to put your name on a list so we know that you're interested, and you will have to have a webcam and your terminal computer ready to go battle against Richard and myself on different session, different moments of the day. But I'm excited. I mean, to me, I cannot lose. There is no way I can lose. You know why? Because if I win, I win, and if I lose, I win as well. I win when you guys win. So it is a
That's amazing.
win-win situation. However it ends, I win. It's a win to me. So let me check. Yes, we have that. We have on the futures channel as well. There are regular giveaways being organized on the Discord community. We have giveaways on a daily basis. Hub credits being given and accounts from time to time. So there is so many things that so many times and so many occasions we give free accounts to viewers and people who are frequent viewers in our chat, in our streams. Also, when we hit these milestones on the YouTube channel. So that's another reason why you should consider subscribing. Whenever we have
Let's see.
a round number, we get these round number 110, 120, and so on. We will have a giveaway. Plenty of accounts given away. That it's huge. I mean, you have a decent chance of winning when we have those massive giveaways. Anyways, let's continue. Here we have someone asking something about the legality of prop firm trading in India. I abstain to answer this since I have no idea what the rules are in that jurisdiction. I guess it is.
Yeah, I can answer that. See, prop firms are completely legal because they operate in a skill-based environment. So it is an evaluation. So you are in a demo environment. So it is a performance-based type of service that you are giving to a company. So you are not trading directly, in a broker or anything like that. You cannot do that in India, but this prop firm is a route, I think, which is a legal way to trade forex in India, or maybe gold and other things. Nowadays, gold are also available in other exchanges, but they have some liquidity issues, so much fees. So that's why people like CFDs, and yeah, it is completely legal. So you can trade it, pay your taxes, and yeah, enjoy that
The
freedom.
profits. And the
Profits,
profits.
yeah.
Like
Enjoy
our
the
friend Samir
profits.
here. All right. I saw the other day. I was looking on your channel on YouTube, Samir. I don't spend a lot of time there, but I mean in general, looking at different things on YouTube. I don't do that very often, but I did happen to look into your not too long ago into your channel, watching you buying cars and
It
driving
is only
them
one
around.
card.
Oh, one. Well, one. I didn't know
One,
how many there
yeah.
were. But I saw you buy one car then. And it makes me happy to see you share your joy and your experience trading and how that changed your life. It's very inspirational. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I was I couldn't even imagine that I'll be buying a car at the age of 26. I'm gonna be in some months. So I
Really?
didn't really imagine that. So it is awesome actually. I don't really feel any excitement or anything like that at the same time, but I'm grateful. Why some people who are early in their journey might be saying that, oh, why he's not excited, because I have taken these steps to reach here. So every psychological pressure, I have grown up as a human, as a trader. So that's why I'm not that excited. But if something would have given to me, like, oh, you have this, then I would have been from step 1 to step 20. That way I would have different reaction. But as I have been, step 1, step 2, step 3, climbing the stair in a right way. So that's why psychologically it has built me that way. So yeah, I think that's why I really mention this on every stream or every other day. Try to build your foundation in a right way, because I try to build it in a wrong way based on the profits. I want to make profits in the market. I want to catch every setup, this, that. I want to make huge sum of money. And guess what? Those type of foundations are not really strong. And guess what? On I think in 2022, I made some profits. 2022, as my foundations was not strong, I was whole year I was in a losing streak. But thankfully, I was not that dumb that I didn't invested like all the money that I made in 2022. Like in 1 month, I was wise enough to maybe split my money in some way that I will have something left, in near future. So that is the one thing that I did good. But yeah, in short, I will say just build your foundation in the right way. And you might be asking how I can build that. This channel is helping you, and Discord is there. Rich is there, our performance coach. So I think if you watch these things, you will be close in building your foundation in the right way. Samir risking
Yes.
a year salary per trade, be like, no, I'm not there yet. and and you should not say that. You should not say that, to be honest. uh I don't know, maybe I can't even say that in I can't even put that in words, but subconsciously you should not say those words, your yearly salary, somebody is risking in a trade, because you will be here one day too. Okay, so if you are saying those things to yourself, I think you will take a little bit more time to reach there. So yeah, you have to feel successful, then you will be actually successful. But if you feel, oh, he's risking my yearly salary in a day, then I think that is just my point of view. So that's how I think things. Because back in the days when I was having nothing, still I didn't thought this way. Oh, he's risking, whatever. I don't want to put you down or something like that. But as a brother, maybe I'm saying this thing to you. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's having a sound process and mind process is important to guard yourself from getting focused on the wrong thing. We say this all the time, and yesterday we talked about this as well, right? Not being goal oriented, but process oriented. So important. And once you shift your focus on the process and not on the goal, reaching the goal doesn't get you that exciting anymore. That's what you said. And reaching, before you were goal oriented, you were going to bed and waking up with a certain sum or a certain figure that you want to reach. But that's not the case anymore. You're focused on your process, and the fact that you reach certain levels already, they're just logical consequences of your good sound process. And I think that's super important for everyone to understand deeply. It's way more important to follow. And once you do that, a lot of good things, a lot of good practice and habits will come automatically. What I mean by that is that you will not get too excited. Because you're not goal oriented. You get excited or you get frustrated with yourself when you don't follow the plan, because you're process oriented, and that's exactly the right way of to be in as a trader. And yes, we all want those goals. yes, we don't do this as a, as you do it for the money in the end, but that's not the way to approach it in terms of day by day and mentally. It is by focusing on the process, not the goal, to not P&L. And in that sense, perhaps that's a little bit of what you meant as well, not to think about, who is where in their, risking how much yearly salaries of another person, because all of those things are goal-oriented terms that are not important when you're focused on on the process, and not on the goal. Meaning, you know, and the appreciation as well for the normal development of a trader. No trader, goes from 1 to 10, without going through the different phases. So maybe the different sequences of the phases is different, but they still have to go through these phases in order to become, a sound, a solid, robust trader, having sound respect for risk, for example. There's no way you can become a good trader if you don't have that. It's only a matter, if you don't and you get some kind of success, it's only a matter of time that the market will humble you down, smack you down to teach you those lessons, even if it is later on. Great stuff. Let's check the chat. We
A
have
lot of people are
many.
asking about giveaway. Guys, we
Yes,
will do
we
the
are.
giveaway on 120,000 subscribers. So make sure you help us reach there. And yeah, we'll try to do that. And by the way, back
Mark,
in the days when I started, there was no concept of giveaway. I was doing a job to afford the account. So, guys, maybe you should also look at that side. Of course, we are helping the community, and we cannot do it every day, throwing accounts as a giveaway, but definitely as a support to the community, or as a token of appreciation, we are doing giveaways. So, but not every day. Maybe 120K once we reach, we'll do that. And we have done that in past also. We have done crazy biggest giveaways also. And yeah,
we have a question or a request by Neuza Mari or Maria. I'm not sure. It is in the chat, my friend. I will, I would suggest you send a message to the Portuguese channel on my side. I can, forward, take a screenshot and send it to our, our, colleagues on the Portuguese side. But I'm pretty sure that, it's just a matter of time that they will, fix whatever issue you're having with getting the giveaway account you say you won last week, right? Let me check here on the chat. We have a few things that I wanted to discuss. Z says he's been with us some time and has not had the luck yet to win a giveaway. My friend, it's a matter of luck. What I can tell you is, just keep on coming and you will win. The same thing we say with the Discord community. And the session that I hold, 3 times a week, we give out at least one time 10 hub credits, and sometimes even 2. And it has happened we've even given 3 times. And it's a much smaller group, so there are other chances as well for you to win things. But in the end, this is just, to make things a little bit more exciting. Trading shouldn't be dependent on winning anything from anyone, right? It depends on you working hard, and of course, we give out and give away, to give back to the community, and it's great if you could win some. But the bigger picture here is working hard and getting those, getting your skill up by watching, by testing out things that we talk about, and coming back to us and say, okay, I tested this and it worked well, or it didn't. I changed it and then it worked much better, or whatever it is. That's the process that we want to actually instill in you. And the giveaway is just a little extra, a little thing there to spice things up, to make it a little bit exciting. But the actual meat, the actual value, the actual substance of these sessions are the content, the concept, the idea, the suggestions, the mindset. That's the bigger value here. But thank you very much for being with us so long, and we hope you stick around and you will win your account soon. Who knows? Maybe this week will be your time. Maybe your turn is just around the corner. Who knows? Let's check. We have.
I think as we are moving close to the New York Stock Exchange Open, I'm seeing a slight pullback in NASDAQ. So shorts can also be a play for today, and I'll be waiting for that for the continuation lower. But if we fall impulsively to the downside, then I will maybe take in the reversal trade. Yeah, let's see.
That's a nice level right there. We had a reversal or a reaction, seems to me, retesting that broken level. It looks, I'm not, who knows, right? Where the market, what it will do after the open, but it looks very, very weak. Even if it goes up higher, even if it tries to take out these highs, I think it's just a matter of time that eventually it will go lower if it does not, do that much earlier. Who knows? We'll have to see that. Maybe even more because it only doesn't need that much. This is the 5 minutes, so it could quickly go in one direction or the other once it opens. So you're positioning to get that short, right?
Yeah, as we are pulling back slightly. So if NYSE brings the volume to the upside, retest, that will be a shorting scenario for me. But if we pushed lower with a huge momentum, then I think I will trade that reversal move that I am eyeing on NASDAQ. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of new names also in the stream. I think this fashion burst, I don't know if you was there, but again, thank you. And guys, make sure you're liking the stream so that we get more like-minded people. And you were talking about gold. Yeah, gold, as I mentioned, if we get that change of character and momentum to the downside, I think that will be a different story. Maybe Remy can share my screen. I can share point of view. Okay. So the way I'm seeing it, this is the breakout of this structure. If this has to act as a retest, it should not close or try to go below this area with the momentum. If it goes below, it means that this all move can be a liquidity move. Okay, so once it goes there, then I will eye on shorts to the downside. So this will be the scenario I will be looking at on gold. But if we use this area as a retest, maybe slightly below, and then this is a new structure. If we break this structure, okay, that will be a break of structure. And then I will be eyeing on longs in some kind of fair value gap retest or any, consolidation pattern if I see around that pullback. So this is the story for gold. Right now, it is nothing. I will wait for gold to maybe settle down. I'll wait for 2-3 hours because it can take some time to show where price wants to go. Yeah, I think 2 hour will be a good wait, or maybe 1 hour. Who knows if we bring so much momentum and then it breaks this low and then, structure might be shifted. And we are just 15 minutes away from the New York Stock Exchange Open. And yeah, as I mentioned, NASDAQ is looking clean today. US 30 is also clean. I think US 30 will set up for longs, right, in that support and resistance areas. Something like that. So I am very interested in US 30, eyeing on longs around this area. Targeting the VWAP maybe, retest of the VWAP. I know it is a little bit more than 1 to 1.5, but I don't want to go beyond 1 to 1.5 because then it becomes risky to hold the trade according to this strategy. So yeah, even 1 to 1 is fine. Let's see. I just need $500 to pass the account. So I'll probably risk like $200-ish. If that is a loss, I'll come back tomorrow, do the same thing. Yesterday was a win trading these type of concept. Actually, let me show you a few backtested data. So this is New York Stock Exchange retest by beautiful session. If I go previous session, I think it was this session. This trend line is still on, so you could have bought at the trend line retest. And if you go previous, if you see the previous data, this was a 4-hour demand area. So I bought this also for 1 to 1. I think it was 1 to 1.2, something like that. So this was also a good session. I already took like 3-4 wins in a row, so that's helped me pass the account and recover the drawdown that I took in that competition. So yeah, and this was also a winning day. Look at that retest of this zone, you know, beautiful retest. So in these type of market condition, it is the time to make decent amount of money in the market. But if price is doing something like this, then you might be in a losing streak, or you might be losing accounts here and there. But one of these months can set you up for like maybe 3-4 months if you trade it in a right way. But as you are too caught up in other things, you don't let this month take care of you. This type of month where you are just hitting wins continuously, and you are so demotivated in that time where you are just hitting losses continuously. So I think this is the point. I think this was also a very good session. Where is New York Stock Exchange open? I think it is here. So it is also, I think I traded on that some kind of retest. So to that VWAP. So this was also a decent trade here. I think this was also the day I took few losses here and there, 2-3 losses in a row. And then the time came. This was a win. So don't be demotivated with a couple of losses here and there. So yeah, this time will come where you will hit like 4-5 wins in a row, and that can help you pass your account or maybe secure decent amount of money in your account. So, but let the time come to you. And how will that time come to you? When you are hitting wins continuously, when you're learning from your mistakes. So yeah, as I mentioned, this is the area I will be eyeing on buys. And as we will end the stream at 7 p.m. my time zone, which is about there in 13 minutes. So you can expect me to be in the trade once we hit this area. So I will share my outcome for this day on Monday, because this is the last stream for the day. I think it is Thursday, right? So that sometimes I lost
Track.
the track of days. What day it is? Yeah, it is Thursday. So yeah, it will be the last stream of the week. So I will share the outcome of this trade on Monday, or maybe on the Discord. So yeah, let's see. NASDAQ, let's see what it's trying to do. Yeah, that retest, I'm waiting for that. See, I haven't really taken any trade. I saw this fall. It was also a good trade, a retest of this zone, anticipating this liquidity to be gone. It was a good trade structure-wise. But as I'm following my plan, so I'm not really too concerned about these small things happening almost in every candle or in every hour.
Yeah,
So,
on NQ, I'll switch to mine quickly. We can see on the lower time frames how the market actually reacts a little bit about that broken line. The broken level of that that was the low of yesterday, and came back and retested. You can see the immediate retest it had. Immediate retest is right here, right? It interacts with it, breaks through it, and then retests from below, and then comes for a second time and has that kind of reaction. It is playing with that. We'll have in about 10 minutes and 45 seconds, we'll be having the open of the New York Stock Exchange, and we will be by then at the end of this stream. But we will for sure, leading up to that moment, we will be giving you as much information as we can. There isn't anything here to see other than the fact that we are playing with these swing lows from previously. But the market structure is looking very, very weak. All of that could change This is NASDAQ. It can be very variable, so to speak. Taking liquidity, and you can have a little pop for a couple of days. But in the end, I think this is looking weak to continue lower, either quickly, meaning today, or something that could take a couple of maybe something for tomorrow. I don't see any huge structures, right? It's just one big leg. There is an order block there. It's only a 1 hour. It's not enough for me to use in my main strategy, but I mean, that's one area there, and there's another one above it. This would be, but it's so weak. I mean, if you look at from the perspective, creating that bearish 5-minute order block tells me it's reacting bearishly to the level. Same thing happened here, right? You see that, breaks it, goes back and creates that bearish order block right here, confirming the break basically, right? Confirms it, and it does it again. Doesn't mean it's going to hold forever, but it does mean that the market is confirming, creating bearish structures, after retesting from below the level, right? From below, and that's the same thing it's doing here. From below, it's reacting to it. It doesn't mean it cannot have a pop for some time, but it needs a lot of work if it wants to, turn the script around and looking for higher prices. Okay, we have, let's check here. Someone asking about euro dollar. I don't know if you want to be doing euro dollar, Samir. Let me know if that's the case.
Yeah, let's take a look at euro dollar. It has been some time. I haven't watched it. Euro USD. Okay, let's see what Euro USD is trying to do. Okay, why I have this level? Okay, let me delete it. Let's start fresh. Let's go to the weekly time frame. Going to the weekly. Okay, we have this trend line. We are close to that trend line. Can we break this? Looking at the momentum, I think most likely it is going to break this trend line, but still, I don't have to anticipate. I can react if that is breaking. Then I can take the information from the market and I can act on that. Let me draw this trend line. Okay, yes, on the daily time frame, we broke that trend line. This is a decent area. Can we get a pullback here? Actually, today's, I think, momentum is done. I don't think so we're gonna get that much momentum for today. But I do want a retest and then the continuation of this move. Retest can be, I think this is a way too close of a level. So retest will be somewhere around here. So that can be a trade idea number one. But I'm only eyeing on buys, at least till this area. And risky trade can be here. So I am eyeing on buying opportunity. Trade idea number one can be, let me put on the 200 EMA. On the 15, yeah. Trade idea number one, buying around this area or buying around this area. So I'm only eyeing on two buying areas in Euro USD. So I saw you, but was you planning for sells on Euro USD or you was eyeing on buys?
No, I don't have a reasons to go short on EU. I'm just looking for price to go a little bit. Maybe I can show my screen quickly in between your analysis. On the higher time frame, we are above supply areas. If price were to come back, and is this even fresh? That's the question to be asked. Let's measure that. It is no longer fresh. So I didn't have, and I still don't have any reasons to go short. You have one thing here. We have the 50% retracement from all the way high to the lowest point. That's sometimes at that level. Sometimes, price likes to react off of it. That could be one tiny reasons to look for an area, or start building a case for a short based on that fib line. But it's weak, in my opinion, to be the only thing you use. So I don't have a reason, solid reasons to be looking for a short, other than the fact that the market has been quite extended the last 2 days. If you look at the daily time frame, you can see that the market has, it's already been right here, right? We already had a huge impulse. So actually, let's measure it and see how it measures up with, this leg. It took 4 days and it went 194 pips. And let's measure, well, you could measure from the lowest point from the market, and we are at 198. What was it before? 194, if I'm not mistaken, right? If you look at here, and if you look, to the highest point, including that high on that day, it was 205 actually, with 6 candles, right? 5 candles. So 5 days, and we have here 5 candles, and it's 198. What I'm trying to say here, it's very close to the leg that we had before. It can go bigger, nothing to stop it. It can expand even more, but it's comparable, right? So maybe that could be an indication that price might be getting, slowing down a little bit. Doesn't have to go down necessarily, because I think this is the level that price eventually needs to reach before, substantially, significantly move lower. But in the meantime, you could have all kinds of movement before reaching that level. I don't have a reason, in short, I don't have a reason to look for a short. The daily is not fresh, not part of a quasi. The weekly is not fresh, as we just indicated. There's nothing here. I would be interested in that little thing there that I just indicated. And on the 4 hour, we have one level here that I'm interested in, but only if it has alignment and everything else to it, which it doesn't, well, it does have for the 1 hour. That's the reason we have it in marked as we do. But it needs to get there, and it hasn't done that yet. It needs to get there, and then I'll go to the lower time frames to find the level. It did react already on the 5 minute. Beautiful reaction. You can see how the quasi, even though if you can trade it, you can use this holds true for just about anything you use, right? Any tools you use on the market, whether it's a pattern, a chart pattern, whether it's an indicator, whether it is just a simple rule, part of a component of a bigger system. There's so many ways to use it. And I'm only showing you guys one way, or maybe a few ways to use the quasi, but you can use them. You can use them so many different ways. And my idea is that I only want to align the quasi with the hourly structures, right? So I'm only wanting to using order blocks on H4 and H2 and 1 in this case, overlaying it with the quasi, and using them together to get higher win rate and better, better trades, better quality. But you don't have to. And the evidence for that is that if you look on the quasi we were talking about, the market, this could have been, that wasn't a trade for me because it didn't reach this level. But that could be a trade for someone else. You could just use these levels on the 5 minute order block or whatever time frame that you choose, and the market quite often will have some kind of reaction. I choose not to use these and not capture on these kind of reactions. See, the whole reaction we had from the level, we had that kind of reaction. Sometimes it's even more. To me, it went back to that level. But you can. I do use this, but in a different strategy when I'm scalping. But you don't have to see everything we show here as there's only one way to do it. Take it, understand it, test it out, turn it around, and use it to your advantage in whatever way you see fit. There are many ways to. I hate that expression, but it's so true. There's so many ways to skin a cat. I don't like to see the imaginary image of skinning a cat. I never ever. But that's the expression, right? I'm a cat lover. No cat were harmed in this in that sentence. Let me check. Someone asking, what is a quasi? Do we have time for that? I don't think we do. So I will do it very quickly. Very, very quickly. Quasi is basically just a variant of a very popular structure or chart pattern that is called the head and shoulder. This is the head and shoulder, which typically indicates the market going one direction and then switching into another one, right? Higher highs and higher lows, lower highs and lower lows. It is a reversal pattern that the market uses. But the only thing is that, normally the quasi or the head and shoulder is portrayed as having a lot of symmetry, where you have equal highs on the shoulders and equal bases of those same shoulders with an area which is the head. And the height of the head to the bases is considered to be the measured move. So when it breaks the levels, this is what you can expect based on the level. These are technical patterns, classical patterns, very useful in everything. However, the quasi is a variation of that pattern, where you don't have the symmetry and things can look quite different, but you still have a certain, rule-based system, a certain framework that it is a quasi. And that is what a quasi is, short for Quasimodo and a variant of the head and shoulder pattern. And I choose to trade it this way. I try to, front run or try to capture the right shoulder, and I take it to the lowest point, normally, or something in between, and I have higher time frame. I will continue. I will extend the TP, and the stop should be above the level that you were thinking or using for that reversal, and putting your stop either above that level, above the whole structure, and I'll use an order block to do so. That's in simple words. I think I did it in less than 3 minutes, which is a new record for myself. Thank you for that. Who asked
That's
that
awesome.
here? All right, we are at the end of our session. We were already a minute and 40 seconds ago. As always, time flies when we are doing these things. Thank you for allowing us to share our passion, the thing that keeps us busy all day with you. So we are grateful for allowing us to get into your personal space and to talk about and interact with you with about the market, everything that is related to trading. Thank for the whole team. Samir, thank you very, very much. Remy in the background as well, and everyone from The5ers who has made this stream possible. But above all, thank you for watching, because you guys make this stream what it is today. So don't forget to keep, if you found some kind of value in our moment together, hit the like, subscribe to the channel. Makes it more possible, make it more probable that someone else will have the same kind of value as you did. Thank you very, very much. Any last words, Samir, before we go? You are looking calm as ever.
Yeah, that's it. I think you have pretty much said all of it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And I'll catch you on Monday, same time. And let's see what we get on indices. I already given you my selling and buying zones. So I'll update the outcome of today's trading session on Monday. With that being said, bye bye, guys. I'll see you
Perfect.
on Monday.
Perfect. Very, very much, everyone. And we have Richard Wells. We talked about the having a process-oriented mindset, not goal-oriented. If you want to talk about more or hear more about those kind of topic, jump into our Discord session where Rich Wells, the performance coach of The5ers, will be discussing as in a marvelous way as only he can today in about an hour or so. Check the schedule on the Discord for the exact time. But Richard Wells, that's your man when you want to be learning more about the psychological part of trading. So don't miss it. See you guys around. Bye-bye.